considering the current condition of Bai Zemin, it was impossible that there would not be some mutinies and usurpers trying to take his position. After all, greed was a really powerful emotion, and not for nothing was it part of the 7 deadly sins recorded in the Catholic Bible and in many other legends. Although Bai Zemin tried to rule as well as possible, it was impossible for him to do everything right, and therefore it was impossible to keep everyone happy. There were always some who would feel that what they were getting was not enough, or who would be dissatisfied with the way he led. Bai Zemin was fully aware that once he left the gray corridor, and his broken body was exposed to the eyes of everyone, there would definitely be at least one person who would rise up against him. However, even Bai Zemin could make wrong judgments at times. What Bai Zemin expected to face was some armed soldiers trying to play savior, or perhaps some soul evolvers belonging to the Baquin camp, who had submitted less than half a day ago after being defeated. But little did he expect that the person who would rise up against him would not be one of those who had recently been his enemy, but someone with whom he had fought shoulder to shoulder on more than one occasion. Bai Zemin was only a couple of meters distance away from Yan Tu when he stopped and simply stood there looking at him silently. Yan Tu looked at Bai Zemin with complicated eyes, and was after more than a minute of silence that his eyes finally became resolute as he said in a deep voice, "Bai Zemin, fight against me. A death combat between 2 men." Shangyuan Bingzu, Fu Zufeng, Kai Jingyi, Kang Lan, Zhang De, and many others who were 100% loyal, and held Bai Zemin in high esteem completely disdained Yan Tu and his comment. Death combat between 2 men. Yan Tu sure had thick skin to dare to say those words with a serious face. Did he dare to say those same words if Bai Zemin was at his peak? Clearly, Yan Tu was just a coward trying to take advantage of the opportunity that had apparently appeared before him. Really, why are there such despicable creatures in this world? Shangyuan Bingzu muttered coldly. Bai Zemin lowered his head and looked at the ground without responding immediately. May I ask why? Bai Zemin frowned slightly, and no one knew if it was due to physical pain or some particular reason. He raised his head and looked at Yan Tu, who was almost a head taller than him, and pointed out, "If you think you are getting less than you deserve, I don't think it is necessary to go that far." If Yan Tu had said those words at the beginning of it all, and when his stone-heart skill practically ruled over his emotions, then Bai Zemin would probably have slaughtered him instantly. However, the current Bai Zemin was slowly beginning to evolve not only in power but also as a person and as a leader. Bai Zemin was not a lone warrior, and he was destined to never be one. Sure, he could fight most of the important battles on his own, but at the end of the day, he was building a kingdom and raising a faction step by step. So even though it was a slow process, Bai Zemin began to think more like a leader when he needed to think like a leader, and saved his warrior thoughts for when the occasion warranted. Yan Tu shook his head and sighed as he said quietly, "No, what I get from you is more than enough, so much so that I have supplies left over and I don't even know what to do with them." Then, Bai Zemin frowned harder uncomprehendingly. Yan Tu took a deep breath and looked Bai Zemin in the eyes. "Bai Zemin, let's stop the unnecessary chatting. Today, one of us will die here. First of all, I would like to clarify that Leader Lu and young Miss Lu don't know anything about this, so I hope you will leave them out of trouble if you defeat me." Lu Xiaoao was in the main camp of Bai Zemin, organizing everything for the migration to the south together with several logistic teams, while on the other hand, Lu Yan was protecting the west gate with a few soldiers. So, it was clear that neither of them knew about what Yan Tu was doing. On the other hand, Yang Tu was a lonely man with no family, as his family had abandoned him long before the apocalypse broke out. Therefore, he did not need to worry too much about possible consequences. Bai Zemin closed his eyes, and when he opened them again a moment later, his gaze had turned deathly cold, sending chills down Yan Tu's spine and causing him to subconsciously take half a step back before he stopped. The reason Yan Tu had stepped forward to challenge Bai Zemin was nothing heroic like wanting to create better rules for everyone, far from it. In fact, the government of Bai Zemin was no different from heaven compared to the government of many other leaders who were currently abusing their power. However, Yan Tu could not obey anyone but Liu Yan. He really tried to adapt, but simply could not. In Yan Tu's eyes, Bai Zemin was just a young college student not fit to lead and decide over the lives of so many people. Unfortunately for Yan Tu, Bai Zemin was simply too powerful. Yan Tu was clear that he had no hope of defeating him under normal circumstances. But now that Bai Zemin was so injured that it even seemed difficult for him to stay on his feet, Yan Tu judged that this might be the best opportunity that would come his way, so, after hesitating for a long time, he finally decided to take it. "Since this is the way things are, then I will fulfill your wish," Bai Zemin said in a cold voice. "Come, I'll give you a fast death." Memories began to flash in Yan Tu's mind, and the more he thought the more frightened he became. Even though Bai Zemin was so badly injured, Yan Tu's memories were fresh, and the images of this powerful young man wiping out his enemies as if they were insignificant ants weighed heavily on his shoulders. The others watched with different emotions what was about to happen. Many were joyful while secretly waiting for Bai Zemin's downfall. Many others were angry with Yan Tu, and many others were just indifferent. However, under the eyes of people like Shangyuan Bingzu and Evangeline, none of them had the qualifications to interfere regardless of what their thoughts were. Shangyuan Bingzu was especially attentive to the soul evolvers. She was a smart woman and understood that there might be people who thought of sneak attacks. Although she knew that Bai Zemin was strong, his current condition was really bad and she simply could not let go of her worries. This was one of the disadvantages of someone entering our hearts. It was simply impossible to stop worrying about their well-being. Suddenly, and as if to block the rising fear, Yan Tu took half a step forward to make up the distance he himself had created and shouted out loud. His voice was so powerful that it made several nearby soldiers dizzy, while his muscles began to swell to a deep golden color. Only a few seconds passed, but in that time, Yan Tu's previously brown skin turned completely yellow, just like a statue made of real gold. But Yan Tu did not stop, and continued activating different skills to polish his strength and other stats to new heights. Bai Zemin's eyes flashed coldly, but he did not comment on it. That wretch actually hid that skill. Shangyuan Bingzu pointed from the distance in a cold voice for all to hear. When a soul evolver joined Bai Zemin's ranks, especially when it was one who once belonged to an enemy camp, he or she had to honestly describe their skills and hand in a report about it. This was a way to prevent future problems, since knowing the highs and lows of a skill one could create countermeasures in such a way that even a normal armed human could deal with the stated soul evolver. Hiding this information was not very smart, since with the passage of time the lie would be discovered, and this would only cause big problems for the offender. On the other hand, if one had no nefarious thoughts, then one need not worry about sharing such information, as only Bai Zemin and a handful of others had access to it. However, it was clear that Yan Tu was planning to hit Bai Zemin from the very beginning, since even when the beasts almost killed him back then, while they were still in the North Camp, Yan Tu never used this skill. "Bai Zemin, if I defeat you today, I hope that the command of your forces will fall into Lord Lu's hands accordingly," Yan Tu roared. His voice had become extremely hoarse, similar to that of a primordial beast. "I see, now I understand your goal. Just die, traitor," Bai Zemin said in a cold voice before he disappeared without a trace. Yan Tu's eyes widened as he noticed his enemy suddenly disappear. However, before he could say anything else or better comprehend the danger he was in, a thunderous explosion rumbled across the battlefield. Boom! Yan Tu's eyes widened to a terrifying extreme, and the veins around his face swelled tremendously as the overwhelming pain enveloped him with his chest as its core. He looked down only to find a fist-sized hole where his heart was supposed to be. Thud! Yan Tu fell heavily on his knees as disbelief flashed in his eyes. His defense-focused active ability had increased his stamina and health stats by over 200 points each, and strengthened his skin to the point where even normal high-caliber bullets could not hurt him. However, a single fist had completely broken through his defenses to the point where a bloody hole was visible through his body. You have obtained the soul power of First Order, Yan Tu level 43. Bai Zemin watched indifferently as Yan Tu's body collapsed to the front. The thud of the golden giant's fall spread amidst the total silence, and when Bai Zemin raised his head to look into the eyes of each of them, none of them dared to hold his gaze for more than a second before lowering their heads in fear. Those with wild ideas dared not mention them, and those who had no revolutionary thoughts simply dared not make a sound for fear of being misunderstood. None of those present could believe that such a badly injured person who had lost an arm could do something as insane as that. Fu Zufeng and the others let out sighs of admiration in their hearts. Even being so injured after having faced who knows how many enemies and what kind of existences beyond the spatial portal that had almost completely closed, Bai Zemin still managed to kill the mighty Yan Tu with a single blow, proving that even if he was like this, he was not someone they could deal with. Bai Zemin raised his right foot and planted it on top of Yan Tu's corpse's head. "Burn," he whispered before a flare of blue fire shot out from the soles of his boots. He watched as the endless lotus blue flame slowly incinerated the head of his former subordinate with indifference. There was no need to show mercy to traitors, so there was no need for Yan Tu to have a burial place, let alone a corpse to begin with. As the weakened endless lotus blue flame burned gently after consuming most of its soul power in the oblong world, and in the short battle against Jack, Shangyuan Bingzu looked at Bai Zemin calmly from a distance. Indeed, even though he is so badly injured, he is not someone to deal with. At least, there is probably no human in this world capable of standing up against him. Shangyuan Bingzu recalled how Bai Zemin ended the life of a third-order existence easily and couldn't help but mutter such words. What happened on the other side? Evangeline approached and asked in a low voice. She was not perturbed at all by Yan Tu's death despite having fought as comrades on several occasions. In Evangeline's eyes, death was simply something obvious that everyone would experience. It was just a matter of whether death would embrace you early or late, but in the end, that embrace would always come. This was especially true for people like them who fought to the death day in and day out. Today she was alive, but maybe tomorrow she would be no more. That was how this worked. "I think Bai Zemin will report on this later," Shangyuan Bingzu replied calmly. The current her no longer felt any pressure as she looked at Evangeline, proof of how powerful she had become after fighting to the death in the oblong world alongside Bai Zemin. She rejoiced in her heart and thanked her stubbornness, because even though she was on the verge of death and her life was in danger on more than one occasion, her strength had grown greatly. If Shangyuan Bingzu had not gone with Bai Zemin to the oblong world, the distance between him and her would probably have widened so much that she would never be able to reach him in her entire life. Evangeline naturally sensed Shangyuan Bingzu's change, so she was curious. However, given the current circumstances, it was best to wait, so she simply nodded silently without asking more about it. Bai Zemin watched as Yan Tu's head incinerated, but there was no soul stone present. His eyes were cold as he let the blue flame set the entire body on fire, turning even the plate armor into waste. With this, he looked at everyone coldly, as if he was telling them that regardless of how strong they were, or how valuable they may think they were, in Bai Zemin's eyes they were still replaceable existences which could be crushed whenever and however he wanted. If there was anyone else who, after seeing what had just happened, still thought that Bai Zemin was weak due to his injuries, then that person was probably mentally retarded. Naturally, none of them stood up to cause trouble. Bai Zemin walked back and motioned for Kang Lan to come over. Kang Lan came out of the surprise and fear she felt when she saw Bai Zemin so badly injured. Seeing him motioning her to come closer, she ran at full speed to get closer in an instant. "Our leader, let me heal you," Kang Lan said fearfully and raised both hands. However, just as she was planning on activating her skill, Bai Zemin stopped her. "Wait a minute, Kang Lan," he said and looked at the surroundings as he slowly stated, "I want to do something else first. //////////// plus 2600 words chapter. Really thank you very much to all those who send gifts to the novel and support with valuable golden tickets. I hope we can all keep it up. 3. Chapter 500, Shangyuan Bingzu's Tears. Kang Lan looked at Bai Zemin in a blank stare, but he also didn't explain too much, nor did he give enough time for anyone to ask questions, as in its place, he took off the bag he had made out of second-order leather and spilled the contents on the ground. Under the not-so-surprised gaze of everyone, hundreds of small shiny rocks with different colors fell one by one to the ground, creating small tinkling sounds as they reached their destination. "Kang Lan, there are about 20 second-order soul stones here. The rest are all first-order soul stones. I want you to evolve your first-order recovery skill to the maximum possible now," Bai Zemin ordered as he pointed to the soul stones that he had gone to great effort to save and which he had chosen as carefully as his time in the oblong world allowed. Kang Lan was very surprised when she heard that there were approximately 20 second-order soul stones in that small, brightly colored mountain. In the area, there was no lack of soul evolvers mixed among the normal soldiers, so with their sharpened senses, Bai Zemin's words did not escape their ears. These soul evolvers gasped, and the soldiers next to them could not contain their curiosity, so they asked what was going on. As the words of Bai Zemin spread through the war zone, silence reigned for a couple of seconds before more and more gasps were added one after another. Currently, a single second-order existence was basically an overlord capable of destroying a large camp, and probably only camps with advanced modern weaponry like the Bakwin camp that had war tanks and several IFVs would be able to defend themselves. The remaining human establishments would definitely be wiped out in blood in a matter of hours or perhaps minutes, depending on the extent of resistance the humans could put up. However, just now, Bai Zemin had just said that in that pile of soul stones there were no less than 20 second-order soul stones. What did 20 second-order soul stones mean? It meant that unless 20 defeated enemies whose power scale was within the second order had with 100% probability soul stones, then Bai Zemin must have killed at least several tens of second-order beings, while he and Shangyuan Bingzhu were on the other side of the portal. Fu Zufeng, Zhangde, Chen He, Nangong Yi, Nangong Lingxin, and the others looked toward the portal in shock. Even Evangeline's ever-calm expression threatened to crumble once she understood the hidden meaning behind Bai Zemin's seemingly simple words. Although all the soul evolvers present had realized that the enemy this time was indeed powerful as they had overwhelmingly high numbers, and they had even sensed the remaining soul power floating in the air, as an indication that the powerhouses were not lacking for the other side. None of the members of the Allied army expected that in just a matter of 5 or 6 hours Bai Zemin had fought and slaughtered hundreds of first-order beings, and at very least 20 second-order ones. And that's not even taking into account the huge sum of treasures Shangyuan Bingzhu brought with her when she crossed the portal along with the huge ice hands she had created in the Oblong world. Chen He looked at the huge amount of soul stones on the ground and gulped as a thought flashed through him. Wouldn't Bai Zemin be able to bring even more high-ranked soul stones if not for the limits of that leather pouch? No, more than that. Chen He looked around and couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air when he realized that the terrifying sight around him suddenly seemed to have turned into a divine treasure. In the war zone, where Bai Zemin had slaughtered the enemies, were hundreds of thousands of rotting corpses. Hundreds of thousands of corpses among which there was no shortage of first order. In short, the Transcendent faction would soon obtain at least several tens of thousands of unclassified soul stones, and probably several tens, or even a little over 100 first-order soul stones. All the soul evolvers were excited, and couldn't help but shout Bai Zemin's name out loud, as they realized that all of them would soon be able to evolve all of their skills to new heights, thanks to the sudden increase in unclassified soul stones. Bai Zemin! Bai Zemin! Bai Zemin! Bai Zemin was dumbfounded and looked at the large army that seemed to have received some kind of magic drug with confusion. Then he looked at Shangyuan Bingzhu and said uncomprehendingly, "Bingzhu, what is going on here?" Shangyuan Bingzhu shrugged her shoulders and calmly replied, "They are probably excited about the large number of soul stones we will obtain once the proper extraction is done." By proper extraction, Shangyuan Bingzhu naturally meant drilling the heads of the corpses in need of such a process to obtain the corresponding soul stone. "Isn't it just a few unclassified soul stones and a few first-order soul stones?" Bai Zemin said in confusion. Then he said indifferently, "I even obtained a third order and a fourth order before." The battlefield suddenly became silent, and those who were previously cheering happily froze with their arms in the midair as they stared straight ahead with strange expressions. The face of Shangyuan Bingzhu turned pale, and ignoring the shock everyone felt in their hearts, she walked up to Bai Zemin slowly. Bai Zemin frowned and subconsciously took a step back when she came too close of him. After all, Shangyuan Bingzhu was still wrapped by his cloak, as her armor had also been destroyed during the battle against the second-order giant eagle. Shangyuan Bingzhu did not care at all about what others might think. She looked at Bai Zemin's severed arm and said with a deathly pale face, You fought against the Emperor." "Actually, I managed to give him a good blow, but unfortunately I didn't manage to kill him." Bai Zemin nodded with a touch of remorse. "My strength really is far from the fourth order after all. Even my crimson blood judgment boosted by the power of Little Blue, the momentum of gravity manipulation, the falling force of over 10,000 kilometers high, and even the support of my mystic earring was powerless to kill that Usra Emperor." Bai Zemin knew that he was a mere first-order existence, and the fact that he managed to survive after a fourth-order enemy appeared in his path was already a miracle in itself. However, he was a greedy man after all, so it was hard for him to accept failure no matter how justified it was. The eyes of Shangyuan Bingzhu trembled. She ignored the second part of what Bai Zemin said and instead focused on what she managed to realize from his initial words. You didn't kill the Emperor, Then, that fourth-order soul stone you say? Ah, that? Bai Zemin frowned as he felt his entire body begin to itch tremendously, which simply worsened the pain he felt from his wounds. This itching was precisely his health stat beginning to speed up the healing process. He gasped in pain as he explained in a low voice. When you crossed the portal, I exchanged a few words with the Usra Emperor and managed to wound him thanks to the fact that he was limited by my magic attack. However, that man really is the emperor of a race, since in his possession is a robe that mitigated a great deal of the damage from my void fist. In the end, just before I retreated, I self-destructed my own attack so that the whole world was thrown into chaos. Little did I expect that a few seconds after I crossed the portal to return to Earth, a fourth-order ghost emperor would appear out of nowhere. Bai Zemin smiled bitterly and shook his head as he said with a lingering bitterness, I swear that was the worst beating I ever got in my life. That ghost named Jack was capable of launching attacks directly to the soul, so in a surprise attack he almost killed me if it wasn't for me to react in time. Even so, here's the consequence. Bai Zemin reached out his blood arm and grabbed his severed arm. He looked at it in pain and said in between sighs, see. A fraction of a second later and my head would have gone. The passage back to Earth was starting to collapse. I was badly wounded after fighting so many deadly battles. The enemy was overwhelmingly stronger, and as icing on the cake, I barely had any mana left. Bai Zemin pointed to the two bloody holes in his torso as he slowly said, these two were gifts from that fourth-order ghost. 2 fists, 2 holes. In the end, it wasn't possible for me to win, and retreating back to Earth wasn't a viable option either. So, I decided that since that's the way things were, then I might as well take the culprit with me. Then Bai Zemin looked at the golden spear on the ground and said in confusion, but just then, that spear came out of nowhere and saved me. Even though both Jack and I were pierced from side to side, strangely enough, I came out unharmed while he disappeared without a trace. I didn't even feel an ounce of new records going into me. The more he thought about it, the stranger Bai Zemin felt it all was. Where the hell had that golden spear come from? Who had thrown it? An attack powerful enough to completely annihilate the existence of a fourth-order powerhouse, but controlled enough not to hurt him at all. Bai Zemin could only think on the seemingly all-powerful higher existences. Was it Lilith? Bai Zemin frowned harder and harder. Although he had never seen Lilith attack, the feeling he felt from the previous attack was something Bai Zemin could not describe, but it definitely did not seem to be mana. It seemed like some kind of different energy, more powerful but at the same time strange. Bai Zemin didn't know why, but he could feel it very clearly. Therefore, he did not believe that Lilith was responsible, even though she was the only higher existence he knew who had reason to help him in such a precarious situation as the one he was in at that time. Suddenly, Bai Zemin felt that someone was looking at him in a way that very few had ever used to look at him. Curious, he took his eyes off the spear and followed that strange feeling, but what he saw made him freeze. The beautiful blue eyes of Shangyuan Bingzu glistened, as tears were barely contained by her long lower lashes. She looked at him with sadness that seemed to come from deep within her heart. The level of sadness and reluctance she conveyed from her eyes shocked Bai Zemin greatly, as he did not expect that a living being, let alone a human, could ever show such a pure emotion like this. Hey, is something wrong? He spoke in a low voice as if he was afraid of scaring her and being the cause for those crystalline tears to fall. However, Shangyuan Bingzu did not respond. She simply shook her head, gently causing her hair to sway delicately on the wind before slowly closing her eyes and raising her head to look up to the sky to prevent her tears from falling. Shangyuan Bingzu slowly opened her eyes and looked at the sunset that signaled the impending nightfall, a sunset that had become even more red than usual due to the blood floating in the air. Why had Bai Zemin been unable to return to Earth, and had he had no choice but to give himself up to death? Why had he decided to die in that space passage and take that fourth-order enemy with him? Even without him explaining it, and even without him wanting to say it, Shangyuan Bingzu was a woman attentive and smart enough to understand his motives. If Bai Zemin fled to Earth, the fourth-order ghost would probably follow him, and not only would he end up dying, but everyone on Earth would end up being slaughtered. So, what he had done was no different than sacrificing himself for the sake of everyone here. Sure, Bai Zemin might have his own reasons, but that did not change the reality of the facts. He had saved everyone and had been willing to give up his life for it. The very thought of it made Shangyuan Bingzu feel guilty for leaving him behind, but mostly relieved that he had returned alive. However, as she looked at his current condition, She could not help but feel that perhaps her life would not be enough to thank him for all that he had silently done for all of them. At the end of the day, Bai Zemin might not be aware that he continued to sacrifice himself for the good of all. However, most of the time he received hate or envious looks, and even those he chose to trust in betrayed him. She slowly lowered her head and looked him seriously in the eyes before looking at everyone present with cold eyes. Then, under everyone's astonished stare, she slowly knelt down on one knee and said firmly, "From today, I, Shangyuan Bingzu, pledge my loyalty to you, Bai Zemin. I know what kind of person you are, and I know what your heart is like, so I am not afraid of my next words. Your enemies will always be my enemies, and I will personally take it upon myself to reclaim the lives of those ungrateful ones who spat upon the kindness you have shown them." Bai Zemin was stunned at Shangyuan Bingzu's sudden act. However, among all the shock there was probably no one as surprised as Chen He. The young and talented archer looked at his crush with wide eyes in shock. Even his pupils trembled in disbelief, because he knew Shangyuan Bingzu's character well enough to understand that her words were not just for show. Backslash 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 backslash. Chapter 500, Where Are My Super Gifts? Really, thank you very much to all those who send gifts to the novel and support with valuable golden tickets. I hope we can all keep it up. 3. Chapter 501, Subclass Evolution and New Unique Skill, Part 1-2. Shangyuan Bingzu had been a proud person from a very young age. She didn't quite understand the reason, but she always felt that bothering too much with others would be beneath her character. However, it was with the passing of time that the pride of Shangyuan Bingzu began to get hurt after she understood that she and her mother had been pushed aside by the man named Xunyuan Wenchen. It was not only her pride that was touched, but the anger that she had always been holding inside her precisely, due to the fact that she believed it was beneath her to feel. It began to rise up because of this man who had caused so much suffering to the one she loved the most. When Chen He met Shangyuan Bingzu about 20 years ago, she was already a very pretty and proud child who does not lower her head even in front of adults so naturally. She had many problems at school, as teachers often complained. Fortunately, Shangyuan Bingzu was an extremely bright girl who even at the age of 7 could solve high school equations without any difficulty, so all the teachers had no choice but to keep their mouths shut. A woman as bright, outstanding, proud, and beautiful as her was what Chen He had always been looking for in his life. He believed that only such a woman could be by his side. However, Shangyuan Bingzu was the only woman who managed to shake his arrogance from the ground up, and she not only rejected him when they were teenagers, but never showed any emotion for him in life other than friendly appreciation. As time went by, Chen He became more mature, and his natural arrogance receded so much that it was practically nowhere to be seen despite being as outstanding as he was, and despite having such a powerful backing. He continued improving himself, believing that as the years went by his longtime crush would notice him. But then, the apocalypse broke out. Chen He had seen with his own eyes how step by step that proud and arrogant woman who practically never smiled began to change. She began to smile more. She even became more joking. Her mood was higher than usual, and all this had been thanks to a man with whom she had never had any interaction in the past due to the colossal difference in status, and for whom she felt disgust during the first days of this new evolutive era. But despite all this, despite the fact that the reason she was beginning to change was another man, and it was not him who made her smile like that, Chen He felt really happy in the midst of his little inner bitterness. After all, Shangyuan Bingzu was starting to show more human emotions and no longer felt like a block of frozen ice, which meant that she was also starting to enjoy her life more. However, what had just happened had been the straw that broke the camel's back. The young archer seemed to realize something as he looked at Shangyuan Bingzu on one knee and looking at Bai Zemin with seriousness. And that was that even if Shangyuan Bingzu was not in love with Bai Zemin, Chen He was sure now that if they were both the only two men in existence and she had to choose one of the two, unfortunately, the comeback he expected from her would never come. Chen He sighed, and as he looked at the crimson sunset with the same sadness that his love had looked a few seconds ago, he for the first time in his life thought of an idea that in the past would never have even crossed his mind. Bingzu, you. Bai Zemin looked at her with wide eyes. To him, Shangyuan Bingzu was a dignified and proud woman, just like a white lotus growing silently on the highest peak in the world to show its beauty only to the one able to reach the top. Therefore, seeing her on one knee in submission was really a great shock to Bai Zemin. While the battlefield was deathly silent, Shangyuan Bingzu slowly stood up and looked Bai Zemin in the eyes as she said in a clear voice, "Do you trust me?" "Of course I do," Bai Zemin nodded, still confused. If he didn't trust her, then it was impossible for him to delegate such an important position to her, and entrust her with tasks that he would only feel safe doing by himself. "You trust me?" Shang Yuan Bingzu nodded without much emotion. Then she asked, "To what extent do you trust me?" Bai Zemin this time did not answer right away, and seeing Shang Yuan Bingzu's serious look, he realized that what she was looking for was not pretty words, but an answer from him that came from deep in his heart. He lowered his head to think, but didn't have to consider it too much. The answer had been there for a while now, only that maybe Bai Zemin hadn't realized it. "Honest, even I am surprised by this." Bai Zemin looked her in the eyes and said in a voice that only she and those nearby could hear, "Bingzu, you don't know this, but I received a passive skill that literally makes me colder and more indifferent to others, and this is especially true for the opposite gender. I find it extremely difficult to trust people, and to date, only one person has managed to break that barrier due to different factors. Now, I can confidently say that you are the second one." The effect of the stone heart skill had no way to be countered, and even if it could be, no one could really hurt Bai Zemin, as this was a passive skill that affected his emotions for others and not his overall combat strength. Therefore, he wasn't afraid to expose it at all, and even less so in front of the few people who were listening to him right now. "I wasn't so sure before, but after what happened in the Oblong world, I can safely say that I trust you enough to put my safety in your hands." Bai Zemin nodded earnestly toward her. Although at that moment, the personality of Bai Zemin was being slightly affected by the remnant effect of the second activation of the passive skill God of War's will. Bai Zemin was certain that a remnant effect could not appease the lingering effect of the passive skill Stoneheart. Therefore, the fact that he had completely closed his connection with the outside world despite being in such a dangerous battlefield could only mean that he fully trusted in Shang Yuan Bingzu. Shang Yuan Bingzu, just like everyone else, was shocked by Bai Zemin's revelation. No, she was even more surprised that he possessed such a skill, and quickly began to realize many things that did not make sense to her before. How was it possible that a young man who came from a normal family like Bai Zemin, and whose highest goal in life should be to perhaps get a good job, actually didn't blink an eye when it came to killing, and that even in the worst circumstances he kept a clear head? Unless he was a lunatic who had secretly always had some problems, such things did not make any sense in Shang Yuan Bingzu's eyes. However, if all of this was being provoked or driven by the effect of a passive skill, then it all made sense. Furthermore, Shang Yuan Bingzu could not deny that she felt a bit proud to know that she had accomplished the practically impossible, and despite being curious as to who the other person was, she preferred not to ask about it and simply said with a faint smile, "Since it is like that, then please rest and allow yourself to be healed." She suddenly frowned and looked at his severed arm as she said in a low voice, "That arm of yours." "Oh, this," Bai Zemin said, seemingly unconcerned. "Don't worry, I think I can do something about it." She looked at him to see if she could see any glimmer of a lie in the gates of his soul, but seeing his clear gaze, she finally ended up nodding. "Okay. You do your own thing and I'll do what I think needs to be done." Although Bai Zemin was curious about the words of Shang Yuan Bingzu and did not understand what she meant, he was not going to ask anything about it, as it would not look good at all after saying that he trusted her with his life. Therefore, after telling Shang Yuan Bingzu all right, he walked over to Kang Lan and urged her to evolve her recovery skill, bringing her out of her daze. The most powerful healing mage of the Transcendent faction, despite all the surprise she felt after learning that so many catastrophic and miraculous events had happened, immediately set to work on what Bai Zemin entrusted to her in the hope that she could help him recover his severed arm. Slowly but surely, soul stone after soul stone began to be consumed. On the other hand, Shang Yuan Bingzu stood upright in front of everyone and watched the expressions of those in front of her with ice-cold eyes as she silently tightened the large, ragged cloak covering her body. Under everyone's watchful eyes and closed mouths, Shang Yuan Bingzu slowly opened her soft pink lips and in a clear voice began to narrate what happened in the Oblong world. She explained everything with enough clarity for even a 2-year-old to understand the danger beyond the space portal, and gave enough detail that everyone present could draw clear pictures in their heads. From the explosive increase in gravity that made it difficult to move and the training they underwent in the beginning, to carefully detailing the first confrontation she and Bai Zemin experienced against the Usras on Oblong world, when a new army of over 100,000 enemies, among which there were over 40,000 first-order beings and 20 second-order beings. Just the description of the first battle had left everyone breathless and scared to death. The soldiers trembled, and their hands filled with sweat as they clenched their weapons tightly, and even the strongest soul evolver in the place could not help but feel some fear in her heart. After all, an army that possessed several thousand First-Order beings and 20 Second-Order beings were more than enough to flatten the entire Bakewin camp in a minute, and ruling China would only be a matter of time. But Shang Yuan Bingzu was far from being done. She gave her 200% to explain how a third-order existence fell from the sky just like a legendary god, and whose power was enough to knock down a mountain with a single punch. However, even such a being was taken down by Bai Zemin. Everyone was in shock and disbelief, as Shang Yuan Bingzu described how Bai Zemin delved alone into the dangerous unknown world despite being slightly injured after defeating and killing the third-order enemy, while she stayed behind to protect the portal and prevent other enemies from reaching Earth. Shang Yuan Bingzu described in clear detail how she killed over 30 Second-Order beings and at least 20,000 First-Order beings who tried to reach Earth while Bai Zemin was away. However, she downplayed many of her own merits and even left out the fact that she fought to the death against a giant beast that was infinitely close to the Third Order in order to protect Bai Zemin. After all, Shang Yuan Bingzu's goal was mostly to try to emphasize his feats and not hers. /////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////// later. Really, thank you very much to all those who send gifts to the novel and support with valuable golden tickets. I hope we can all keep it up. 3. Chapter 502, Subclass Evolution and New Unique Skill, Part 2-2. Everyone's breath caught in their lungs as Shangyuan Bingzu described how from over 2,000 kilometers away, the thunderous explosions shook the earth beneath her feet in an attempt to describe as much as possible how terrifying each one of the shockwave resulting from the deadly battle that Bai Zemin waged for over 2 hours against a tremendously strong being was. Everyone's imagination went wild as their mind raced as if it were a cinematic movie, replaying a scene they did not see, but seemed to witness thanks to Shangyuan Bingzu's clever and careful recounting. Excitement coursed through the veins of every soul evolver and soldier, but what they felt most was pressure and fear. Just the resulting shockwaves and explosions were enough to make someone as powerful as Shangyuan Bingzu, who could now slaughter second-order enemies with no apparent problem, feel helpless. How fierce had been the battle that Bai Zemin had experienced then. None of them could imagine. Third order. It didn't seem to be possible considering that he had killed one quite easily before. So, fourth order. Everyone's eyes slowly began to change as they listened more and more. At this point, they didn't seem to be looking at a human or a monster. When they looked at Bai Zemin, they seemed to be looking at the incarnation of God. Shangyuan Bingzu nodded in satisfaction as she observed the changes everyone was experiencing. Even the soldiers who had surrendered today were not much different, and every time they looked at Bai Zemin the light of hope shone in everyone's eyes. To be honest, Shangyuan Bingzu had wanted to do this for a long time. In her eyes, Bai Zemin possessed power, skill, intelligence, and vision enough to rule. What he lacked, however, was political cunning, something that in order to accomplish the goal of overthrowing her father, Shangyuan Bingzu had developed from an early age. Bai Zemin believed that he needed to show his strength to make others become obedient or submissive. However, in Shangyuan Bingzu's eyes his approach was poor. Who said that someone who aimed to rule everything under the heavens had to make everyone obedient and submissive? He didn't need to show anything. All he needed to do was to exaggerate his achievements a bit so that the rumors would spread far enough for those who did not witness them to narrate his feats for years to come. With the strength of Bai Zemin, he only needed a little bit of intelligence and political cunning to put the whole world within his grasp. This was something Shangyuan Bingzu was confident of for sure. She had not done what she was doing now solely and exclusively because she wanted him to figure out for himself what he needed to move forward. However, Shangyuan Bingzu now realized her mistake. Wasn't she aiming to become someone capable of supporting him? Wasn't what she was doing now helping him to lead? Not everything had to be limited to swords and magic. Words also had their own charm. Even more so her words. Shangyuan Bingzu's eyes occasionally glowed unnaturally with unusual lights. However, everyone was stupefied and in an apparent trance as they listened to what she said, so no one noticed this little fact. During her not-so-pleasant stay in Oblong World, while Bai Zemin was fighting in the distance, and after she had finished off all the enemies that appeared non-stop, Shangyuan Bingzu had taken brief moments of rest to evolve one of her main skills, but one that she did not use very often. Charming Eyes, Third Order Active Skill, Level 1. consumes 30 mana points to activate. Its power now depends on the magic power and the magic stat of the user, so the higher the magic power and the higher the magic stat of the user, the more powerful the daze will be and the longer it will last on beings whose general power is lower. You now have a certain chance of enchanting beings one order above you. The skill has a cooldown of 1 hour. Second activation. Sacred Word. Consumes 5 mana points to activate and 1 mana point per second to maintain the activation. Imbues all your magic in your gaze and transforms your eyes into magical objects capable of enhancing the effect of your words to a great extent, depending on the difference in soul power and purity of the same. Shangyuan Bingzhu had consumed more than 10 second-order soul stones and many more first-order soul stones, while she was still in Oblong World to evolve her skill a whole order. Of course, she did not evolve her skill all at once, and did it little by little as she obtained the necessary soul stones and fulfilled the various requirements the skill imposed to her. However, it was worth it as even the second activation called Sacred Word was coming in handy now. A faint smile similar to that of a clever little fox appeared on her face unnoticed, and as she glanced over her shoulder slyly, she noticed that Kang Lan and Bai Zemin were busy with their things. Then she went on to narrate the match with the Usra Emperor, and the most powerful being she had ever seen in her entire life. /////. As Shangyuan Bingzhu gave her speech, Bai Zemin did not know what to say about it. Although she was far from lying, Bai Zemin could not help but feel that she was exaggerating things a bit. Of course, Bai Zemin did not know that Shangyuan Bingzhu was being honest and was simply describing how she felt at that moment. To her, what he managed to do in Oblong World were feats that everyone on Earth should know about, since Shangyuan Bingzhu saw it as unfair that, while everyone was sleeping comfortably or gazing at him, waiting for the chance to usurp everything he had, he was dying fighting for the sake of this world. Suddenly I feel like I'm a hero without a cape. Well, my cape was taken from me by her, so. Bai Zemin muttered under his breath as he looked at Shangyuan Bingzhu. He shook his head and looked at his severed arm in pain. Honestly, he lied earlier. Bai Zemin wasn't so sure he could reconnect his arm. He tried to put it back together using blood manipulation, but there was no way to succeed as the severed and destroyed tissues could not be reattached so quickly, and unfortunately, Bai Zemin was aware that it was only a matter of time before his left arm started to rot. His concern was so high that Bai Zemin could not even worry about the golden spear at this point, and instead, he decided to take several soul stones to evolve a skill that he believed would help him recover without having to lose the potion. After all, while consuming valuable high-ranked soul stones would cause the heart of Bai Zemin to ache, the evolved skill would forever be with him, helping him day by day. But Bai Zemin had no way of obtaining another potion right away, so in his eyes, the red potion was of greater value even than the fourth-order soul stone that he reclaimed when Jack died after being impaled by the spear. However, just then, something Bai Zemin did not expect happened. Congratulations! Intelligent existences under your rule are now over 10,000, and they all see you as a worthy and respectable leader to follow. Keep it up. Your subclass lower leader has evolved to the next stage. Lord, increase your overall power by 3%, and by 0.1% for every 2,000 inhabitants under your rule, up to a maximum of 200%. The number of loyal followers you can appoint is now increased to 5, and those who become your loyal follower will never be able to betray you. In addition, each of your loyal followers will have access to 10% of your total strength in life and death situations, and will have access to 2% of your strength without affecting you when they go into combat mode. You have received a hidden reward for being the first human on planet Earth to manage to build a strong faction from the ground up with your own hands, and without relying on pre-evolution means. All for one. All for one third-order unique skill, level 5. Transfer 100% of your power to one of your loyal followers for 24 hours or vice versa. The skill has a cooldown of 2 months. This skill cannot be evolved by normal means. Possible evolution requirements are unknown. Bai Zemin's movement stalled as disbelief flashed in his dazed gaze. What? For a moment, Bai Zemin's brain failed to process the situation before he recalled what was happening. Indeed, when Bai Zemin checked, he realized that he had suddenly fulfilled the requirements for his lower leader subclass to advance to the next stage. But how had this happened? Bai Zemin was of course happy, but he was also confused. His faction in the north would need at least 3 or 4 more days, maybe even longer, for the number of survivors under his standard to exceed 10,000 and more time for all of them, or at least the necessary number, to see him as a leader worth to follow. On the other hand, even though Bai Zemin would meet the requirement now that he had taken over Baekwin camp, he still needed more time for the survivors and the troops to see him as a real leader to follow, and not someone they would follow just because they had no choice but to do so. All in all, Bai Zemin had estimated that he might need another week or even half a month to get his subclass to evolve. Therefore, he was confused about this sudden breakthrough. Was it her? Bai Zemin looked at Shangyuan Bingzu in surprise. However, his surprise turned to shock when he saw the fervent gazes that the soldiers and soul evolvers who belonged to Baekwin camp and who had surrendered with no choice a few hours ago. It was as if they were looking at the God of salvation, who had descended to expel the darkness and evil from their lives, instead of looking at a human being. Whatever Shangyuan Bingzu had done, Bai Zemin had no words to thank her enough. After all, he seriously doubted that just a few words would be enough to affect the mentality of so many people so suddenly. Now, with his subclass having advanced, Bai Zemin could feel his overall power shooting up slightly, and the wounds that plagued his body began to heal faster than before. Furthermore, Bai Zemin was very thankful that now the 100% limit had been extended to double what it was before, and even the number of loyal followers he could recruit now exceeded twice as many as he currently had. More surprising was the fact that his loyal followers could not only use 10% of his total strength in life and death situations, as opposed to the previous 5%, but now they also received 2% of Bai Zemin's overall strength just for going into combat mode. One had to know that 2% of each and every one of Bai Zemin's trackable and untraceable stats represented a slight boost of power that could not be ignored in a deadly battle between two equal beings. After all, Bai Zemin was not a first-order existence that could be casually judged. However, what left Bai Zemin most speechless was the hidden reward. He had just received another unique skill without even expecting it. Yes, again. /////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////// one more chapter today, but it will be later. Again, thanks for the super gifts, everyone. Really thank you very much to all those who send gifts to the novel and support with valuable golden tickets. I hope we can all keep it up. 3. Chapter 503. Do you wish to continue the evolution process? The skill All for One was undoubtedly a skill worthy of the word unique. Although Bai Zemin did not know exactly what the most noticeable differences between normal skills and unique skills were, the two unique skills that Bai Zemin had received so far were undoubtedly tremendously powerful. For example, the skill Blood Berserker's Wrath that Bai Zemin managed to unlock during the war against the Goblin race, when the leader of the Goblin race located in northern China, was a skill that in Bai Zemin's eyes could simply be described as a godly skill. After all, depending on the level of wrath awakened, even a normal human could receive more than enough power to fight against a third-order existence that had spent tens of years and even centuries to acquire such power or even more. That was how powerful the unique skills were, and the newly acquired All for One was definitely not far behind despite the clear difference it had with Blood Berserker's Wrath. Although Bai Zemin had yet to test the skill All for One, it was clear that it was a skill that should not be used unless there was really no choice but to use it. Because unlike the first few levels of the skill Blood Berserker's Wrath, and leaving aside the last two more dangerous levels, the skill All for One was undoubtedly a lot more dangerous than the skill Blood Berserker's Wrath. For example, if Bai Zemin was badly injured or, for unknown reasons, could not fight with his 100%, he could entrust his full strength to one of his loyal followers without worrying about being betrayed, and that chosen loyal follower would be able to use not only his or her strength, but would also be able to use Bai Zemin's full strength to protect him from danger for a full 24 hours. In return, however, Bai Zemin or the loyal follower who transfers his or her strength would automatically become harmless lambs. Even if Bai Zemin didn't need to worry about a possible betrayal by any of his loyal followers, becoming defenseless and falling to a mere normal human for a full day was definitely not something he wanted to experience unless he really had no choice but to do so. Besides, there were many things that still needed to be checked regarding the skill All for One. For example, Bai Zemin didn't know if by full strength it meant only the soul power, or if his skills would also be transferred to the loyal follower, or if the Lear follower's skills would be transferred to him. In case Bai Zemin wanted to transfer his power to a loyal follower, and in case the skills would not be transferred, then unless that loyal follower was tremendously experienced in combat or had a skill similar to the skill Special Forces soldier that Bai Zemin possessed, the loyal follower's true battle power would still be less than the battle power that Bai Zemin would be able to show despite having the same overall power level due to the clear difference in combat experience. An appreciated skill that needs to be studied, Bai Zemin concluded with a murmur that only he could hear. Just then, Shang Yuan Bingzu looked at him over her shoulder, and Bai Zemin couldn't help but smile at her and nod slightly. She tilted her head in an extremely cute way while looking at him with confusion, but Bai Zemin just chuckled and gently shook his head without saying anything about it. He was really grateful for whatever Shang Yuan Bingzu had done. After all, not only had Bai Zemin's overall power increased a bit, but he had received another powerful trump card that could save his life at crucial moments. If Bai Zemin did have the skill all for one before invading the Oblong world, then he wouldn't need to suffer as much as he had suffered. Pushing what had just happened to the back of his mind and preparing to ask Shang Yuan Bingzu later about it, Bai Zemin closed his eyes and focused for several seconds until he finally reached the part of his soul where the records of two skills were located. One of these skills was superhuman health, and the other skill was regeneration. Superhuman health was a passive skill that directly affected Bai Zemin's health stat, and thus his body's recovery rate as well as his immunity to countless normal or deadly diseases. Moreover, after evolving to the maximum level of the First Order, the skill Superhuman Health passively increased the effect of healing skills on Bai Zemin by a large 20%. On the other hand, the skill Regeneration was an active skill, but of the same level and order as Superhuman Health. So far, Bai Zemin had never been forced into a situation where he needed to activate Regeneration even once. After all, the number of beings capable of blocking magical attacks he had faced so far were only two, and neither of them lasted long enough to deplete Bai Zemin's stamina before they perished. Therefore, until today, the skill Regeneration had been without a doubt the most useless skill in Bai Zemin's arsenal. Although right now Bai Zemin had a few tens of second-order soul stones at his disposal, counting the ones he had brought and the ones Shang Yuan Bingzu had managed to gather, such high-ranked soul stones were treasures that needed to be carefully invested. Therefore, Bai Zemin needed to think very carefully about which skill he would evolve next. After careful thought, and even though logic said that the safest evolution was undoubtedly superhuman health, Bai Zemin, who hated to follow definite paths, decided to take the risk again. But hey, hadn't he been taking risks since day one when it all started? It was precisely because Bai Zemin had been brave enough to dare to walk blindfolded, and because he had risked so much that he had managed to get to where he was now, a being that even a third-order existence had to respect. After all, safe paths would surely be able to lead Bai Zemin to the road of greatness, yet he aspired not only to greatness, but to total and absolute domination. Therefore, he had to walk paths that were brimming with danger and risk. Only by risking enough could one obtain great rewards. Play big or go home. Regeneration, First-Order active skill, Level 5 evolution requirements. All stats plus 200 natural points, complete. First-Order Soul Stone, 7-7. Second-Order Soul Stone, 2-2. You wish to continue the evolution process. Starting strong from the beginning, Bai Zemin sighed softly. Although he had expected something like this, the reality was as cruel as ever. Plus 200 natural stat points in each of the 6 trackable stats was insane without a doubt. After all, a powerful existence at the peak of the First Order would hover around that amount of stat points, but possibly in a single stat or maybe 2. As for the 6, probably only a second-order creature would be able to afford such luxuries. Simply put, were it not for the fact that Bai Zemin was Bai Zemin, possibly only Shang Yuan Bingzu and his entire faction would be able to barely evolve the skill Regeneration to the next stage, while still a first-order being. Not to mention the big number of soul stones of considerable rank that would be needed. After all, if not for the fact that Bai Zemin and Shang Yuan Bingzu were monsters among monsters, it was unlikely that another existence would be able to gather so many high-rank soul stones at their scale of power. Even someone like Evangeline, who was tremendously powerful, was barely able to fight against around 5 first-order beasts at the same time at present, and to date, she had never obtained a second-order soul stone by herself. Therefore, even though the requirements seemed to be simple, this was only so because Bai Zemin was Bai Zemin, but in reality, it was far from a simple thing to achieve. Regardless, Since Bai Zemin had made his decision, he would not back down no matter what. Therefore, he agreed to continue with the evolution, and soon the skill regeneration began to grow to new heights. Regeneration, second order active skill level 1, regenerates 2 stamina points for every 1 mana point consumed. No cooldown time. Although it had been a simple evolution, the improvement was undoubtedly remarkable. Going from consuming 2 mana points to regenerate 1 stamina point to the opposite was undoubtedly a great growth. However, Bai Zemin was far from happy. In his eyes, the skill was still far from being worthy of such high evolutionary requirements, and asking for so many first-order soul stones and even 2 second-order soul stones for this crap was no different from daylight robbery. Bai Zemin gritted his teeth and continued evolving the skill anyway. There was no way he would back down now. Regeneration, second order, level 1, regeneration, second order, level 2. All stats plus 220 natural points, complete. First order soul stone, 5-5. Second order soul stone, 1-1. You wish to continue the evolution process? Yes. Regeneration, second order, level 2, regeneration, second order, level 3. All stats plus 240 natural points, complete. First order soul stone, 7-7. Second order soul stone, 1-1. You wish to continue the evolution process? Yes. Regeneration, second order, level 3, regeneration, second order, level 4. All stats plus 260 natural points, complete. First order soul stone, 10-10. Second order soul stone, 1-1. You wish to continue the evolution process? Yes. Regeneration, second order active skill level 5, regenerates 10 stamina points for every 1 mana point consumed. No cooldown time. 10 stamina points in exchange for only 1 mana point. Undoubtedly, it was a more than worthy exchange. However, far from being happy, the face of Bai Zemin was as pale as a sheet, not having noticed the changes he expected in the skill. When Bai Zemin decided to take up one of the 5 free slots he had to learn active skills with the skill regeneration, it was because something inside him told him that he would not regret it. However, the regret threatened to grow at any moment. Bai Zemin had consumed 6 second-order soul stones and 34 first-order soul stones to bring the skill regeneration from first-order level 5 to second-order level 5. Such consumption was simply monstrous and was far from something that many in a world that was just beginning to evolve could afford. Even beings that inhabited worlds in their second evolutionary stage would probably bleed from expending so many second-order and first-order soul stones just like that. Although the evolution had not been bad, the skill regeneration was far from turning into what Bai Zemin expected it to become. Furthermore, he had already consumed about 1/6 of all the second-order soul stones that the Transcendent faction currently had. Under such disappointment, it would be impossible for Bai Zemin not to feel hesitation, and the feeling of wanting to back out threatened to rise in his heart. However, just as this was happening, Bai Zemin felt something very strange inside him calling out to him and urging him to keep going. Bai Zemin did not know what this strange feeling was, but it was something that had been with him for as long as he could remember. His parents often teased him, saying that it was his little gift when, even without studying, he got good grades in school thanks to the multi-choice section. Hesitantly, Bai Zemin checked the requirements needed to evolve the skill regeneration to the next order. Regeneration, second order active skill level 5 evolution requirements. All stats plus 600 natural points, complete. First order soul stone, 30-30. Second order soul stone, 5-5. Third order soul stone, 1-1. You wish to continue the evolution process? /////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////// gifts to the novel and support with valuable golden tickets. I hope we can all keep it up. 3. Chapter 504, Lilith's plans about to break down. The requirements to evolve the skill regeneration from the maximum level of the second order to the initial level of the third order were so monstrous that the face of Bai Zemin turned pale. The number of first-order soul stones was too high to evolve a single skill, while the number of second-order soul stones was terrifying enough to scare anyone away. Even leaving aside the fact of needing several hundred natural stat points in each of the 6 trackable stats, the requirement of soul stones was enough for the skill regeneration to stay at that same level it was currently at for several tens of years. However, the time needed for evolution, as well as its difficulty, had skyrocketed to colossal heights with the latest requirement: a third-order soul stone. To obtain a third-order soul stone, one needed to possess the strength to engage and kill third-order existences. What did this mean? It meant that even those worlds as powerful as the Oblong world did not have enough powerhouses to casually kill third-order beings to obtain soul stones of such a high rank. In the entire Oblong world, which was ruled by 3 fourth-order powerhouses, 3 of which 2 of them briefly fought against Bai Zemin, there were barely a couple of third-order beings, and considering that the higher the order of an existence the harder it was to find a soul stone in their heads, the difficulty of evolving regeneration to the third order could be imagined. In fact, were it not for the fact that Bai Zemin was a monster that could not be judged by common sense, he could simply forget about evolving the skill regeneration for at least a few dozen years, and even a few centuries would not be unusual. It was clear that the skill regeneration of the third order was not a skill that a first-order existence should possess. As for why this was so, it was naturally due to the exaggeratedly high requirements. What other first-order existence besides Bai Zemin was really capable of completing such stupidly high requirements? Bai Zemin honestly doubted that, within the soul record's embrace, there was another being capable of doing something like this. This was not because he was arrogant, but precisely because even someone like him, who had all his stats infinitely close to 4 digits, and whose power allowed him to face beings 2 stages above, feared before the records that the skill regeneration needed to acquire to evolve further. Bai Zemin stared at the green window glowing in his retina, and his eyes were filled with hesitation. After all, he only had a single third-order soul stone, the only one in the entire faction. What if the skill regeneration continued to evolve on a path that would not head in the direction Bai Zemin hoped to walk? Wouldn't this mean that he would be wasting large numbers of valuable soul stones, among which was even a third-order one? As the leader of a growing faction, Bai Zemin knew that it was not right for him to take such a great risk. After all, the power contained in a third-order soul stone was enough for Bai Zemin to build a goblin magic cannon, as long as he could find some more materials. What did a goblin magic cannon represent? Basically, it meant that a well-stationed base would be protected even during the second evolutionary stage of planet Earth. It represented firepower and defense that only a horde of extremely strong enemies would be able to break through, but normal armies could put aside any fantasy of breaking through. However, Bai Zemin was not just a faction leader. At the end of the day, and first of all, Bai Zemin was a warrior and mage who needed to become more powerful as soon as possible. Therefore, despite all the hesitation and against what any other logical being would do, Bai Zemin approached Shangyuan Bingzu and whispered something in her ear under the eyes of everyone present. Shangyuan Bingzu looked at him in confusion, but did not ask too many questions, and simply handed him the third-order soul stone that she even now held tightly in one of her hands as if she feared someone would steal it from her. Bai Zemin walked away without a word as he fiddled with the small glowing fire-red rock. He seemed to be in a sort of trance as he gathered the soul stones that would soon be consumed into a small pile, and then, with lingering fear, he tossed the third-order soul stone into the air, starting the evolution process of the skill regeneration. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. A green message flashed in Bai Zemin's retina as he confirmed that he wished to continue the process of evolving the skill. Moments later, the third-order soul stone hovered 3 or 4 meters above the ground, while the first-order and second-order soul stones flew to form a circle around the most important soul stone of all. That's. Shangyuan Bingzu watched in disbelief at the unmistakable process in which a skill grew to new heights. All the soul evolvers present had experienced something similar at least once to evolve one of their skills, whether it was a level or an order. However, this time it was different. The bright light spread out powerfully, with the third-order soul stone as the center, and an instant later, all the soul stones began to glow brightly enough to simulate a small artificial sun that forced many nearby soldiers to look away for fear of being blinded. The power released from the small glowing sun sent shivers down the spines of almost everyone present, and even someone as powerful as Shangyuan Bingzu felt incredulous. Bai Zemin, what kind of skill? Shangyuan Bingzu walked next to him and seemed to want to ask what kind of skill he was evolving as to need a third-order soul stone, as she kept her gaze fixed on the sky. However, when she looked at his face and noticed his pale profile, she subconsciously stopped and watched him carefully. The face of Bai Zemin was terribly pale. His naked torso and his face were drenched with sweat, and his right fist was clenched so tightly that his knuckles turned white from lack of proper blood circulation. Shangyuan Bingzu did not need to question anything as she felt the trembling in his ever-firm gaze to realize that even Bai Zemin did not know what would come out of all this. Simply put, Bai Zemin was once again risking everything on a single roll of the dice. Even the face of Shangyuan Bingzu turned slightly pale as she realized this fact. After all, what Bai Zemin was consuming here were huge sums of soul stones, and they were not unclassified soul stones. They were valuable soul stones that, in a sense, represented the future foundation of the entire faction. Now all she could do was to pray, because if Bai Zemin was so nervous then, it meant that even he was not confident of getting anything good out of all this. So if Bai Zemin's bet turned out to be correct, all would be well since as the leader and main source of power the entire transcendent faction would benefit. However, if his bet ended up failing, then the losses would really be a bit unbearable. ////. Oblan World. After asking as many questions as they thought possible, the factions of higher existences fell silent. Each leader seemed to be deep in their own thoughts as to what to do next. However, the thoughts of all were mainly focused on the spear that Sirius had thrown. Recently, Emperor Thanath had told them that the Emperor of the Ghost race had charged toward the portal to stop Bai Zemin in an attempt to halt the spread of the blue flames. Therefore, the fact that Jack had not returned, and that Bai Zemin had been seen by Lucifer being pulled to the other side of the portal, had made it more than clear who had emerged victorious from that battle. While Thanath was incredulous and could in no way accept that a fatally wounded First-Order existence could have taken the life of someone like Jack, who possessed power no less than his own, the higher existences understood more clearly what had happened. It was clear that Sirius' spear had killed that Fourth-Order existence. However, the question that everyone was asking but no one could answer was the following. Why didn't that First-Order lower existence die after being impaled by Sirius' spear, but the other Fourth-Order lower existence did? Devouring question. Although his beastly mouth did not move, his words reached everyone present clearly. Fire Sorrow looked at Lucifer with questioning eyes. She seemed to be more and more certain that this person called Bai Zemin might be the reincarnation of the heavenly wolf who was once feared and respected by myriads of races. Lucifer gave her a sidelong glance and shook his head as he sighed to himself. Unlike Fire Sorrow, he understood some things much better and could also keep his mind clear by letting aside the emotions that clouded reasoning. Just then, an angel with 3 pairs of wings stepped forward and descended from the sky. 3 pairs of wings, an archangel. A being of the 7th Order. This was a handsome man wearing a white robe with gold embroidery. His black hair was tied in a delicate bun, and a crown of silver leaves decorated his head. His beauty, far from being of the masculine style, could make him look like a woman were it not for certain aspects such as the firmness of his jaw. The eyes of Medes and the other members of the army of heaven lit up slightly at the sight of this archangel stepping forward. On the other hand, Lucifer, Lucia, Fire Sorrow, and a few members of the demonic army narrowed their eyes at the sight of him. The name of this archangel was Gabriel. Gabriel was probably the weakest 7th Order existence in the universe in terms of mere power, so much so that some of the most powerful 6th Order higher existences were capable of matching him. However, none would dare to underestimate him, and those who had done so had already perished. Gabriel was known in heaven as the most intelligent and brilliant existence in the universe. His planning was near perfect in most cases. His intelligence seemed to have transcended a new level, and his ever-calm mind helped him utilize each of his skills so optimally that even the most powerful had to take their hats off before him. "Little friend, how are you?" Gabriel smiled softly as he looked at Thanath. His voice was as soft as the spring breeze, which unconsciously ended up helping Emperor Thanath relax a bit. Of course, this was also part of Gabriel's magic. Gabriel looked at Fire Sorrow with a smile, and his eyes flashed strangely before he looked back at Thanath and said slowly, "It seems that one of us here has some wild thoughts that should die to avoid suffering in the long run. How about you help us?" The Archangel Gabriel sounded like a truly holy and pious being who could not wait to help the lost lambs. However, those who knew him well enough were aware that the only thing pure about Gabriel was probably his perfectly white wings, as his mind was as scheming as anyone's. Thanath looked confused but still said dutifully, "Even though I don't know how, this young one will help in any way possible." "That's good. Gabriel nodded and his eyes curved slightly, giving him an extremely angelic appearance. He looked at Fire Sorrow and said word by word, "You just have to answer one more question, that's all. Earlier, and if I remember correctly, you said that this world was linked to another world, didn't you?" "Why, yes." Thanath nodded hesitantly before saying carefully, "This. Can the Lord Angel explain a little more? This young man is hopeless and doesn't understand." "Ha ha ha," Gabriel chuckled softly before calmly saying, "Well, it's okay, little friend. For now, let's just start with whether or not you know the name of that world." Lilith stood in a corner among the members of the demonic army as she observed everything indifferently. In fact, she wasn't worried at all despite having heard Gabriel's seemingly key question. After all, what if they knew the name of the planet? Lilith doubted that, with the name of a world, anyone could do anything about it. However, soon Lilith would realize that not only she was tremendously wrong, but that all her plans would be one step away from complete collapse. Backslash 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 backslash. Really, thank you very much to all those who send gifts to the novel and support with valuable golden tickets. I hope we can all keep it up. 3. Chapter 505, title spoiler at the end of the name of the world to which Oblong World was connected. The emperor of the Usra race was taken by surprise at the Archangel's question. After all, the Cosmos Gate only served to stabilize a passage in the middle of the chaotic void to allow Oblong World to invade other worlds or vice versa. Of course, the vice versa case had never happened until today, since the Cosmos Gate was created with high-rank runes that ensured Oblong World would always connect to less evolved worlds. As for the name of other worlds, even now the Emperor of the Usra race did not know them. Gabriel frowned slightly, but even then the smile on his face stayed unchanged as he said quietly, "Could it be that you don't know?" At this point, even though Gabriel was smiling, all those who knew this archangel knew that it was not for nothing that he had received the title Bloodthirsty Strategist. If there was one thing Gabriel hated and detested, it was when his plans didn't go the way he expected them to. Therefore, he would usually destroy completely anything that would prejudice his ideas in any way. Even slaughtering others just because he couldn't get what he expected from them was nothing strange. Thanath slowly began to sweat as he realized that even though the smile on the face of the Archangel steps ahead had not changed, somehow the Usra Emperor felt that depending on his next words his life might be in danger of ruin. Lucifer frowned and said in disgust, "Six-winged pigeon, did you not hear what I said before? If you dare to touch this lower existence or this world, I will sweep the ground with your face to see if you can still continue smiling like that." Lucifer had promised that he and his demonic army would see to it that no one caused trouble in Oblong World or hurt its residents if Emperor Thanath was honest and answered the questions they asked. Therefore, he would keep his word no matter what. Wouldn't he, one of the most powerful beings in the universe, become a joke if word spread that the great Lucifer was nothing but a liar? Although Lucifer never cared what others might think about him, being called a liar was something he always hated. Moreover, he hated all those who did not keep their word. "Oya?" Gabriel pretended to be surprised as he looked at Lucifer and said in a clear voice, "Lord of the demonic army, are you trying to besmirch my good name? Our army of heaven has a better reputation than your demonic army even among the lower worlds, you know. So maybe it would be better if you would be more concerned about taming your pets instead of trying to take care of other people's pets, don't you think?" It was true that the army of heaven had a very good reputation, a lot higher than the demonic armies. Medes was known to be a caring being who had even prevented the annihilation of several races by indirectly, and without breaking the rules of the soul record, supporting the natural residents of some worlds. On the other hand, Lucifer was a lazy leader, and as a consequence of the excessive freedom that the members of the demonic army had, the number of living beings that had died were so many that, with the passage of time, the reputation of this faction was dyed black as well as the wings they had behind their backs. Ignoring Lucifer's frown, Gabriel looked at Fire Sorrow and said with a smile, "Besides, Lord of the demonic army, this little lamb is only trying to help correct the wayward thoughts of one of the members of your faction." Then, Gabriel looked at Lucifer back and smiled slightly as he said in a calm manner, "Won't that be of great help to you as well? You need not worry, Lord Demon. I won't do anything bad." Lucifer sighed as if he was tired of life in general. He ignored the hypocrite named Gabriel and looked at Medes lazily as he slowly said, "Hey, old man, you better put your dogs on a leash or they might eat something that is poisonous and will end their doggish lives sooner than expected." Meads frowned slightly and said in a clear voice, "Gabriel, that's enough." The smile on Gabriel's face did not change at all as he bowed to Meads and withdrew the slight murderous intent that had begun to be born unnoticed in his gaze. Murderous intent that was naturally aimed at the emperor of the Usra race. After all, the demonic army was currently far more powerful than the army of heaven. Of course, considering the strong foundation of the army of heaven, if the demonic army or any other faction wanted to eliminate them, they would definitely see their own foundations shaken to the point where they would naturally disappear with the passage of time. However, Meads did not want to clash against Lucifer now. After all, Lucifer was really powerful. Therefore, it was temporarily better to put up with some things no matter how uncomfortable they made him feel. Everyone in the army of heaven agreed with their lord. Of course, Gabriel was no different. It was just that sometimes it wasn't easy for him to suppress his temper and desire to have everything under control. "Now I remember," Thanath suddenly exclaimed aloud. His eyes shone brightly as he said cheerfully, "Even though the Cosmos Gate has no other function than to open a safe space passage to a world weaker than the Father World, I had a brief conversation with this person named Bai Zemin, and inadvertently or not, but he did reveal the name of his world." "Oh," Gabriel's eyes twinkled like stars lighting up galaxies, and he clapped his hands softly as he pressed with a smile. "Then can you tell us what is the name of this world that this person named Bai Zemin belongs to?" "Yes," Thanath nodded. Then, with an excited smile at being able to answer another question from the powerful higher existences before him, he revealed, "This Bai Zemin said that the world he belongs to is called Earth. Moreover, this world is just a world that is only in its first evolutionary stage end." Thanath continued speaking nonstop as he gave all the information he knew about the world of Bai Zemin. Aside from the name, Thanath could gather a lot of information about the worlds that the Cosmos Gate connected to Oblon World, thanks to the mana that went through the portal to later be absorbed by the glowing object in the sky. However, the Usra Emperor was so excited by the fact that he had gained more credit for his race, and ensured more of his own survival, by avoiding raising the wrath of the powerful beings before him, that he did not notice how the expression of some of the higher existences belonging to the demonic army and the army of heaven changed tremendously. Suddenly, and without anyone having time to react, Fire Sorrow suddenly teleported and appeared in front of Emperor Thanath. The next words of the Emperor of the Usra race got stuck in his throat, when the beautiful face of the woman who had previously healed him of all his wounds was reflected in his pupils at an extremely close distance. Fire Sorrow reached forward with lightning speed and grabbed Thanath's neck. Then, she waved her magic staff, and the Sixth Order Soul Stone that adorned the top of it lit up. "Wait!" Meads was the first to react, and he took a step forward in an attempt to stop her. But by the time he realized what was happening, Fire Sorrow had already disappeared along with the Usra Emperor. Lucifer's eyes were wide in shock as he muttered incoherent words. Even the ever-indifferent Lucia had an expression of shock on her face. Uriel, Michael, Gabriel, and a small handful of other beings had expressions of utter disbelief on their faces. It was as if they had heard the most amazing thing in the cosmos, even though they were just words spoken by a lower existence that they would usually simply ignore and not even bother to know. Lilith blinked in surprise, but when she noticed the spatial movement, she quickly judged the possible trajectory in which Fire Sorrow was moving, and the murderous intent grew in her eyes. She drew her sword and slashed the void in front of her. A crack barely big enough to allow Lilith to pass through opened immediately, and after she stepped forward and disappeared into the pitch blackness on the other side, the crack closed again. Lucifer quickly turned around and opened a huge magical portal before dashing inside without waiting for anyone. "Move," Lucia commanded in a trembling voice before following Lucifer and disappearing. Under the strong impulse of beings like Valiant, Crow, and Hellscar, all the members of the demonic army present rushed into the magical portal opened by Lucifer and disappeared in a matter of seconds. Swoosh! The portal of the demonic army had barely closed when Uriel created a huge golden magical circle that enveloped all the higher existences of the army of heaven. Seconds later, the army of heaven disappeared in its entirety as well. The other faction leaders exchanged blank looks before Salazar laughed emotively as he roared. "This looks like fun, let me join in too." Then he waved his hand, and the huge spaceships appeared. Nikolai, Eternal Phoenix, and Star Devourer naturally did not lag behind and used their means to move through space alongside their respective factions. However, when these four leaders tried to follow the spatial traces left behind by Lucifer and Uriel's magic, the expressions of all of them changed, and their faces turned a bit ugly as they noticed that the perception of each of them had been blocked by some sort of high-ranking magic or treasure. "Those two bastards," Star Devourer roared angrily. His aura naturally began to slowly affect the world as he said in fiery anger, "They really don't want to let us go to hide something important. Damn you, Medes, Lucifer." Eternal Phoenix, Nicolay, and Salazar were not happy about this fact either. However, there was nothing they could do about it. Seeing Star Devourer angry, the three of them exchanged glances, and a glint of cunning shone in each of their eyes. Without a word, they simply took their faction members and disappeared using different methods of teleportation or space travel. Star Devourer, in his state of rage, wanted nothing more than to destroy everything. However, what little trace of rationality he had left made him realize that if he destroyed this world, his faction and the demonic army would actually become mortal enemies, since what he would be doing would be no different than kicking Lucifer's face in. Therefore, even though Star Devourer was not fearful of anything and loved to destroy things, he wisely decided to leave despite his anger. He could probably take it out on some uninhabited worlds or stars. /////. Swoosh. Fire Sorrow didn't take too long to appear around the solar system. She clearly knew where she was going since she used her most powerful teleportation magic, and which she could only use once every half year to get to this place. She flew full speed ahead while carrying Emperor Thanath by the neck. Of course, she had erected a magical barrier around the man as the pressure of the speed at which Fire Sorrow was moving could turn his body into a bloody mist. Not long after Fire Sorrow, a huge dark circle opened up in the void, and the members of the demonic army emerged from within under the guidance of Lucifer and Lucia. Seconds later, the same happened with the army of heaven. However, before all of them, there was someone else waiting just in front of the blue planet. A red-edged spatial rift slowly closed as a beautiful woman emerged from within. This beautiful woman was naturally Lilith. Lilith looked at the bright blue world behind her and sighed to herself. Things were getting more and more out of control. Even she, who was ranked as one of the most brilliant geniuses in the history of the firmament, was limited in what she could do. After all, Lilith was not all-powerful. Suddenly, and as if she felt something, Lilith looked forward with cold eyes. Lilith, Fire Sorrow was surprised. "How did you get here so fast?" "Who knows?" Lilith replied indifferently. She narrowed her eyes dangerously, and the mana in her body began to move slowly as she calmly said, "Fire Sorrow, where are you going?" Fire Sorrow frowned as she realized that not only Lilith was preparing to use powerful magic, but also held her sword with the intention of fighting here and now. However, Fire Sorrow's eyes suddenly lit up and she seemed to understand something as she quickly said, "Don't get it wrong, Lilith. I have no intention of hurting this lower existence to silence it, far from it. Of course, I don't plan to betray the faction either. I'm just looking for a blue planet." Then under Lilith's shocked eyes, Fire Sorrow looked at the surroundings with a frown and whispered, if I'm not mistaken, it should be this way." Lilith's pupils trembled softly as she looked back. The bright blue light reflected off her face, and her crimson eyes reflected the image of the beautiful planet called Earth. Lilith looked ahead, but all she found was Fire Sorrow flying around trying to find something. What was going on here? Lilith asked in her heart, shocked and in commotion. Couldn't Fire Sorrow see the blue planet behind her? Not much later, Lucifer and Medes leading hundreds of thousands of higher existences appeared in the distance. However, even without them coming any closer, Lilith was sure that none of them could see anything but empty space. This was the first time Lilith experienced such a shock since her birth. /////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////// Really thank you very much to all those who send gifts to the novel and support with valuable golden tickets. I hope we can all keep it up. 3. Chapter 506, one of the most powerful skills in existence. Planet Earth, China. Amidst corpses that had varying degrees of destruction and several large pools of blood that were slowly beginning to be absorbed by the Earth, a huge fleet of several thousand armed humans and several hundred soul evolvers were positioned along a large defensive line composed essentially of war tanks and IFVs, as well as several other modified vehicles that resembled metal beasts. Surprisingly, however, despite the fact that there were so many people gathered in a single place, and regardless of how theatrical the bloody scene was. The only sound that could be heard at present apart from the whistling of the wind was the occasional distant roar of some wild beast hidden deep inside one of the many forests relatively closer to Bakwin Camp. The flow of mana that the soul record could not fully control, as well as the remaining soul power within several dozen soul stones, danced a couple of meters above the ground at the same time, as multicolored flashes of light scattered around, creating a simply beautiful sight worthy of a fantasy movie. The contrast between fantasy beauty and horror tetric was so great that, were it not for what was quietly unfolding more and more, everyone might wonder how it was possible for two extreme opposites to coexist in such a way in the same place. Bai Zemin had practically held his breath for so long that he would have easily broken the previous world record right before dying, with his lungs shriveling up like a cartoon. His eyes were fixed intently on the huge ball of light that gleamed like a small artificial sun just above his head, anxiously waiting for the process of evolution of the skill regeneration to end once and for all. Beside him, Shangyuan Bingzu was no less nervous than him at all, as she watched the definitive development of everything, with her beautiful face looking considerably pale. People like Evangeline, Nangong Yi, Nangong Lingxin, Fu Zufeng, Kai Jingyi, and even Kang Lan, who had stopped evolving her skill after noticing the commotion, as well as many other soul evolvers who were part of the small core of Bai Zemin's faction, watched his and Shangyuan Bingzu's strange behavior with eyes full of questioning signs. None of them could understand the reason why the two of them, who were the core of the core, were behaving so strangely. It was as if the wounds on Bai Zemin's body were suddenly no longer so important from a certain point of view, even though they all could see two huge holes running through him from side to side. There were even a few burns that were slowly being healed by the high health stat of him. But in fact, none of them were aware of the great stake that was taking place a short distance ahead, and none of them could ever imagine the huge treasure floating right under their noses that was about to disappear to become something completely unknown. Bang! Suddenly and without warning, the bright light hovering 3 or 4 meters above the ground contracted before bursting and shattering in a manner similar to a crystal glass. However, unlike the crystal, the magic particles that were charged with mana so everyone could see them were quickly absorbed by a kind of small glowing red pearl that slowly began to descend. Bai Zemin's pupils contracted slightly as he watched the small crimson pearl gently flying towards him. What is that? Shangyuan Bingzu was dumbfounded as she carefully observed the small object that, rather than a small pearl, was not very different from a headache pill, except that it had a suspicious color. Wasn't Bai Zemin supposed to be evolving a skill? What was going on then? Why did that little red thing come out as a result of what should have been a process of evolution? Shangyuan Bingzu realized that the skill Bai Zemin wanted to evolve clearly hadn't changed at all yet, or else he wouldn't be as calm as he was. Bai Zemin seemed not to hear Shangyuan Bingzu's question, and as if he was in a trance, he simply extended his hand forward. The small red pearl fell gently into his right palm, and Bai Zemin looked at it confused and nervous at the same time. He could clearly remember how some time ago, inside his workshop located in the north area, and not long after Bai Zemin was forced to fight against the second-order archaic bear, which represented another one of his most difficult and fierce battles to date. Something similar to what was happening just now took place. When Bai Zemin tried to evolve his skill blood manipulation together with Lilith, he also obtained a small pearl that was exactly the same as the one he was holding now. Simply out of curiosity, Bai Zemin tried to see the records recorded in the small pearl. However, not to his surprise, all he saw was a series of, and nothing more. Although Bai Zemin just cannot understand how it was possible for something to exist that was literally born using the soul record's power as its source that the soul record itself could not read. He not only did not have the energy to raise such question, but he knew perfectly well that he would only be wasting his time, since the current him was just an insignificant being who would never get any answers. If he wanted answers, then he first needed to be powerful enough to get them, or at the very least to go in search of them. Bai Zemin took a deep breath and without further ado swallowed the little red thing. After all, this wasn't the first time he had to go through this process for the skill he wanted to evolve to grow. Maybe he was still too weak, or maybe this was how he was supposed to be to begin with, but Bai Zemin felt absolutely nothing strange after swallowing the strange little object. Then a message flashed in his retina, and with anxiety as well as nagging fear, he read it to himself. Regeneration, third order active skill level 1, regenerates 50 stamina points for every 1 mana point consumed. No cooldown time. The face of Bai Zemin turned as pale as if he had seen a ghost in broad daylight in his childhood years. His legs trembled and strength left his body as he realized that apparently his judge was wrong. Even if recovering 50 stamina points in exchange for a single insignificant mana point was more than impressive, as it was basically turning him into an inexhaustible combat beast, Bai Zemin was far from being satisfied, and undoubtedly at this moment, he felt he was suffering a great loss. If Bai Zemin was in more advanced stages of evolution and his faction was more steadfast, then he would undoubtedly be more than happy with this kind of outcome. However, at present, he did not need to consume mana to regenerate stamina. His current combat power should be enough to swiftly wipe out any earthborn enemy. He, Shangyuan Bingzu, quickly moved to support him just as he was about to collapse. She was startled to notice that not only was he tremendously pale with no trace of blood anywhere in his face, but even his body felt as cold as a corpse because he was covered in a cold layer of sweat. Just as everyone became agitated at the sight of Bai Zemin about to collapse, more green letters appeared in his retina as if the soul record was toying with him. Regeneration. Second activation. Overlap regeneration. Except for the stat health, you can take all the points of one of the other 5 stats and add them for as long as you wish up to a maximum of 5 seconds to a different stat. This activation depends on the body instead of the soul, so it consumes large amounts of energy to activate. It consumes 50 stamina points per activation and has no cooldown time. Big Brother Bai, Luo Ning, who had recently awakened after having fainted several hours ago from consuming all of her stamina and most of her mana, as well as having received a great mental shock, rushed forward when she saw Bai Zemin's miserable condition. The eyes of the girl were full of tears, and the sadness in her stare was so deep that even a demon would be moved by seeing her like this. She was not worried about the environment at all, nor did she seem to care that Bai Zemin did not look anything like the usual Bai Zemin, but looked more like a strange monster with all the wounds on his body and an arm of blood. All that Luo Ning's gaze conveyed was concern that came from deep in her heart for the person to whom she owed the most, and to whom she was most grateful in this world. However, no matter how worried the gaze of Shangyuan Bingzu, who was holding him, as if he was the most delicate thing in the world, and regardless of how much Luo Ning sobbed beside him, even if the world collapsed before his eyes, it was highly unlikely that Bai Zemin would react. The state of shock that Bai Zemin was in at this moment was undoubtedly among the greatest and most terrifying he had ever experienced in his 20 years of life. In fact, up to this day, Bai Zemin could not recall ever being as shocked as he was right now. Overlap regeneration, he muttered as his eyes stared vacantly ahead. Overlap regeneration, the second activation of the skill regeneration, was still something completely different from what Bai Zemin was expecting to obtain after evolving regeneration to the third order. What Bai Zemin was expecting was that, at some point, the skill would transform into something that would allow him to consume mana to boost his recovery rate to new heights, or even a second activation that would allow him to recover from fatal wounds once every so often at best. However, what he had gotten in return was simply insane. Nonsense. There was no way to describe it other than with the words batshit insane. Bai Zemin had some really powerful skills in his arsenal. Among them, the skill gravity manipulation was arguably the most dangerous and probably the second most versatile skill he possessed, but at the same time, it was also the weakest of them all as it depended on other skills to show its true power. On the other hand, there was also the extremely destructive skill Crimson Blood Judgment, which after being enhanced by certain skills had even endangered an entire race. There was even the most versatile skill with the most possible uses, blood manipulation. Not only did it serve to wipe out large armies in a matter of minutes, but it also helped to speed up the body's recovery rate and even suppress the enemy's power to a great extent. However, if someone were to appear in front of Bai Zemin right now and ask him which skill he believed was the most terrifying of all, he would have no hesitation in answering. Not gravity manipulation, not blood manipulation, not crimson blood judgment, not even the power of the endless blue lotus flame. Overlap regeneration. This was undoubtedly the skill that currently occupied the highest point in Bai Zemin's heart despite being a mere second activation, and despite being recently obtained. The number of thoughts and the number of ideas that surged in Bai Zemin's heart were so many that he could do nothing but store them all to study them later in a manner similar to a supercomputer. But in fact, Bai Zemin was not wrong. Because the skill overlap regeneration was not only one of his most powerful skills, it was also one of the most terrifying skills that existed in and out of the firmament. And even more terrifying, overlap regeneration was far from being in its final stage. /////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////// valuable golden tickets. I hope we can all keep it up. 3. Chapter 507. Overlap regeneration plus high rank recovery equals hell. There were many things that needed to be tested with the skill overlap regeneration. However, Bai Zemin was clear on what would be the first use he would put it to. "I'm fine," he said, trying to act calm. However, it was clear that the excitement in his voice betrayed Bai Zemin, as Shangyuan Bingzu looked at him doubtfully and couldn't help but ask in a low voice. "Success." Even if she did not explain what she was referring to by success, Bai Zemin naturally understood that what she meant was whether the evolved skill had been worth the price to pay. He looked at her with shining eyes and said in a deep voice, "Right now, even if I meet that ghost emperor for a second time, I'm sure I definitely wouldn't end up in this miserable state I'm in, and would probably be able to give him a good farewell gift even if I couldn't kill him." Shangyuan Bingzu's heart skipped a beat and she looked at Bai Zemin with surprise. Soon, however, all the surprise she felt turned to joy. "That's great," she exclaimed as her blue eyes shone brightly. The excitement on Shangyuan Bingzu's face was as clear as the rays of sunlight slowly fading away to let the darkness descend over the world. Seeing this kind of expression on her usually cold face would naturally have left many dumbfounded if not for all the crazy things that happened in such a short time. In fact, Bai Zemin even went so far as to think that if it weren't for the fact that there were too many people here, Shangyuan Bingzu might have jumped on him to hug him. Or maybe he was too excited about acquiring such a powerful skill, and so now he was even thinking too many nonsense things. Pushing all thoughts to the back of his head and determined to end all this as quickly as possible, Bai Zemin looked at Kang Lan and asked in a deep voice, "Have you finished evolving your skill?" Kang Lan snapped out of her surprise and hurriedly nodded. "Yes. Although I can continue evolving it for another level, I need too many second-order soul stones to proceed. I think at this point, with how high the leader's health stat should be plus my skill, your arm should be able to link back together after a week." "A week?" Bai Zemin repeated Kang Lan's final words with a strange expression on his face. Was his stats health being underestimated, not to mention now that Bai Zemin had received such a monstrous skill? However, Kang Lan thought that he was not satisfied with the result, so she quickly added, "Leader, don't worry. Even if during this time it fails to connect your arm perfectly, it definitely won't rot, so there's no need to think of countermeasures to prevent it from rotting." Shangyuan Bingzu took a step forward and looked at Bai Zemin to give her opinion. "Bai Zemin, even if you can't move your left arm for a couple of days, there's no need to worry," she said with a small knowing smile. "After all, I don't think that on the current Earth there is any enemy capable of handling fighting you for more than a few minutes, even if you only have one arm. By the time a few more days pass and under Kang Lan's care, you will come back stronger than ever." Bai Zemin shook his head and in his heart forced a smile. Although he understood the thoughts of the two women in front of him, it was difficult to explain his own. Therefore, he decided to prove it with actions instead of words. The first thing Bai Zemin did was to ask Kang Lan to whisper in his ear all the records of her newly evolved skill. After all, Bai Zemin had already learned after experiencing in the past that sharing one's soul records with another existence could lead to deep soul wounds, so he did not dare to test whether Kang Lan was able to share records with him. The physical body of Bai Zemin was wounded at high levels, and his soul was too exhausted after everything that had happened today. Even if Bai Zemin was brave, he was not foolish to take the risk of even damaging his soul. One needed to know that stats were primarily etched into the soul of an existence, so if the soul was damaged, the stats would plummet until that damage was recovered. At a time like this, the last thing Bai Zemin wanted was to lose stats. High-rank recovery, second-order active skill level 4, increases the healing power depending on the user's magic stat and the target's health stat, where the higher both stats are the greater the effect will be. Now, you can not only heal light wounds, but even those on the verge of death can be brought back by you depending on the power difference between the target and the user. Increases the power of bone healing x5. The skill can be used 10 times per day and consumes 20 mana points per activation. The difference was clear as day. Compared to the skill recovery, high-rank recovery was undoubtedly superior in every possible aspect. The only bad thing was that Kang Lan did not have 200 mana points yet, so it was impossible for her to activate all 10 times in one shot. However, there was no problem as long as she was allowed to take a short break to recover mana. This way, Kang Lan could use the 10 daily heals without too much headache. Bai Zemin's eyes lit up with joy when he saw that now the healing power also depended on the target's health stat. Previously he had thought that in 2 or 3 days at most he would return to his peak condition. However, with things as they were, he could return to his 100% even today. After all, the skill overlap regeneration did not allow Bai Zemin to take points from his health stat, because if he subtracted the health points to 0, then he would die, and even taking a few points could be disastrous. However, the skill didn't say anything about increasing points using other stats. Kang Lan, when I give you the signal, use all possible healing on me without stopping, Bai Zemin said in a serious voice. Receiving Bai Zemin's intense gaze, Kang Lan was nervous whether sitting or standing. Even she, who had no liking for anyone or much less, was no stranger to Bai Zemin's charm. Of course, this did not mean that she was falling in love with him, and was just a woman appreciating a handsome face, just like men did with beautiful women. All right, she nodded and muttered under her breath. Receiving the healer's confirmation, Bai Zemin looked at his status window just to make sure which stat he would use next. Bai Zemin. Status points 20. Level 50. Race human. Class blood berserker. Subclass lord. Soul contract endless blue lotus flame. Titles: 1 hit to kill, irregular brilliant mind savior of the world, destroyer of destroyers, 1vs millions. Strength 850 plus 55, agility 970 plus 95, health 663 plus 20, stamina 118,541 751 plus 65, magic 759 plus 155. AN. Just in case, but I decided to put between the symbols the amount that Bai Zemin has at the moment since he recently experienced several battles. Skills. Active. Blood Manipulation, 2nd Order Active Skill. Level 3/Crimson Blood Judgment, 3rd Order Active Skill. Level 5/Regeneration, 3rd Order Active Skill. Level 1/Shadow Blink, 1st Order Active Skill. Level 1/Lightning Movement, 2nd Order Active Skill. Level 5/Invisibility, 1st Order Active Skill. Level 1/Gravity Manipulation, 1st Order Active Skill. Level 5/Void Fist, 3rd Order Active Skill. Level 1/All for 1, 3rd Order Unique Skill, Level 5. Passive. Special Forces Soldier, Unranked Passive Skill, Level 5/Stoneheart, 3rd Order Passive Skill. Level 5/Superhuman Health, 1st Order Passive Skill. Level 5/Silver Skin, 2nd Order Passive Skill. Level 1/Mechanic. Unranked Passive Skill, Level 5/Throwing. Unranked Passive Skill, Level 5/God of Wars Will. 3rd Order Passive Skill, Level 5/Blacksmithing. 1st Order Passive Skill, Level 5/Danger Sense. Unranked Passive Skill, Level 5/Enhanced Dexterity. 1st Order Passive Skill. Level 5/Blood Berserker's Wrath. Unique Skill. Bai Zemin had grown a lot, and his status window was proof of that. He could still access to his old records, and after comparing the first time, he saw his status window with the current status window. His growth became much more noticeable. That status window not only reflected his full strength, but also reflected each of the records that Bai Zemin's soul had absorbed after countless battles to make him what he was today. Regardless, Bai Zemin realized that his highest stat was undoubtedly the stamina stat with over 1,200 points in total. Therefore, it was clear which stat he would use to boost his health stat for a couple of seconds. As this would be the first time Bai Zemin would use overlap regeneration, he did not dare to bring his stamina to 0, as he had no idea what would happen, and what Bai Zemin least wanted was to faint out of nowhere or suffer even worse consequences. Therefore, he decided to play it safe for now. Bai Zemin silently activated overlap regeneration, and suddenly, a strange golden light enveloped the outline of his silhouette. As everyone looked at him in surprise, as at this moment he looked like a god despite his beaten condition, Bai Zemin quickly dislodged the blood arm and brought his left arm to the shoulder joint as he hurriedly said, "Kang Lan, now." As Kang Lan extended both hands forward and the magic began to dance around her, Bai Zemin hurriedly borrowed 900 points from his stamina stat and unhesitatingly added them to his health stat all at once. Bai Zemin felt every pore of his body open up at the same time, and the wounds on his body began to heal at speeds that could only be described as monstrous. However, not everything was rosy, as he immediately felt every cell in his body go wild, as if having consumed some kind of magic drug. As if the aforementioned was not enough, the sudden loss of stamina hit him with a wave of exhaustion that almost sent him straight to the ground despite still having over 200 points. The unbearable itch made his face twitch a little, but the worst was yet to come. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. In just a second, Kang Lan had sent 3 white orbs of light with golden flashes toward Bai Zemin, orbs which were absorbed by his body. Bai Zemin's eyes widened in an instant, and a small grunt that would have been a cry of pain if not for him restraining it escaped from his mouth. But this was just the beginning. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. Kang Lan sent another 4 orbs filled with healing magic into Bai Zemin's body in a span of just 2 seconds. Her face turned as pale as a sheet as her steps faltered, and she almost fell to the ground. Kang Lan had just consumed all her mana in one shot, so she immediately became nauseous, as if something important was missing from her organism. However, there was no doubt that the one who was living worse in this place was Bai Zemin. Argh. Regardless of whether there were thousands watching him, this kind of pain was not something a living being could bear. Even for Bai Zemin, who was tenacious and cruel against himself, couldn't help but let out a terrifying scream towards the sky as he rolled on the ground. Backslash, 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 backslash. Really, thank you very much to all those who send gifts to the novel and support with valuable golden tickets. I hope we can all keep it up. 3. Chapter 508, God's Attack and Earth Destroyed. What Bai Zemin was feeling was by far the worst pain he had ever felt in his life. He literally felt as if his muscles were being torn apart over and over again to make room for healthier ones. His broken flesh was growing at speeds visible to the naked eye, and the severed ligaments were stretching to bind together once again in an attempt to regain the lost connection. As if this were not enough, Bai Zemin was itching on a level so great that a million fire ants stinging him at the same time would probably not be able to compare. Even during the first week of the apocalypse, when Bai Zemin fought the First Order blazing beetle, and his lower body was almost turned to ashes by the creature's fire skill, the pain and the discomfort had not reached the level it had reached now. Ironically, all this was happening not because he was being hurt, but quite the opposite. It was because his body was healing too fast. The nerves in Bai Zemin's body were sending the new signals to the brain all at once to keep up with the accelerated pace of healing, so one could only try to imagine how terrifying was the experience he was undergoing. Bai Zemin heard panicked cries all around him, and even saw the worried expressions of several people that he could not identify at the moment, as everything around him was a blur. In fact, he had not even realized that he was screaming and writhing due to the pain that assaulted him. However, even though Bai Zemin's brain was overloaded, he knew very well that he could not afford to lose knowledge now. The 5 seconds passed, but an instant later they restarted again, as Bai Zemin spent 50 stamina points again to add the same 900 points to health. Then he activated blood manipulation, but instead of using the skill to hurt, he used it to support the healing process. Above all, he focused on his left arm. As everyone watched what was happening, Shangyu and Bingzu suddenly realized that Bai Zemin at this point was incredibly weak. He was so weak that in this moment, an unclassified soul evolver could take his life. At the same time, everyone who tried to approach him would be in danger, since at this moment Bai Zemin clearly did not know what he was doing, and if by oversight or coincidence he hit someone, then that person would definitely be sent directly to meet King Yama. To avoid any kind of trouble, Shangyu and Bingzu waved a hand and quickly fashioned several small but visible ice walls around her and Bai Zemin. "No one is allowed to approach," she said in a clear voice that could be heard even in the distance. "Anyone who gets too close will be seen as a traitor trying to kill the leader, so for the own safety of each of you, it would be best to stay where you are." Xiao Ming seemed to wake up after hearing Shangyu and Bingzu's words. He blinked and looked around before loudly shouting, "Everyone, stop being lazy and start guarding the area. The night is about to fall and the beasts might soon come out of their lairs to get some food." Xiao Ming was loyal to Bai Zemin all the way to death, so even though his position was no big deal within the faction, everyone respected him, as he was a fairly senior member, and everyone knew well that he got along especially well with many of the high echelons. Therefore, after hearing Xiao Ming's roar, everyone began to pay more attention to the surroundings, even though they occasionally glanced at the man writhing behind the thin, semi-transparent ice walls. As Bai Zemin writhed in pain, the changes on the outside of his body were noticeable, as the slight golden glow around him was not enough to cover Shangyuan Bingzu's view. The burns on his chest disappeared in an instant without a trace. The 2 holes Jack had left on his torso began to close up with flesh and skin growing rapidly, and even the left arm that had been cut off in its tracks was beginning to show signs of movement. What an impressive healing ability! Shangyuan Bingzu couldn't help but mutter in shock. She looked at Kang Lan as if she was a priceless treasure, and gradually began to understand why on earth Bai Zemin would care and look after this girl so much. From the day Kang Lan joined Bai Zemin, from that destined moment when she obtained the lesser healing skill scroll and revealed her talent for magic after telling Bai Zemin how high her mana and magic were, he had been giving her special care. Defensive treasures always had her as a priority. When it came to forging mage equipment, Bai Zemin clearly focused more on her defense than anyone else's, and even though Kang Lan possessed powerful attack magic, he rarely allowed her to participate in extremely dangerous wars. Being looked at like that by Shangyuan Bingzu, Kang Lan could not help but feel ashamed in her heart. Even though she knew that she was a genius since Bai Zemin had told her so on many occasions, and the fact that her mana stat was so close to 200 points, even though she was only a level 26 existence actually proved it, Kang Lan was 100% sure that Bai Zemin's healing speed was not especially linked to her. Sure, her high-rank recovery skill and Kang Lan's stats especially had possibly done 70% of the work. However, that 30% was by no means insignificant and was being worked on by Bai Zemin's own body. 30% might not seem like much compared to 70%, but if one took into account that Bai Zemin had built up that 30% without any healing skills and only relying on his health stat and partially on his blood manipulation skill, then things were different. Kang Lan was full of admiration toward Bai Zemin in her heart. Even as he writhed on the ground like a worm, his image did not diminish at all, and instead only increased more and more as she watched his body slowly return to its peak. While the 2 women, as well as the rest, struggled with their own emotions, Bai Zemin struggled to stay awake and not lose consciousness. Therefore, he did not notice that something very small that seemed to be sleeping, while hiding in a deep corner of his soul, released a faint crimson radiance with black edges. // Solar system, just above the atmosphere of planet Earth. Fire Sorrow, you, Michael, the mighty fire archangel belonging to the army of heaven, pointed his spear at the talented 7th Order mage as he shouted in anger. Fire Sorrow looked on as both the army of heaven and the demonic army stopped at a distance close enough to distinguish each of their faces. She didn't lose her calm at all, and after a slight glance continued to scan the surroundings with a scowl. Michael was furious when he was ignored. When had he, a 7th Order archangel of the army of heaven and only beneath God, been ignored and humiliated in front of so many eyes? If word got out, wouldn't he become a joke and his reputation go down the drain? You bastard! That's good, Michael. Just as Michael seemed about to explode, a soft but firm voice sounded next to him. Meads activated one of his skills, and from his body as the center, an explosion of silver light spread through all the members of the army of heaven. Everyone's expressions immediately became softer and calmer, and even the burning anger shining in Archangel Michael's eyes gradually receded before disappearing without a trace. I apologize, Lord. Michael bowed slightly to Meads before looking at Fire Sorrow with a disdainful expression as he said, "This young one couldn't help but get angry at seeing the stupidity of certain individuals." Again, despite knowing Michael's words were aimed at her, Fire Sorrow ignored him. She had experienced countless things in her long life to get upset over something as small as being teased by someone else. HMPH, Michael snorted and didn't pursue the matter any further. Time passed as everyone remained silent. Fire Sorrow continued to fly around and even flew out of sight before returning several minutes later with the same confused expression. Occasionally, she seemed to ask questions to the Emperor of the Usra race, who was still being restrained by her, but the frightened man did not seem to be giving her the answers she expected, judging by the look of depletion in her purple eyes. During all this time, Lilith felt several stares on her body. Of course, among these stares were lust, crush, and many other emotions. However, there were 2 gazes that especially bothered Lilith and made her a bit anxious. Her ruby eyes moved around the area until they met Lucia's eyes and Lucifer's intense gaze. She looked indifferent as without moving from her position she calmly asked, Is something wrong? Surprisingly, it was neither Lucia nor Lucifer who responded but Medes, the Lord of Heaven. Young lady, if you don't mind, could you tell us how you traveled faster than anyone else this far? Medes inquired in a soft voice. More than anything, how did you know the place we would be going to? It was understandable that Medes and Lucifer, as well as a few others, knew what Fire Sorrow had in mind along with where she would be teleporting to. However, among those few was not Lilith. It should be impossible for Lilith to know what Fire Sorrow had in mind after hearing what Emperor Thanath said, and it should be even more impossible for her to reach this area of the universe so fast, since those who knew her were aware that she had only been training space magic under the guidance of Fire Sorrow herself for only a month. Therefore, doubts would naturally arise in everyone's hearts. Lilith looked at Lucifer and realized that he had no intention of interfering, even though the one questioning her was the leader of another faction, which meant that Lucifer himself also wanted to know the answers to the questions Medes had raised. However, who was Lilith? She had lived through enough cruelties and experienced enough hell to fear anyone. If she didn't want to answer then, she wouldn't answer even if they killed her right here, and even less now that she knew that, for unknown reasons, Earth was not visible to any of the beings on the scene except herself. Therefore she looked Meade straight in the eyes and said casually, "Who knows?" The scene fell deathly silent, and Lucifer's eyes flashed strangely as he stared at Lilith. Even he had not expected that kind of bold reply. One had to know that Medes was one of the oldest and most powerful existences in the entire universe. Even Lucifer was not confident of defeating him in a 1 versus 1. "Arara," Gabriel muttered as he looked at Lilith with wide eyes as if she had committed some sort of taboo. Medes narrowed his eyes and pointed a finger forward. The mana within his body moved under his command as gently as the spring breeze, and under his powerful impulse of magic, a considerably small magic circle appeared in front of him. There was no warning, and even Lucifer did nothing to prevent it despite knowing what was about to happen. Boom! A huge beam of white light shot out from the small magic circle in Lilith's direction. The feeling of being dead embraced her for an instant before under her shocked and surprised eyes the magic attack passed beyond her, directly flying towards the earth. Backslash 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 backslash. 3 chaps today. Really thank you very much to all those who send gifts to the novel and support with valuable golden tickets. I hope we can all keep it up. 3. Chapter 509, You Can Call Me Lilith. Lilith did not even have time to look back, and her first instinct was naturally to try to protect the blue planet. After all, that was the world where Bai Zemin was based. However, Lilith knew perfectly well that despite being a genius capable of fighting against someone an order above her, she was not Bai Zemin after all. Even fighting against a 7th-order existence was a challenge for Lilith, let alone facing the Lord of Heaven. Regardless of whether it was stats, combat experience, general experience, mana control, control over magic, and speed in casting magic spells, Meade surpassed Lilith in all of these by a considerably large margin. But how could he not surpass her? Lilith was not even 100 years old since she was born, while Meade's was one of the oldest beings in the universe. Lilith felt her heart tighten to the point where it was difficult to breathe. Time seemed to have slowed down for her, and the only thoughts that went through her head were two. Her first thought was naturally her goal. Why she was doing all this to begin with, why she was working and enduring so much. Before she met Bai Zemin, the only reason why she continued to breathe, and the only reason why she decisively stood up, even though her soul was so hurt after experiencing so many bad things throughout her life, was precisely this goal. It might be ironic, but before meeting Bai Zemin, Lilith had planned to complete her life's mission and then seek for the eternal sleep. After all, why would someone who had already lost everything live? However, after she met the lower existence known as Bai Zemin, Lilith's thoughts began to undergo subtle changes. These changes were so gradual and small that she did not notice them until not too long ago. Although Lilith was relatively young when compared to the rest of the higher existences or any 3rd-order being onward, she, as bad as it might sound, was old enough to be the grandmother of someone as young as Bai Zemin. Therefore, she naturally had more experience and knowledge regarding the feeling called love. Lilith did not know whether she was in love with Bai Zemin or not, however. She was fully aware that she now awaited the arrival of a new day with greater enthusiasm compared to the past, where she was not much different from a machine that lived for a single purpose. Unlike in the past, she now had someone to chat with without having to worry about anything, and without having to be bored by lustful glances or confessions based on her charm. She longed for the descent of the moon and the rise of the sun so that the human named Bai Zemin would wake up and she could chat with him more. The last month had been more difficult than Lilith had expected because, as the days went by, she could not wait to return to Earth, more precisely, to return to wherever he was. This naturally meant that at the very least she was beginning to feel strongly attracted to him, and Lilith was fully aware of this fact, or else it would be impossible that a couple of days of training magic would be enough to shake her mentality. At the very least, Lilith was 100% sure that Bai Zemin was a very, very precious friend to her. Soon, however, this would all be gone. In the blink of an eye, Lilith's goal would become an impossibility, as the only existence capable of helping her achieve it would die without even knowing why. At the same time, in the blink of an eye, the reason why Lilith now waited and longed for the descent of the moon and the rise of the sun would disappear forever, leaving her alone again. Lilith did not know the reason why Mead suddenly attacked the Earth. She also did not know why he could see the planet that apparently no one else could. However, it was clear that as a consequence the god of heaven would soon be killed by the soul record. However, so what if Meads died? Was it of any use? At the end of the day, it was all over for her too. Lilith remembered a sentence she once read somewhere. It was a short line from the conversation between an innocent girl and a little white rabbit. How long is forever? Sometimes just a second. That was how that 1 second felt to Lilith, eternal. With her ruby-colored eyes burning with anger like a volcano about to explode, and her heart as dead as a rose whipped by the cold winter storms, Lilith raised her sword and pointed at the sky above her head while looking at everyone present with killing intent. Since she had already lost everything, then there was no need to hold anything back. Not only was Meads going to be properly punished by the soul record, but everyone here was going to pay a price they could never get up from. Once someone's heart died, all that was left was pure indifference. Let the universe tremble for several million years, and let the blood of these proud beings be the price to pay for your life. Lilith prayed inwardly with chilling indifference. Bloody succubus, what are you doing? Lucifer suddenly stepped forward and asked loudly to get her attention. Lilith glanced sideways at him, and although she noticed Lucifer's confused but at the same time slightly tense expression, there was something different that caught her attention even more. She looked in the direction of the army of heaven and then looked up at the sky in search of something. However, there was nothing there. No lightning, not nothing. Lilith didn't know what method Fire Sorrow had used to survive the wrath of the soul record, and in her condition of sadness and anger, she ended up forgetting that, since Fire Sorrow possessed such a method, it wouldn't be at all strange if Meads had his own as well. But it's fine anyway. Lilith smiled beautifully as her eyes glittered with bloodlust as she looked at everyone. Even if the Lord of Heaven doesn't die, he may no longer have heaven to rule over several millennia from now. Suddenly, the smell of blood began to spread in the surroundings. It started out as just a faint smell, but at lightning speed, it grew to the point where that faint smell reached the level of being nauseating. Even the dark outer space began to tinge slightly red, as if real blood was spreading like waves throughout the universe. Firmament fragment, Uriel exclaimed with surprise in her beautiful golden eyes. It was hard for her to believe that the beautiful woman in a black dress belonging to the demonic army had not only managed to ascend to the 6th order when she was less than a century old, but even possessed a firmament fragment. Which firmament fragment is this? Gabriel frowned as he looked at Lilith with slight concern. He really hated everything unknown. The members of the demonic army were also shocked. Just as I expected, Valiant nodded with a serious expression on her face. Bloody succubus Lilith really is the holder of a firmament fragment. Hellscar tried to catch the red blood only to realize that all he was accomplishing was staining his hands redder and redder. What firmament fragment is this? Is it for attack? Is it for defense? Besides, where the hell is that damn smell of blood coming from? Lucifer and the rest naturally did not answer any of Hellscar's questions, as even they had no idea what was going on. However, the leader of the demonic army had a bad premonition about it, so, without losing his composure, he looked towards the army of heaven's lineup and said to Meads in a loud voice, "Hey, old man, why are you suddenly attacking a member of my faction? Apologize to her, or do something about it if you don't want me to attack one of your angels in return. Let me tell you that I haven't slept in several hours, so my accuracy might not be as good to narrowly miss as you just did." Meads scowled at Lucifer, and a flash of anger shone in his eyes. Suddenly, however, he caught something in Lucifer's eyes that made him realize that things were not as simple as they seemed. Although the Lord of Heaven did not understand what was going on, he was a man of sufficient experience to let pride and arrogance get in his way. Therefore, he looked at Lilith and with a slight smile said in a magnetic voice, "Young miss, don't you think that using the power of a firmament fragment just to be the punchline of a joke is too much? I think it will be better for you if you save that fighting eagerness and strength for the war that will be fought in the Crimson Rift in the next few years." A joke, Lilith muttered and just randomly glanced back, expecting to see nothing but rubble. However, Lilith soon realized that, in the midst of fear and grief, she had overlooked something very important. And that was the fact that as powerful as even the most insignificant magic attack launched by Meads was, it should have caused a colossal explosion after hitting something. Lilith's pupils twitched violently as she stared in disbelief at the scene before her. The Earth, which should have been destroyed, was perfectly intact there, amidst the darkness of the universe barely illuminated by starlight. Lilith felt her heart race brutally as she watched as the previously blue planet seemed to be covered by a blanket of crimson light with black lightning all around. She felt that the Earth was just an illusion, like a mirage in the middle of the desert, that after reaching out to touch it would disappear. In the distance, a flash of bright silver light was moving farther and farther away, until shortly after it exploded in the distance, after impacting probably with some asteroid. It was the beam of silver light that Meads had launched earlier. Lilith didn't know what was going on, but she quickly realized one thing. It was clear that the Lord of Heaven, God, had not especially targeted Earth by any means. It had been a mere coincidence since Lilith, the target he was trying to scare, was in the way. She couldn't remember how long it had been or when her emotions had last been stirred like this. She had literally just experienced death and then the revival of her emotions in a matter of seconds. With her heart previously turned to ashes now beating again, Lilith let out a great internal sigh as every nerve in her body relaxed. But she knew that regardless of what was happening and regardless of whatever was going on with the Earth, she could not give strange signals, as she had no confidence in hiding anything from the old jackals watching her closely. Especially Lucifer. Lilith had already realized that the demon lord was beginning to strongly suspect her, so it was best to stay away from him, the more the better. In indifference, Lilith looked at Meads and said coldly, "I hope the Lord of the Army of Heaven won't joke with me again. I only joke with my friends, and in my life I only had 3, of whom only 2 are living. One of them is very far away in many senses of the word. The second will live forever in my heart, and the third is closer than the first but also farther away. You are none of them, so I hope you will refrain with your jokes, since, as you may have noticed, I am not particularly friendly." Meads was dumbfounded. Everyone was dumbfounded as they looked at Lilith in amazement. This succubus of the demonic army was not only tremendously beautiful, but also terrifyingly brave. To think that, with her 6th order strength, she would actually dare to speak to Meads in that arrogant tone not once but twice. Did she really believe that just because she had a firmament fragment, she was unrivaled under the heavens? There were several beings among those present who were firmament fragment holders, and Meads was undoubtedly one of them. "Ha ha ha," Meads chuckled lightly. Even his smile was really attractive, and the sound he made when he smiled was magical. God looked at the succubus and said with a cheerful smile, "This is the first time in a long, long time that someone has spoken to me nonchalantly without fear of my position, and that is really very precious. Young lady, may I know what your name is?" Is this person an idiot? Such a thought was naturally born within Lilith. However, she simply smiled beautifully, knowing that everything would be fine, and her heavenly voice stretched out as she slowly said, "You can call me Lilith. Backslash 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 backslash. Really, thank you very much to all those who send gifts to the novel and support with valuable golden tickets. I hope we can all keep it up." 3. Chapter 510. Annihilation, equivalent to almost 1/7 of humanity and legend grade treasure. Planet Earth, China. After approximately 30 seconds of hellish suffering, the pain that lashed every cell of Bai Zemin's body, and that drove him to the brink of madness on several occasions, receded to a point where it was no longer intolerable. Slowly, Bai Zemin stood up with his body drenched in sweat and covered in blood stains that obviously did not belong to him, but belonged to the battlefield, where hundreds of thousands of Usuras had been slaughtered by him hours ago. He took several deep breaths while Shang Yuan, Bing Zhu, and Kang Lan stared at him closely in amazement. He examined his body carefully, and surprise flashed in his dark eyes. The 2 holes that pierced his body from side to side could no longer be seen anywhere, and the fiery burns left by the flaming spear that Glynera used to fight him in the Oblong world disappeared as if they had never been there in the first place. Bai Zemin looked under his left shoulder, and a sigh of relief automatically fled from his mouth when he felt that connection that had been lost before. "Are you okay?" Shangyuan Bingzu took a step forward and circled around his body several times as she asked softly, "Your arm, how does it feel?" Bai Zemin did not respond, and instead walked toward one of the mountains of corpses, where at least a few tens of thousands of bodies belonging to the Usuras that had invaded Earth. The mountain of bodies was about 7 or 8 meters high, and when Bai Zemin stood next to it, he looked like a toy doll in comparison. Bai Zemin took a deep breath, and strangely or not, he was in no way disgusted by the slightly putrid smell that was slowly beginning to fill the air. The corpses in a battered state, after being exposed to the sun for practically the entire day, were starting to decompose faster than normal. Under the eyes of thousands, Bai Zemin jumped with vigor and rose more than 15 meters in an instant, surpassing the height of the mountain of flesh. Then, he activated gravity manipulation in reverse at its maximum possible to decrease his falling speed tremendously and casually observed the ground beneath him. "Overlap regeneration," Bai Zemin whispered under his breath. Flash. That distinctive golden glow once again surrounded the outline of his silhouette, giving him the appearance of a god who had descended to the mortal world. Bai Zemin silently borrowed 500 points from his agility stat and transferred them momentarily to his strength stat. Then he turned his body in the air so that his head pointed toward the ground and activated gravity manipulation, except that this time, he increased the gravity around him x 15 times. Bang! In mid-fall, his body caused the air to explode several times, and just before colliding with the top of the mountain of corpses, he clenched his left fist hard and punched forward viciously without holding back at all. This was a punch that charged the natural falling speed of a body, multiplied by 15 times, added to almost 1,500 strength points. Boom! The mountain of corpses practically collapsed when Bai Zemin's fist connected with the first body on the top, and a thunderous explosion resounded at the same time as the moon began to rule over the sky. Some soldiers fell to the ground on their butts as the earth rumbled and vibrated, while others let out shrill screams as they were not expecting anything like this at all. Boom, boom! The ground collapsed, forming a crater over 200 meters in diameter, while cracks several tens of meters in length extended on the outside of the crater. The corpses disappeared as if they had never existed, and instead what filled the air was a dense cloud of blood that slowly began to float downward as it was attracted by the gravity of the world. Strangely, however, all of the blood cloud began to gather in a single point bit by bit. Shangyuan Bingzu walked to the border of the crater and looked down at the central part as she said, without knowing whether to laugh or cry, "Was it necessary to do such a thing?" Bai Zemin was standing in the center of the crater with a satisfied expression on his face as he lightly clenched his left fist. No one but him understood the fear he had felt earlier at the thought that he might never be able to regain his lost limb, and only he could understand the thrill of regaining it in the midst of despair. Bai Zemin raised his head slightly and looked Shangyuan Bingzu in the eyes as he said with a faint smile, "Well, I also wasn't sure if my left arm was still working well, so I had to try it." Besides, Bai Zemin paused for a moment and surveyed his surroundings proudly as he said aloud, "Look, didn't I save a lot of work and time?" The corner of Shangyuan Bingzu's mouth twitched a couple of times. Her bright blue eyes scanned the inside of the crater, and in her pupils reflected the gleam of a few thousand small objects with different colors that had been embedded in the earth. All these small objects that glittered with multicolored lights creating a beautiful sight were naturally thousands of soul stones. Bai Zemin's previous punch had crushed the corpses, but if there was something that he could not destroy with mere physical strength, it was the soul stones. Therefore, the pressure of the punch and the air it carried behind it pushed all the soul stones into the crater, causing them all to become embedded in the ground. "I wonder about that." Shangyuan Bingzu sighed and raised an eyebrow as she stared at him. "Now we won't have to send a team to drill heads, but we will have to send a team to dig into the ground to get all this stuff out of here." Bai Zemin shrugged in return and said with a defeated expression, "Don't worry about small details. You can't always achieve the best result, can you?" Shangyuan Bingzu shook her head and smiled toward him as she said in a clear voice, "Congratulations on your quick full recovery." Bai Zemin looked at her and smiled slightly in return. The night passed extremely slowly as there was much much work to do. Therefore, even though Shangyuan Bingzu and Bai Zemin were mentally exhausted after all they had been through in just one day, neither of them could close their eyes all night. The first thing that was done was to gather all the most needy survivors of the Baekwin camp, where Bai Zemin introduced himself as the new top leader of the camp. Then, he offered large quantities of mutant beast meat for these survivors who, although not starving, were beginning to show signs of malnutrition after feeding only on gruel or rice for so long. In this chaotic world where rules were lost, where there was food, there were people willing to work hard to get it. Therefore, Bai Zemin easily gathered several hundred men and women willing to work hard for several hours and sent them all to gather the soul stones that were stuck inside different craters which had been formed by Bai Zemin's blows after transforming the bodies of all the hundreds of thousands of Usuras into a bloody mist. Of course, all that bloody mist was returned to its liquid state and then duly stored in the liquid storage pearl since Bai Zemin needed to recover his blood supply. After all, the blood that he previously stored had completely evaporated when Bai Zemin formed the giant blood trident in the oblong world. Therefore, except for the second-order blood needed to make magic brews, Bai Zemin needed more blood in order to use his blood manipulation skill. Next, Bai Zemin dispersed his trusted men among the human army that formerly belonged to Baekwin camp to guard the 4 gates of the base. After all, nighttime was the best time for the mutant beasts to attack with a surprise attack. While those leaders who had been delegated by Bai Zemin to important positions within the Blood Spear, Legion took their troops with them to occupy the strategic points and the most important areas of the base. Shangyuan Bingzu personally took it upon herself to communicate with the central base 2 days away and reported their total victory. Chen He, along with a few other powerful soul evolvers, immediately left for the north to escort the huge caravan that would move southward as soon as the preparations were completed under the care of Lu Xiao and a few others. Fortunately, the night passed without too much trouble and Bai Zemin was able to settle down easily in what was formerly the mayor's villa. It was 7 a.m. when Bai Zemin finally sat up in his new bed and plopped down on his back. As his outwardly recovered but internally exhausted body bounced up and down on the comfortable mattress, his black eyes gazed at the chandelier hanging from the ceiling with decisivity. Suddenly, a round and bright glow appeared in his line of sight. Just as he was startled, several messages flashed across his retina. Mission Destroyer of Destroyers finished. The current is deemed unable to return to the abandoned world. Calculating success rate. Calculations completed. Completion rate equivalent to 20%. Recording major achievements. Bai Zemin closed his eyes and sighed as he slowly sat up. As expected, even after all that it's only 20% out of 100%. Bai Zemin was not too surprised by this result. After all, Oblong World was too large, and he had barely managed to kill some tens of millions of Usuras either directly or indirectly. Although he had managed to deal a great hit to the Usura race, it was far from enough to shake the roots of this race that had existed for who knows how long. This was not to mention the other races that probably inhabited the abandoned world, such as the ghost race that Ghost Emperor Jack had told Bai Zemin before. Therefore, a 20% termination was even more than what Bai Zemin had expected. If the full power of my last Crimson Blood judgment had been spread correctly, things might be different though. He sighed again before slowly sitting up. More messages flashed across his retina. Major accomplishments explored and recorded. Direct killing of 2 third-order existences. Direct killing of 210 second-order existences. Direct killing of 58,157 first-order existences. Direct killing of 5,834,619 unclassified existences. Indirect killing of 11,682 second-order existences. Indirect killing of 552,518 first-order existences. Indirect killing of 857,267,428 unclassified existences. Sorting by gender and age. The numbers of people who lost their lives either directly by the hands of Bai Zemin himself, or as a result of his devastating attacks began to appear before his eyes with precision. One by one, the soul record left out none of them. All of these soul records were forcibly etched into Bai Zemin's soul as if this seemingly supreme being was unwilling and not in the mood to let him forget. Bai Zemin sat on the edge of the bed and looked down at his hands. His steady, Cold, dark eyes blinked as multiple complex emotions flashed in his gaze, fixed on a single point. His hands were white, so white that there was not even a speck of dirt on them. However, in Bai Zemin's eyes, his hands were far from white. There was nothing there, and he knew that what his eyes saw was just a mere illusion created by himself. But to him, his hands were as red as a demon's, where there was nothing but filth. Almost 1 billion lives, Bai Zemin whispered and let himself collapse again. As he looked at the glowing ring that slowly gave shape to the treasure that the soul record would give him as a reward, he muttered in a flat voice, "In just one day, I took the lives of almost 1 billion living beings. If this were the Earth, then about 1/7 of humanity would be annihilated in just the span of a few hours. Children, women, old people, all of them, even newborns." These were much higher numbers than Bai Zemin expected to see. Even with his determination, feeling the names of nearly 1 billion lives being recorded onto his soul, and even being forced to learn their ages, Bai Zemin naturally felt sorrow for what he did. Even though it was kill or be killed, even though he had grown so much in such a short time, the reality was that it had only been a little over 2 months since it all began. Even if Bai Zemin's personality had been affected by countless aspects that forced him to change, he still did not forget that 2 months ago he was nothing more than a young man who easily mixed in the crowds. Bai Zemin sighed for the 3rd time in a matter of minutes and slowly stood up. He reached out his hand toward the ring of bright light, just in time for the light to burst out and reveal what was hidden inside. He didn't bother to look at it right now, and with steady eyes but his heart somewhat heavy, he said to himself, "Time to meet my family." Now no one could stop him. As he opened the bedroom door to head for the shower, a message flashed across his retina. "You have received Cyan Orb, Legend Grade. I just pray to God or the devil that they still live, and if they are alive, I hope they might be able to accept a monster such as myself." Bang! The door closed firmly, and the room was silent once again. The remaining glowing particles of soul power danced around the luxurious room, slowly dimming until they disappeared completely, leaving behind nothing but darkness. Backslash, 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 backslash. Really, thank you very much to all those who send gifts to the novel and support with valuable golden tickets. I hope we can all keep it up. 3. Chapter 511, Bai Zemin is Serious Reincarnation. Bai Zemin walked silently, and with his heart heavy toward the big bath under the guidance of one of the maids who worked in the villa. There were many of Bai Yang's relatives who had been slaughtered after they were found to have committed many crimes worthy of the death penalty, so the number of staff was quite low at the moment. "Sir, would you like to leave?" The maid looked as if she intended to offer some kind of service, but Bai Zemin didn't even bother to let her finish speaking and dismissed her. The beautiful lady's face turned slightly pale, and in fear of losing her life, she quickly bowed deeply before retreating without looking back as she carefully closed the wooden door. Bai Zemin looked back inside as he removed the lower part of his now useless armor. "I really need to calm down a bit," he said as he jumped into the large pool of warm water in the center of the room. The records of so many lives that had been forcibly etched into his soul had taken somewhat of a toll on Bai Zemin, and with his stone heart skill being so much weaker compared to what it was in the past, the effect this had had on him was not small. In fact, at this moment, even if a beautiful woman were to strip naked and dance sensually before him, Bai Zemin would surely dismiss her without giving her a second glance despite being a perfectly healthy young man. He stood with the treasure orb in his hand tightly clutched in his fist as he plunged deeply into the warm water and let all the dirt and impurities on his skin be carried away by the current. A few minutes passed, and during that time Bai Zemin's world had become isolated from the outside world. The only sound he could hear was the sound of the cascading water being spat out by 4 lion statues located at the 4 corners of the large pool. After what seemed like an eternity, he emerged back to the surface, and as the drops of water ran down his handsome face, his eyes slowly opened. However, those 2 eyes as black as midnight had already regained their usual calm, and no complex emotions could be seen in them. The only thing that shone in his eyes was firmness. There was no time to waste. Bai Zemin knew better than anyone that time was the most valuable thing there was, and a resource to be cherished to its fullest possible extent. Wasting time feeling regret, really, how pathetic. He shook his head as his indifferent voice echoed through the bathroom walls. "I wonder if Lilith would make fun of me if she were here. Bai Zemin thought aloud as he sat on the edge of the pool and looked at the glowing orb he held in his fist. Cyan-colored orb, legend-grade treasure, Bai Zemin said in a cheerful voice. This was undoubtedly an extremely juicy reward, and he could not wait for what fate had in store for him. Therefore, he broke the orb without a second thought, just like his childhood times when he would tear like crazy the gift papers he received on his birthday to see the contents of each wrapper. Bang! A bang similar to a crystal glass shattering, after falling to the floor, followed by a bright flash of cyan light, broke the nature of the room, and Bai Zemin was forced to close his eyes momentarily as the cyan light spread everywhere. Even before Bai Zemin opened his eyes, just based on the feeling transmitted from his hand, he had already identified precisely what kind of object he had received. Now it only remained to check the nature of that object. // Outer space solar system, just outside the Earth's atmosphere. After things calmed down, Lilith still continued being the spotlight while everyone seemed to ignore Fire Sorrow. Bloody Succubus, can you explain how you arrived here? Valiant frowned slightly and asked in a serious voice. Lilith looked at her and then looked at Lucifer before saying casually, "The reason I joined the demonic army is because I appreciate the personality of our leader Lucifer. The only reason I didn't look for another faction to join is because the demonic army doesn't have as much pressure on its members as long as they follow the basic rules. How I got to this place so fast is one of my biggest secrets, and I don't think we have enough trust to share it all." Lucifer looked at Lilith with indifferent eyes, waiting for her next words. He somehow already saw coming what would happen anyway. "Therefore, if you guys want to force me to talk, I'm afraid you leave me no choice but to change sides." Lilith didn't wait for a response from anyone and ignored the looks of shock on the faces of each of the members of the demonic army. She looked at Meads and said coldly, "I heard that the army of heaven possesses a magical array capable of removing certain artificial records and recording others. Is that true?" The Lord of Heaven's eyes sparkled as he heard Lilith's words. Meads nodded without hesitation and said in a soft voice, "Indeed, that is true." Lilith nodded calmly and looked at Lucifer without another word. Although Lilith said nothing more, it was clear what she meant to convey with her previous words. If Lucifer or any other member of the demonic army continued asking her private questions, then Lilith would leave the faction immediately and join the army of heaven. "Bloody Succubus, you!" Valiant glared at Lilith angrily and clutched both of her blades as she said in a righteous voice, "How can you say such words just because of a petty question? Does the demonic army mean so few things to you?" Lilith looked at Valiant coldly and said indifferently, "Valiant, to you the demonic army may mean your home, but to me it is nothing more than a means to an end. I just joined you all about a decade ago, and you expect me to have that feeling of belonging that you all feel here. Don't be so naive, please. We are all adults over here. For you, this might be an insignificant question, but for me, it is one of my biggest secrets. You want me to share my life-saving method with existences I barely know. Why don't you better ask me to cut my head off right here?" Valiant's expression froze as she understood the meaning behind Lilith's words. In fact, to Lilith, the demonic army was just a means to an end. After all, she needed a faction to become a higher existence. However, if Valiant or anyone else assumed that Lilith saw them as a family just because they were part of the same group, then they were all terribly misguided. Although Valiant found many excuses to retort to Lilith's words, it would go against her personality. Valiant was a considerably upright woman, so after realizing that what Lilith said made sense and did not lack logic, she simply took a step back, even though she still did not agree with the path Lilith was taking. All the higher existences of the demonic army looked at Lucifer. From the 5th Order to the 7th Order, they all awaited the final response from the Supreme Leader. Even the members of the Army of Heaven were waiting for Lucifer's words. After all, if Lilith deserted the demonic army and joined them, the Army of Heaven would be gaining a powerful 6th Order angel who had reached such a stage in just a century. This meant that it was highly likely that she would also be able to ascend to the 7th Order within a few millennia more. Lucifer sighed in his heart and looked at Lilith with complicated eyes as he slowly said, "You are a really smart woman, bloody Succubus." Lilith looked him in the eyes fearlessly and didn't respond to Lucifer's apparent praise that didn't really sound like one. "Forget it, it's true that there is no such rule in our faction as revealing each of our secrets." Lucifer waved his hand at the void, making his final decision. After all, who didn't have secrets? It was impossible not to have them. even less so in a faction like the demonic army, where even among members sometimes battles to the death arose over petty disputes. Revealing all the trump cards in a world like this was no different from digging your own grave. This was true even for the higher existences, as they too were constantly fighting their own wars. Lilith nodded indifferently and silently canceled the ongoing activation of her second firmament fragment completely. Both Lucifer and Medes, as well as all the Seventh Order existences present, thought they heard a sigh of regret coming from somewhere. However, none of them sensed anything strange, so they soon forgot about it. Just then, Fire Sorrow approached with crestfallen eyes that were clearly brimming with sadness, as she carried the Emperor of the Usra race along with her. Michael had a disdainful expression on his face, and although he didn't say a word, it was more than clear what he meant. Lucifer sighed and floated gently towards Fire Sorrow. She stopped in front of him, and after a long time said softly, "I can't find it." "Of course you can't find it." Lucifer sighed again and gently patted Fire Sorrow's shoulder as he slowly said, "Back then, we witnessed with our own eyes how Sirius destroyed his birth world. How can something that was destroyed so many years ago continue to exist? Surely that lower existence over there was confused on the name, or perhaps that lower existence called Bai Zemin was simply spouting off bullshit." Fire Sorrow bit her lower lip as she held the ancient necklace in her hand and squeezed it tightly. She really wasn't willing to accept reality even though it was right in front of her eyes. Less so now that so many things were happening at the same time. I really hope that the person called Bai Zemin was the reincarnation of Sirius." Lucifer smiled bitterly and shook his head without commenting on it. On one side was the constellation left behind by the heavenly wolf before he left. That distant constellation that had been silent for countless eons showed movement twice in less than 2 decades of time. On the other hand, there was the lower existence Bai Zemin that seemed to possess a soul capable of withstanding the pressure that the universal law of gravity imposed on it. Coincidence or not, Sirius also had gravitational magic engraved in his soul and was one of the few able to learn it without suffering backlash. Moreover, with the firmament fragment of the goddess of rebirth appearing in Long Tian's possession, Fire Sorrow could not help but feel hope. Hope for the imminent return of an existence capable of turning around all the evil that was happening in the universe without anyone knowing about it except for the higher existences. However, she also began to realize that such things were just that, coincidences. It was not possible for someone who had destroyed her world to be reborn no matter what, since that was the law of the universe, and even those who had overcome all the laws of this universe could not break this one law. Lilith frowned slightly as her heart jumped in alarm. Reincarnation of Sirius, Bai Zemin was. No, such a thing was not possible. Unless what that person said to him before was a lie, Bai Zemin was definitely destined to be much brighter than the heavenly wolf. However, there was something else that left her in shock, and as she looked at Lucifer with wide eyes, she subconsciously asked, What did you say? You saw with your own eyes how the heavenly wolf destroyed his world. How is that even possible?" Lucifer gave her a sidelong glance and held nothing back as he shrugged his shoulders and said lazily, "Of course it's possible. This senior here has lived so long I don't even remember my correct age or anything like that. Sirius was also my friend before he ascended." As the members of the demonic army looked at Lucifer in shock, he looked at Medes and pointed out, "That old geezer too. He may look handsome and all, but he's actually so old that no extra wrinkle could go into his body." The corner of Mede's mouth twitched several times as he looked at Lucifer, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. "Lucifer, you." Medes was not angry with Lucifer's revelation. After all, when one joined a faction, one could not give information detrimental to that faction to another faction of higher existences. Therefore, Medes did not have to worry about some black-winged angel appearing within his flock. It was also precisely because of this that Lucifer did not bother to hide anything, and instead tried to find reactions in Lilith's face, since in his eyes she was tremendously suspicious. To begin with, he never tried to hide this information. It was just that there was no need to shout it from the rooftops. Except for a few, all the angels looked at God with surprise and admiration. The very thought that their Lord had actually been friends with a legendary existence like the heavenly wolf filled them with pride, and at the same time giving them more confidence about what was to come. Helskar stepped forward and shouted excitedly, "Leader, the world Sirius was born on was called Earth. Is that why Fire Sorrow reacted like that after hearing that name?" "Yep, not just Sirius, I was born there too." Lucifer nodded coolly and then noisily said, "Back then, Earth was pure water and there was barely a patch of land. So that fella decided it would be very clever to call that world planet Earth in ridicule. The name spread far and wide, and up to the time of its destruction that's what it was called, planet Earth. Backslash 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 backslash. Really thank you very much to all those who send gifts to the novel and support with valuable golden tickets. I hope we can all keep it up. 3. Chapter 512, The Curse of Eternal Life. The atmosphere in outer space calmed down quite a bit after everyone explored the area for several hours. Lucifer and Medes forbade spreading the information to other factions of higher existences about them being extremely ancient beings who had seen the beginnings of the beginning. As for the explanation they gave in this regard, it was very simple, especially Lucifer's. Wouldn't it be a pain in the ass to have a lot of random folks suddenly show up at your door, pretending they want to sell you a high-end product to see if they can steal something from your drawers? Basically, everyone would start trying to steal the treasures of the army of heaven and the demonic army, and with good reason. After all, with Medes and Lucifer being the only two higher existences leading a few other existences across the universe, it wasn't at all crazy to assume that both of them had collected countless natural treasures over the years that they were alone, and without the company of a third faction. As for the explanation Medes gave to the army of heaven, naturally, it was more reasonable than Lucifer's. Our army of heaven is currently harmed after undergoing the war in the Crimson Rift. We need times of peace, not of war. Only in times of peace can glory return, as war will only serve to wipe out those who are weakened. All the angels understood perfectly well that while the army of heaven possessed an extremely firm foundation, so it was basically impossible to shake them, the fact that even beings like Sirius and others had died meant that anything was possible. Therefore, it didn't hurt to be a bit more cautious. Besides, it wasn't as if the higher existences of the army of heaven and the demonic army were getting something in return or some kind of reward for spreading the aforementioned information. They were beings who had lived long enough to put aside childish acts of wanting to show off to others. At least, most of them. Ha 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 ha, I can't wait to track down that doom roar bitch and tell him that. Boom! Just as Hellscar was laughing nonchalantly in the middle of the emptiness, a giant black hand materialized out of nowhere and hit him with so much power that the 6-foot-plus giant was sent flying hundreds of meters before finally steadying himself. Before he could say anything, a lazy voice came into his ears. "Little ape, calm your tits if you don't want to be locked in your cage." Cough, cough, of course I was just kidding. Hellscar coughed as he said under his breath and looked at Lucifer uncomfortably. Tusk, Lucifer shook his head before looking away. The members of the demonic army looked at Hellscar with helpless expressions on their faces. He was a nice man. The only major problems were that his temper could go from 0 to 100 in 0.1 second, and that he wasn't particularly intelligent, as he usually squashed anything he didn't understand or didn't like. However, everyone understood well that it was precisely that attitude that made Hellscar into Hellscar. After all, that was the path that the existence known as Hellscar had been walking for as long as he could remember until now. Lucifer noticed that Fire Sorrow was in a low mood. It was practically sweeping the ground. However, regarding this, there was nothing he could do but sigh in his heart and hope that she would soon recover from this relapse. After all, regardless of how brilliant and powerful the title of being one of the strongest in the universe might sound, Lucifer could not turn back time or bring the dead back to life. Even the Soul Record, which was the true ruler of the universe, was not capable of such things, let alone Lucifer, who was just another piece on the great game board. The lord of the demonic army searched the surroundings among his ranks looking for someone in particular, until his eyes easily found the one he was looking for. Lucifer floated lazily towards a certain area where there were only a few people chatting quietly, and when these demons saw him pass by they quickly moved out of the way as they looked at him with respect. It had to be said that the revelation as well as today's performance of this usually lazy and even embarrassing demon lord had left every single member of the demon army very satisfied. All the higher existences present began to see Lucifer in a new light, and the members of the demonic army were especially pleased as they observed the stares of the angels of the army of heaven change from past mockery to respect, and even some fear as they looked at Lucifer now. Bloody Succubus, it really is easy to find you even in a crowd of a few hundred of thousands. That is appreciated as it saves me a lot of trouble, and I also save large amounts of stamina, Lucifer said as he arrived in front of Lilith. Lilith was mixed among the various demons of the demonic army, but her beauty was simply too dazzling to go unnoticed regardless of the numbers. She was like a beautiful scarlet swan in the middle of a flock of white hens. It was just impossible not to look at her, even if you didn't want to. She looked at Lucifer calmly and waited for his next words. Lucifer raised an eyebrow and said lazily, "You know, I think you're the first existence I've met that values her words more than I do. Or maybe you're also secretly a lover of sleeping all the time. Could it be that you really want to save as much stamina as possible?" Even though Lilith tried her best, she didn't manage to completely control her expression, and after hearing Lucifer's comment, the corner of her mouth trembled slightly for a second before returning to normal. "Oh well, never mind." Lucifer waved his hand slowly as if suddenly a great wave of sleep had hit him. He yawned with narrowed eyes and two large tears immediately appeared on his eyelids as he said in between his yawn, "BWI3WA. What do you plan to do next, bloody succubus?" A puzzling glint flashed for a split second in Lilith's ruby-colored eyes before disappearing without a trace. Even Lucifer didn't notice it. "I guess I'll return with the rest to your Majesty's castle in Cram World if your Majesty allows it," Lilith replied calmly. "Eh?" Lucifer suddenly froze, and as his arms stretched upward since he was distressing earlier, he looked at Lilith with eyes full of surprise as if he had just heard something he didn't expect to hear. "Is something wrong?" Lilith looked at him as if she was really confused by Lucifer's sudden changing attitude. Inwardly, however, she scoffed at him. Lucifer was smart, of course, but Lilith was no fool. In fact, she was a really smart woman. Therefore, she managed to see through Lucifer easily this time thanks to the fact that she had been quietly studying him all this time. "Something wrong?" "No." Lucifer scratched his head and muttered in a low voice that only he could hear, "Weird. I thought she'd leave right away and there go my plans to follow her." In fact, Lucifer thought that Lilith was hiding something else, something different from what she was already hiding per se. Therefore, he planned to hide and follow her silently, as Lucifer trusted heavily on his space magic to avoid being detected. However, Lilith's reply shook him completely and left him not knowing how to respond to her. "Bloody succubus, are you sure you want to come to Cram World?" Lucifer asked as if to make sure he wasn't missing something. "Of course," Lilith replied with a casual smile. Suddenly, she thought of something, and as she looked at Lucifer, she asked curiously, "I've been thinking about it for a while, but if your Majesty allows it, I'd like to ask you a question." Lucifer looked at her still surprised and subconsciously nodded. "Just ask then." Lilith frowned slightly and asked something that had been bothering her for quite a few years now. "If I'm not mistaken, the first time I introduced myself to your Majesty, I called out my name. However, at that time you never referred to me by that name and simply looked for some other way to call me. Even now, you only call me by the alias the other demons gave me, but you never called me Lilith. May I ask if there is any particular reason?" It was just an insignificant question, but it had always been making Lilith uncomfortable for some mysterious reason. Regardless of whether it was Valiant, Fire Sorrow, Crow, Hellscar, or any other higher existence of the demonic army, they all referred to Lilith as Bloody Succubus Lilith or merely Lilith. But none of them referred to her only by the alias Bloody Succubus except Lucifer. So now that the opportunity had lent itself, Lilith decided to take it and ask if it was just out of caprice and habit, or if there was another reason she was unaware of. The emerald eyes of Lucifer flashed weirdly as he looked at Lilith, and his lips curved slightly upward. "You know, I don't quite understand what you want, but I don't care either since I'm sure you're not aiming to hurt me or my faction. But I always found it curious, and so far I can't understand the reason why you would choose the name Lilith out of so many possible ones." Lilith's little red mouth opened slightly as her eyes sparkled with surprise, and she looked at Lucifer without saying anything. Lucifer turned to leave, but just before leaving he turned to look over his shoulder at her and said lazily, "By the way, all leaders of higher existences have access to a window that allows us to see the name and origin of our members, as well as some other details, such as life status and current order of power. But for the first time in countless years, an existence which seems to have no origin showed up in front of me. Don't you think that's interesting, Lilith?" Lucifer took one last look at her, and after seeing her eyes flinch for a moment he walked away satisfied as he said aloud, "All right, you bastards, we're going to the hell. Bloody shit, this father is getting better and better at cursing. I even do it without realizing it." As everyone looked at Lucifer speechless, Lilith was dazed for several seconds before chuckling and shaking her head. "A status window revealing personal information. Isn't that cheating?" she muttered to herself as she thought about how Bai Zemin would react if he was in her place. That little scoundrel would definitely shout something like, "Hey, no one told me about this." He might even complain about the moderator's poor service for hiding vital information from the players. Lilith chuckled to herself as she imagined the scene as if it was happening right now. Since Lucifer knew she was hiding big things but he wasn't pushing her too hard, then Lilith didn't have to worry other than to be a little more cautious. But in fact, Lucifer was right. Lilith had no malicious intent. There would only be two people who would suffer a little here. She sighed and looked up at the stars hanging in the wide sky above her head. Lilith only hoped that her decision turned out to be the right one, because she was slowly beginning to change her mind about her final goal. "It's okay," she said to herself as she gave herself courage. "There are still a few more years to go." In the distance, Lucifer looked at Lilith and saw her gazing at the heavenly firmament towering over infinity. That beautiful sea of seemingly limitless stars that in reality concealed the truths of the universe, and despite its real darkness, attracted the gazes of all under its warm radiance. When one lives too long, the life becomes monotonous to the point where even the food you once loved gets insipid, Lucifer whispered to himself. When we reach that point, even if we know we are walking toward our own destruction, we will gladly take the dangerous path that will bring us the most emotional agitation. No one knew how terrifying eternal life was more than the higher existences. Countless had taken their own lives in the past. Non-paragon geniuses who once led a race and saved worlds decided to bestow eternal rest upon themselves because they were unable to find a reason for which to continue breathing. The passage of time might not be able to erode the fleshly body of those like Lucifer, however. Time was undoubtedly the most terrifying law that existed, as it could not only give life but also take it. One way or another, time was always victorious. Even the higher existences were not exempt from this fact, for even if they were physically safe, their aging souls began to search for simple things they could no longer reach. Family, friends, acquaintances, loved ones, etc. Lucifer had seen with his own eyes how they all perished while he continued moving forward. A few years ago, after several eras had passed, the feared and respected demon lord felt it was time to rest. But he could not seek eternal rest, as doing so would be irresponsible of him toward those who trusted him with their lives at stake. Therefore, Lucifer spent most of his time during the last 100,000 years sleeping. Out of sight, out of mind. This was a saying that expressed it perfectly well. With his eyes closed and his consciousness shut down, Lucifer could defer that desire for a longer period of time. Until a decade ago, someone who made Lucifer see a new path opening up before his eyes showed up. That path was being opened apparently by Lilith. As to whether that path would lead to salvation or destruction, Lucifer did not know. However, he did not care too much about this. After all, this universe will soon come to an end unless something big happens. Lucifer withdrew his gaze from Lilith and copied her as well, looking at the sky above his head. Let's see what destiny has in store for us. Victory or defeat, death or life, destruction or creation, annihilation or preservation. Be that as it may, this daddy here will definitely see the end result with his own eyes, and if something comes my way, then that something does not need to continue existing. Meads didn't say much, and after giving Lilith a glance as he now seemed interested in her, he simply took all the angels of the army of heaven with him. As for the demonic army, they didn't stay long in this area either. Lilith took one last look at the blue planet behind her before going into the portal and disappearing. However, she would be back very soon. A few more days just to distract them was all she needed. There were so many things she needed to tell Bai Zemin, and so many questions she wanted to ask him. Lilith felt anxious like a little girl despite her life experience. /////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////// valuable golden tickets. I hope we can all keep it up. 3. Chapter 513. What a baby can provide to daddy. Planet Earth, China. Inside the luxurious main bath of the villa that formerly belonged to Mayor Bai Zemin was sitting on the edge of the large pool of warm water while looking at the object in his right hand with curious eyes. This object was small, circular in shape with a large hole in the center, and on the purple surface were several strange deep violet runes and lines that had been engraved with some unknown material. Another ring, Bai Zemin muttered to himself. Well, considering this thing is legend grade, it should be good, no? He said to cheer himself up. Besides, Bai Zemin still had room for more rings, so regardless of the function of this new ring, it was most likely of good use to him. Let's see what you're hiding there, baby," he whispered as if speaking to his lover as he stroked a finger across the surface of the object. The records of the ring immediately flashed in Bai Zemin's retina. However, when he saw what it was, his expression froze. Spatial storage ring, legend grade treasure. A ring that was crafted by a talented blacksmith over 12 million years ago. It was forged using a rank 4 metal, and an amateur magic rune inscriber found it by pure coincidence. Then, without knowing what it was, used the ring to practice her rune skill on this ring because of its good material. This ring is proof that sometimes miracles really can happen. Fight and persevere. When equipped, it automatically increases the following stats: magic plus 70, agility plus 50/mana plus 30. Inside the ring, you have a space equivalent to 10 × 10 cubic meters, where you can store any object that does not possess life. To be able to use the ring freely, you only need to let a drop of blood trickle on the surface. Oh, Bai Zemin couldn't help but let out a small sound of surprise as he stared at the ring in his hands. Then, as if awakening from some sort of dream he was in, he jumped off the edge of the pool until he was standing with his completely naked body in the free air as his excited blood bubbled furiously. /////. Shangyuan Bingzu, as well as all the main soul evolvers, was staying in the villa that previously belonged to Bai Yang. The villa was really big and would have no problem accommodating around 60 people, so there was no need for everyone to split up. After all, even though Baekwon Camp had fallen, there were still many things that needed to be done. The government of Bai Zemin in this new place was far from stable, and the only way to speed things up a bit was to transport the citizens from the north to here. That way, when those who already knew what it was like to live within the administration of Bai Zemin could plant seeds of good faith in the hearts of the survivors of Baekwon Camp. There were still many things that needed to be done, such as cleaning up some streets that were covered with human waste, because the previous government did not care about the base's slums, starting to distribute relief food with some mutant beast meat to slowly improve each survivor's body to eliminate possible diseases, forming a larger logistics team to add to the current one, getting to know the other leaders of the different forces, etc. However, Shangyuan Bingzu had taken this well-deserved rest, not to sleep even though she was exhausted, but to take care of Wu Yijun. Shangyuan Bingzu looked at the face of the unconscious Wu Yijun and sighed softly, as she bent down to gently wipe with a damp towel the beads of sweat that slid silently down her lovely, innocent face. From the moment Bai Zemin was saved by the two women and forcibly pulled out of the gray corridor seconds before the Cosmos Gate collapsed completely, Wu Yijun had not opened her eyes again after she saw the miserable state in which he had returned. But it was also understandable considering that the Bai Zemin from a few hours ago was alive basically thanks to his blood manipulation skill that prevented blood from continuing to flow out of his system, and thanks to his health stat comparable to a peak second-order human or a mid-level second-order feral beast. "Girl, you really fell for that scoundrel," Shangyuan Bingzu whispered under her breath. Who would have thought that the ever-jokey that smiled at everyone but never really cared about anyone, Wu Yijun, would actually end up falling madly in love for a man in a matter of a month or two. If Shangyuan Bingzu or anyone else still had any doubts about Wu Yijun's feelings for Bai Zemin, then the fact that she had fainted directly after seeing her loved one in a state that looked like he would die in the next instant was probably the final proof to remove all doubt about it. Shangyuan Bingzu's eyes suddenly became complicated as she recalled what happened in Oblong World. However, she soon shook her head as she said to herself, "Forget it, he was just giving me the potion since I couldn't drink it due to my badly wounded condition. No need to overthink it. He would have made it for anyone who found themselves in that kind of situation after that anyone protected him." However, even though she was trying to convince herself with those words, and had indeed half succeeded, the other half of her could not accept them as true. After all, that was also my first kiss, you little bastard." Shangyuan Bingzu gritted her teeth and cursed under her breath. Shangyuan Bingzu suddenly jumped off the edge of the bed, where Wu Yijun was resting, when a yell that resembled the howl of a wolf in front of the full moon shook the entire mansion. She looked in the direction of the howl and gritted her teeth as she muttered, "That little bastard really needs to make a fuss about everything." This wasn't nearly the first time Bai Zemin had yelled when something he didn't expect happened after all. Besides, it was clear that something good had happened to him since his voice was brimming with happiness. So she thought about going to check what was going on, but after a moment's thought, she decided it was better not to. Therefore, After snorting in the direction of Bai Zemin's howl, she sat back down while pouting and complaining hysterically. She only calmed down when the soul record began to calculate her achievements to offer her the deserved reward. /////. I finally got my fucking ring. Bai Zemin exclaimed joyfully as he raised the purple ring high in both hands and pivoted naked around the bathroom. Although Lilith had told him that there was some probability of obtaining a low-quality storage ring if he accomplished a really great feat, Bai Zemin had dismissed those words as an impossibility since the day he heard them. Little did Bai Zemin expect that he would actually obtain a legend-grade treasure, and that from the orb would actually come out a storage ring as he so desired. Heh, I really want to see Lilith's face when I show her all the good stuff I got recently. Bai Zemin laughed like a little demon as he rubbed the ring. Although in Lilith's eyes this kind of treasures might not be a big deal, she would probably be shocked when she found that he, a peak first-order existence, actually had such good quality stuff for his current level. After jumping naked all over the bathroom in a way that if anyone saw him, they would probably faint from shock due to the stark contrast between this Bai Zemin and the usual Bai Zemin, he slowly calmed down and carefully placed the storage ring on one of the fingers of his right hand, just like the blazing ring and the arachnid silk ring. He bit lightly on the thumb of his left hand, and worried that one drop would not be enough, he ran the bloody finger across the surface of the storage ring, turning it red soon. Flash. A slight radiance immediately shot out from inside the ring, as the deep violet runes and lines lit up as if they had received some kind of stimulation. As the wound on his thumb disappeared within moments, Bai Zemin watched in wonder as all the red blood was gradually absorbed by the runes glowing on the storage ring, before disappearing without a trace. He immediately felt as if something connected with his soul. It was a strange feeling, as it was not like the soul contract he somehow formed with the endless blue lotus flame, but felt freer and less heavy. Oh, there really is a lot of storage space here, Bai Zemin exclaimed happily as his consciousness was immersed in a different space. The surroundings were dark with white mist surrounding a certain area the size of a fair-sized room. 10x10 cubic meters was undoubtedly more than enough to bring Bai Zemin great relief from now on. So now, after playing for several minutes, allowing his consciousness to drift in and out of the inside of his storage ring to get used to the process faster, Bai Zemin made sure that there was really no one around, as if he feared that someone would see what he was about to do, even though earlier he was running wild with his little brother bouncing up and down, without a care in the world. But in fact, this was an important matter, as even Bai Zemin himself had no idea what would happen next. He reached out his right hand, and as if he had done it millions of times, held it to his chest. Then, he whispered a mental command, and a bright golden light illuminated the area of his heart. Bai Zemin pulled outward, and along with his fist clenched in a grip moving away from his body, the golden light also followed the movement of his hand. By the time his arm had fully extended outward, and the knuckles of his right hand were pointing toward the wall in front of him, the golden light in his hand stretched out similar to a laser beam until it reached 2.5 meters. The golden light receded, and in its place what appeared was a golden spear exquisitely decorated by a lot of runes. This was precisely the spear that had saved Bai Zemin's life. However, there were many noticeable differences compared to the spear he had seen several hours ago. Although the spear was still golden and good-looking, the crimson glow that surrounded it was nowhere to be seen. Furthermore, the runes were dulled, as if they no longer had any power, or as if they had worn out over the years. Besides, I no longer feel that strange power I felt coming from the spear before, Bai Zemin whispered to no one in particular. Before getting to work, Bai Zemin had naturally picked up the spear. How could he leave behind a weapon capable of ending the life of a fourth-order being in an instant? However, to his surprise, the spear simply disappeared without a trace. Just as Bai Zemin was scared to death, a lot of information naturally flowed into his soul so that he immediately understood how to summon the spear again if he so wished. However, Bai Zemin had not done so until now, since at that time he simply did not have the time, and circumstances did not allow him to sit down and drink tea. Therefore, now that everything had been partially settled and the rest could be treated more lightly in comparison, Bai Zemin decided to give it the attention this golden spear deserved. Well, even if it was weakened for some reason, it should still be strong, right? Bai Zemin excitedly talked to the nothingness. Soul record, show me what this baby has for daddy. //////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////// Really thank you very much to all those who send gifts to the novel and support with valuable golden tickets. I hope we can all keep it up. 3. Chapter 514, Strange Phenomenon and Jealous. Annihilation of the Falling Sky. Current form Spear. Rank Soul Armament. Physical attack power 1000. Durability. Options. Option 1. It is currently lightly attached to Bai Zemin's soul, but its true owner can call it back at will. Other than that, no one but those who have received approval from Annihilation of the Falling Sky may wield it. Option 2. Using mana, the user can change the form of Annihilation of the Falling Sky to any weapon desired, as long as the user has a clear idea of its composition and features. The description. A soul contract needs to be formed in order to reveal the true power of the weapon, and only then can the true Annihilation of the Falling Sky be seen. The requirements to form a soul contract with Annihilation of the Falling Sky are currently unknown. What the hell is this all about? Bai Zemin looked at the empty space in front of him with his eyes wide in shock. He expected the golden spear to weaken even though he didn't know the reason, since he could feel it that way. However, he definitely did not expect to see such a miserable status window as the one he was seeing right now. No growth by level, no gradual growth along with the user, nothing. Bai Zemin asked to the weapon in his hand as he shook it, as if he expected a human reply from it. Of course, there was no reply at all. Not even a strange glow, as was the case in many novels where the weapons tried to give signs, but then fell asleep due to their weakened state after some legendary war or something like that. There was no such thing. Although Annihilation of the Falling Sky was a powerful weapon, as 1000 attack points could not be underestimated at this stage of the apocalypse, it was actually far from enough for Bai Zemin. If Annihilation of the Falling Sky had appeared in front of him before he forged his Crimson Thunder Dragon's last words, then things might be different. But now that he had tasted the terrifying power that a weapon with 10,000 physical attack could provide, Bai Zemin could no longer turn back. Even the Gauntlet's Persuasion, Secret of Thunder that Bai Zemin had forged as a secondary weapon, had not only 150 more physical attack points than the Golden Spear, but also provided him with the sum of 800 points of magic damage. Sure, having a weapon that was literally indestructible was a good thing, but what good was it if it was weaker than even your secondary weapon? Bai Zemin really didn't know how to feel about that. He had expected the spear to be weakened, but not that much. Besides, what is a soul armament? Bai Zemin looked at the spear as he rambled with a slight frown. Like everything strange related to soul record and evolution, a soul armament definitely has something to do with soul power. However, how do these things work? No, to begin with, how the hell do you get one? Although Annihilation of the Falling Sky seemed to be a weapon forged by a blacksmith, Bai Zemin could by no means comprehend how it was possible to forge equipment capable of freely changing forms. Moreover, Annihilation of the Falling Sky did not even have a specific rank. Forget it, forget it. Bai Zemin shook his head in determination not to think about it too much. He temporarily knew nothing about soul armaments, nor did he know the way he could unlock the actual power of the Golden Spear. However, at least, Bai Zemin had received a treasure that would perhaps one day reveal its radiance to the entire world. Moreover, even though Bai Zemin complained about the low attack power that Annihilation of the Falling Sky had compared to Crimson Thunder Dragon's last words, he was actually satisfied. After all, the attack power of his greatsword was simply bestial, so Bai Zemin did not feel safe wielding it on Earth. With his current total power, if Bai Zemin wielded such a powerful weapon, there was a possibility that Earth's spatial laws would not handle it. Even half a city comparable to a small country was destroyed by his fierce swings, and this happened on a world far more evolved than Earth. The least I wish for right now is more trouble. Bai Zemin shook his head and was about to leave the bathroom when suddenly the double wooden door was opened with a bang. Bai Zemin, you must see Th. Kai Jingyi, who looked very rushed for some reason, didn't even listen to the maid behind her trying to stop her as she explained the situation, and directly began to speak as she came in. However, her words immediately got stuck in her throat when she encountered a sight she definitely did not expect to see. Before returning to China to continue her studies, Kai Jingyi had lived in Europe for 5 years. Therefore, she had seen European men with good physique and very good looking when she went to the beach. However, what was in front of her was by far the most beautiful masterpiece she had ever seen in her recently turned 18 years of life. A body that looked as if it had been carved out of ivory by the hand of the finest god, where attention had been paid to every little detail. From the firm, Distinct muscles of the arms, abdomen, chest, and legs, to the color of the skin. Everything was absolutely perfect. A very charming face accompanied by cold eyes that for some strange reason attracted the lady's gaze like magnets, and dark hair, now damp and tousled, but still alluring. To top it off, the man even had a tool whose size was more than enough to provide the pleasure that every woman desires in their life. Without realizing it, and as if in a trance, Kai Jingyi's eyes slid appreciatively over the naked man's body a little more than 5 meters away. Thud! The maid who was in charge of waiting outside for any requests by Zemin might have fainted straight away, and judging by the blush on her face, the reason behind her fall was not due to fear. Bai Zemin had no idea that simply standing there doing nothing while holding a spear had a charm that was simply lethal to any woman. Kai Jingyi, what's going on? Bai Zemin naturally understood what was going on. He was not a child who had no idea about life. However, his expression did not change at all, and his heartbeat did not alter in any way. To him, who had showered in blood and crawled out of mountains of corpses, being naked in front of a woman was not reason enough to affect his emotions. Besides, he was proud of himself, so there was no need to act ashamed of anything. Kai Jingyi blinked several times as if forcing herself to look away. With what appeared to be a great difficulty, and with some unwillingness, she turned to look away while blushing furiously. Even though she had gained a lot of self-confidence, and her personality had taken a dramatic turn after all the experiences she had gone through during the past 2 months, she was just an innocent maiden after all. Kai Jingyi was sure that she would not be able to erase the image she had just seen for several years at least. Yea, Kai Jingyi started stuttering and mouthing nonsense letters. However, she soon took a deep breath, and the next moment clarity returned to her eyes as she said in panic, "The sky." Even though the morning sun was shining high, it suddenly began to fade even with the sun still present. "The sky," Bai Zemin repeated with a frown as he walked to the bookshelf and grabbed a bathrobe to cover his body. That's right, the sky." Kai Jingyi seemed to have finally calmed down completely as she said in a serious voice, "Nangong Linkson and I were just returning from hunting some evolved beasts in the outer perimeter of the forest, but just as we were on our way to the place where Zhangdu and Fu Zufeng are organizing a dismantling team, the sky suddenly started to get darker and darker until it became almost completely black. Completely black sky, at past 7 o'clock in the morning and with the sun shining present, Bai Zemin's expression sank. He wasn't stupid enough to ask Kai Jingyi if this phenomenon wasn't perhaps the result of some strange eclipse. Kai Jingyi was a student at one of the most prestigious universities on Earth. It was impossible for her not to have thought up the possibility of a mutant eclipse or something. Therefore, it had to be something different. "Come with me," Bai Zemin ordered as he walked past her and disappeared across the corridor in the blink of an eye. Kai Jingyi took a step but suddenly stopped and looked at the unconscious maiden who occasionally shivered as if she was being electrocuted. But Kai Jingyi was a woman who knew well what was going on, so she looked at her and whispered, "Oh well, I guess I'll let you have sweet dreams. It's not like it will hurt anyone." After saying such words, Kai Jingyi's small body swayed, and along with a sexy movement of her small waist, she disappeared from her previous position in an instant. Backslash backslash backslash. By the time Bai Zemin arrived at the main gate of the villa, several people had already gathered there. Shangyuan Bingzhu, Fu Zufeng, Nangong Linkson, Nangong Yi, Xiao Ming, Luo Ning, and others. Even the 2 pretty twins surnamed Wang were standing next to Wu Yijin, who had awakened a few moments ago. Bai Zemin, Wu Yijin's face, which was still somewhat pale, immediately lit up when she saw him approaching with firm steps. She observed his body carefully, and seeing that he was perfectly fine subconsciously, let out a big sigh of relief as she patted her chest. I'm glad you're okay," Wu Yijin said as she looked him straight in the eyes. When Wu Yijin opened her eyes again a few minutes ago, the first thing she tried to do was to look for Bai Zemin. However, Shangyuan Bingzhu stopped her, saying that he was doing something important right now, but he had already fully recovered from his previous wounds. Of course, such a thing was hard to believe even though Wu Yijin fully trusted her good sister. However, just before she could insist, both women saw the sunlight coming through the window begin to grow dimmer and dimmer. Bai Zemin looked at Wu Yijin with complicated eyes. Even if his heart was made of stone, it was impossible not to be moved when such a beautiful but above all good woman repeatedly showed concern and care for him. "Thank you for your concern, but I'm okay now," he said with a slight smile, this time a real smile and not a fake one put on his face solely for the sake of keeping up appearances. Also, thanks for earlier. If it wasn't for your appearance then I might have been forced to use my last resort, which would have given me endless trouble or die after being swallowed by the void. No, you don't need to thank me for anything. Wu Yijin shook her head as she smiled sweetly toward him. At that moment, Wu Yijin had been watching the portal intently as she anxiously awaited Bai Zemin's return. However, time passed and passed, but he did not come back. The portal was closing, and Wu Yijin's heart felt extremely heavy. She barely held back the urge to go looking for him by her own. However, it was precisely thanks to the fact that she was so attentive that, when Bai Zemin hit with his greatsword, and managed to tear off a piece of earth from the other side, when the tip crossed the portal, that everyone understood the danger he was in. Had it not been for Wu Yijin's prompt action, Bai Zemin really might have died then. I would save you 1,000 times over. Even if my life were in danger, I would save you thousands of times more, she said without any shame at being heard by others. I would rather you not endanger your life. Bai Zemin replied and reached forward with his free hand to pat her tenderly on the head. But thank you for everything you've done for me so far, and thank you for what you'll probably do from here on out. Wu Yijin was like a little kitten who had returned to where she belonged since when she felt Bai Zemin's big hand patting her black hair. She closed her eyes and smiled happily. She only needed to purr to change her race. Cough, you too, sorry to interrupt, but could you please be more serious? Something big seems to be about to happen. I don't think this is the time for flirting, is it? As Bai Zemin thanked Wu Yijin from the bottom of his heart for everything, and while she felt warm inside as she felt that her efforts were not wasted at all, a cold and even somewhat grumpy voice sounded from a short distance ahead. Bai Zemin was the first to look in the direction of the source of the voice, and not to his surprise, he found a frown on Shangyuan Bingzu's gorgeous face. From the moment he heard Shangyuan Bingzu's voice, Bai Zemin already expected to see a frown on her face. As for the reason, he naturally understood that it was because instead of worrying about what was to come and leaving the rest for when the new problems were solved, what he and Wu Yijin were doing was wasting time. However, Wu Yijin was a woman, and women had an extra sense that men, unfortunately, did not possess. Therefore, even though she was unsure, Wu Yijin felt that Shangyuan Bingzu's frown might have a different meaning. It was just that she couldn't understand it either. /////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////// valuable golden tickets. I hope we can all keep it up. 3. Chapter 515, Earth on the verge of evolving, and 20 million zombies to purge. Bingzu is right, Bai Zemin said in a serious voice before turning his eyes to the sky with a slight frown. What is this all about? He asked, even though inwardly he was aware that he would not have answers soon. Shangyuan Bingzu noticed something peculiar about Bai Zemin, and that was that he was clothed only by a bathrobe. Judging by his still damp hair and by his partially uncovered torso at the top between the junction of the neck and chest, it was more than clear that he was taking a bath minutes or even seconds ago. Moreover, Shangyuan Bingzu recalled that when Kai Jingyi said she would go to inform Bai Zemin about the situation, she was so anxious that it seemed she would not be able to be stopped by just a door. Shangyuan Bingzu shook her head to clear the useless thoughts before looking at the sky and slowly saying, I don't know, no one knows. She shook her head and frowned slightly. It was all sudden, but I did notice the surrounding mana stirring unnaturally. Then she looked at Bai Zemin and asked curiously, can't you feel it? The surrounding mana is getting heavier and heavier, and even the mana inside my body feels harder to control than usual. It's no big deal, but the change in mana is noticeable to me. The mana became more stirred, more difficult to control. Bai Zemin was surprised. He hadn't noticed anything strange, but he also didn't doubt the words of Shangyuan Bingzu, since there was no reason for her to pretend or lie to begin with. Besides, Shangyuan Bingzu was also the person with the greatest affinity to mana that Bai Zemin knew so far, and therefore her words were undoubtedly important and should be taken into consideration seriously. Indeed, as Bai Zemin focused on his surroundings, he not only noticed that the mana invisible to the eyes trembled as if excited about something, but also became denser and heavier compared to the mana he had felt hours ago. What's this all about? Bai Zemin muttered again as he walked to stand in front of the rest. He was still holding Annihilation of the Falling Sky tightly as his eyes flashed with a hint of worry. For some reason, I doubt this is a good thing, Nangong Lingxin said in a low voice. Ever since this thing called Soul Record came to Earth, no good things have happened, Zhang De replied in a serious voice. In this kind of situation where anything could happen, separating was undoubtedly the worst thing they could do. Only by being together could they explosively increase their survival rate. Even though if something really big were to happen now, it was highly likely that most of the survivors in the settlement would perish. There wasn't much the soul evolvers could do but try to protect themselves and their closest friends or loved ones. As for the rest, they would have to fend for themselves. The human camps served to preserve humanity more safely in the midst of disaster, but in the end, everyone was on their own. This new Earth was susceptible to continual change since the soul record awakened the mana, and with those changes, the death of some was probably inevitable. While the small core of Bai Zemin anxiously awaited a new change, nothing actually happened. After about 20 minutes, the black sky slowly returned to the blue color of any other day with bright sunshine. There was no attack of beasts, no enemies appeared from a portal, no invasion, no meteor shower, no thunderstorms, no hurricane winds, no much less. But there was a noticeable change that this time did not escape anyone's senses. Suddenly, it kind of became a little harder to breathe, Fu Zufeng said out of nowhere. Indeed, Zhang De nodded in agreement. My body feels a little heavier than normal, Kai Jingyi pointed out as she took several steps forward and backward. Even my movement speed dropped somewhat. I feel like it's easier to use magic now, Nangong Lingxin said excitedly, even though she also seemed to be experiencing certain minor difficulties. That's true, I can now activate my skills more smoothly. Wu Yijin nodded in agreement with Nangong Lingxin's words, and as if to prove it, she immediately began to play with her hydrokinesis skill, demonstrating different forms for all to see. As everyone expressed aloud with excitement or bewilderment at the changes they were experiencing, Bai Zemin and Shangyuan, Bingzu looked at each other with confused expressions on their faces. He watched everyone and quietly approached her before asking in a low voice, "Hey, Bingzu, do you feel anything different?" Shangyuan Bingzu did not respond immediately and instead tried to notice some difference. However, she did not notice anything strange, so after a few seconds she shook her head and said with a whispering voice, "Nothing strange for me." Suddenly, she thought of a certain possibility and looked at Bai Zemin with clear eyes as she explained her theory. Could it be that both you and I felt no changes because we had just recently returned to Earth from a world that had evolved a lot beyond? Bai Zemin looked at her in surprise before realization suddenly hit him. Right. He and Shangyuan Bingzu had gone to Oblong World a few hours ago and were there for several hours. On that world, which was clearly much more evolved than the current Earth, the gravity was at least 3 times that of the blue planet, its size colossal, and natural laws such as the law of sound was tremendously stronger, as even at his peak speed Bai Zemin did not feel close to the sound barrier on any occasion. If this change that everyone was talking about had happened a few days later, then probably Bai Zemin and Shangyuan Bingzu would have noticed it perhaps more clearly than they did. However, after experiencing the abrupt change of moving from planet Earth to Oblong World, it was highly improbable that they would feel any heavier or similar. In fact, from the point of view of Bai Zemin and Shangyuan Bingzu, Earth's current gravity was negligible in their eyes, and they would probably be able to move faster than normal due to the training they had undergone on Oblong World. That makes sense, Bai Zemin said subconsciously. Suddenly, however, his face sank as he thought about something. Shangyuan Bingzu noticed the abrupt change in his expression, so she hurriedly asked, "What did you find out?" Bai Zemin did not answer her question and instead turned to look everyone in the eye. Once he got the desired attention, Bai Zemin said in a deep voice, "Everyone get ready. Earth is likely to undergo a tremendous change again." The expression of everyone changed terribly when they heard Bai Zemin's words, and added to his serious face, it was clear that he was doing everything except telling jokes. What do you mean?" Kang Lan asked in dread. The world that invaded us was a much more evolved world than our world. After spending hours there, my body and Bingzu's body were forced to adapt to many changes such as increased gravity, increased wind resistance. Except for the excessive mana that the Earth is experiencing now, everything in that world was superior. Therefore, I dare to assume that sooner rather than later the Earth will enter its second evolutionary stage. And when that happens, I fear that the dangers will increase to much higher levels than they are now. The words of Bai Zemin were not any different from dumping a bucket of ice water over the heads of everyone on a snowy night in the middle of winter, sending chills running through everyone's hearts. More changes. They were already going through so much hardship to hold solid ground and were just slowly regaining the territory that once belonged to humanity but was now ruled by zombies. but yet even more noticeable changes were coming. "Will we survive through this?" Nangong Linkson whispered hesitantly. Evangeline looked up at the distant sky and sighed as she said softly, "It was only about 65 days since the whole world changed, and during that time a world power like China collapsed, so I refuse to believe that the rest of the countries in the world are not in similar or even worse situations. If changes of similar magnitude are coming, then it really is a great unknown if humanity will be able to hold the little ground it holds now." Silence immediately ruled the surroundings, once Evangeline pointed out what everyone knew in their hearts, but inadvertently refused to accept. The voices of survivors living outside the central area of the Bakwin camp could be heard from a distance, as the armed troops tried to quell any commotion that the phenomenon that had just happened may have raised. There were many weaker survivors who fainted directly when the changes in mana occurred, while others fell to the ground while gasping for breath due to the changes in the Earth's gravity. They had been minor changes that anyone could endure, however. Humans who had not yet evolved were undoubtedly having a hard time as their organisms adapted as quickly and as well as possible to such changes. Bai Zemin closed his eyes as he felt his surroundings, and when he opened them again, he saw that, although the twins surnamed Wang were relatively well thanks to Bai Yang having fed them the best possible food including evolved beast meat, the two little girls were also having trouble catching their breath. Then Bai Zemin realized that at this rate everything might collapse. Therefore, he looked at Wu Yijun and ordered in a serious voice, "Wu Yijun, see to it that all the survivors willing to work get once a day a strip of evolved beast meat higher than level 15. Also, take that opportunity to let them understand the governance system of our faction, so that they understand how they can rise in rank to get higher benefits." "Understood." Wu Yijun nodded with the same seriousness she saw in the eyes of Bai Zemin. He looked at 4 people and ordered, "Zhang De, Kang Lan, Kai Jingyi, Fu Zufeng. I want you 4 to take a group of survivors and set up stands to recruit new soul evolvers. Those willing to join need not worry about zombies as the established soul evolvers will take care of helping them until they all reach at least level 5 and will naturally be paid accordingly depending on their respective performances. Be sure to explain the freedoms they will have within the facility as well as the priorities that will be given to them and their families over normal survivors in times of crisis. Evangeline, I want you to take 1/3 of the current armed forces and head north. Once there, join Chen He and the 2 legions of armed forces at Beginner Village. I need you to increase the pace so that all survivors will reach the Bakwin camp in less than 5 days. Lu Yan, I know what happened to Yan too may have you sad, but in this moment you need to stand firm not only for the 20,000 survivors here, nor for the nearly 10,000 survivors who will soon arrive, but for your daughter. Lu Xiao has matured a lot and is slowly becoming a worthy woman who will one day give birth to your future grandchildren. But for that to happen, you have to protect the ground we are standing on." Lu Yan looked at Bai Zemin with complicated eyes. He had heard that Yan Tu challenged a severely injured Bai Zemin in an attempt to take the position of the highest leader for Lu Yan himself. However, Yan Tu failed and as a result, he was naturally killed by Bai Zemin. It would be impossible not to say that Lu Yan felt some hatred for Bai Zemin. After all, Yan Tu was his totally trusted subordinate with whom he had spent many years, and who had saved his and his daughter's lives repeatedly. Still, Lu Yan understood that such hatred would only lead him and his daughter to total doom. Therefore, after he heard the words of Bai Zemin, this former leader of the North Camp took a deep breath and nodded, "Tell me what I have to do." Bai Zemin nodded in satisfaction and ordered in a deep voice, "The South Gate. I need you along with 50 soul evolvers and 300 armed men to protect the South Gate for a week's time. If things get ugly, then don't hesitate to call for reinforcements, but preferably try to hold as much as possible in case any beast or any enemy tries to sneak in. Although honestly, the Southern Gate probably will face the least trouble during that time." Even though Lu Yan did not fully understand what Bai Zemin meant, he did not dwell too much on useless questions either. He nodded and said in a deep voice, "Protect the entire South with only 350 men. Leave it to me. For a week, I'll make sure no one gets through that gate before they take my head." Bai Zemin nodded in satisfaction at Lu Yan's words, and then gave one series of orders after another without stopping, and in a matter of 5 minutes, he had delegated tasks to more than 20 people. "What about me?" Shangyu and Bingzu approached Bai Zemin curiously. So far, she had not received any tasks. Bai Zemin looked at her for a moment before calmly saying, "Bingzu, you are probably going to be the first to break through the second order in our entire faction, and other than me, right now there is no one capable of stopping your moves for more than a few seconds. Therefore, I need you to stay here to protect the fort." Shangyuan Bingzu was without a doubt the second most powerful existence in the entire Transcendent faction. This was a fact that no one currently doubted. Even Evangeline could not hold firm ground against Shangyuan Bingzu, regardless of whether it was a surprise attack or not, as the difference between the two women had triggered after the war in Oblong World. Shangyuan Bingzu's soul power at this moment was so pure, that only Bai Zemin's soul power surpassed it in terms of purity. She was undoubtedly a terrifyingly strong little charming monster. Bai Zemin would love to count on her to help him in what he planned to do next, but he needed someone trustworthy and strong enough to protect all that he had built up during all this time, as he would soon be away for a few days, and Bai Zemin did not want his efforts to go to hell due to the machinations of minor roles. Therefore, he needed to count on her. It was something Bai Zemin could not do on his own. Shangyuan Bingzu frowned slightly, but seeing the serious look in Bai Zemin's eyes, she realized that he really needed her help this time, so without hesitation she nodded. Then she asked in a low voice, "What about you?" "Me?" Bai Zemin looked forward with cold eyes before slowly saying, "I have over 20 million zombies to purge. Backslash 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 backslash. Plus 2,600 words. Really thank you very much to all those who send gifts to the novel and support with valuable golden tickets. I hope we can all keep it up. 3. Chapter 516. Beginning of preparations for Earth's second evolution. After Bai Zemin returned to the village, the entire Baekwon camp immediately became agitated, as each and every task he entrusted began to be carried out to the letter by his subordinates. Backslash backslash backslash. Fu Zufeng in the company of Zhang De, Kai Jingyi, and Kang Lan, headed towards one of the places most crowded by all the survivors. "So this is the famous street called Renaissance Street," Fu Zufeng said in wonderment. "If it wasn't for the bad organization, this place would definitely look fabulous now. Even Phoenix Street in our village up north might not be comparable." Renaissance Street was a square space that stretched over 3 kilometers long and 2 kilometers wide. There, regardless of whether they were survivors with good positions within the establishment, or whether it was a survivor struggling to fill their stomach by settling for relief rations, everyone would be able to find something that suited them and their needs. Even soul evolvers often frequented Renaissance Street. The Phoenix Street that Fu Zufeng was talking about was actually the most popular shopping street in Beginning Village. Soul evolvers who went out to hunt on their own or formed groups with acquaintances after finishing their duty hours often took the goods they obtained to Phoenix Street to sell them, or to trade with others for something they might need. However, between Renaissance Street and Phoenix Street, there were 2 notable differences. The first and most obvious difference was that Renaissance Street had at least twice the number of people that walked down Phoenix Street on a daily basis, so the atmosphere was undoubtedly a lot more lively. As for the second difference, it was precisely as Fu Zufeng had said. Because there were so many people of all kinds roaming around the place, brawls would often break out among groups all along Renaissance Street. Furthermore, since the government naturally favored those it was convenient for them to favor, problems were often brushed aside with the poorest taking the short end of the stick. This was something that, in Beginning Village's Phoenix Street, did not happen, as the rules in the regime of Bai Zemin were lax for its citizens, but extremely harsh for those who broke them. Even a level 2 noble like Shangyuan Bingzu could not simply go and kill someone just because she felt like doing so, as she would first need to present proof of the reason why she wanted to take the life of ex-survivor. Of course, considering Shangyuan Bingzu's current relationship with Bai Zemin, if she took someone's life first and then explained her motives to Bai Zemin, it was highly doubtful that she would suffer more than a small punishment unworthy of mention. Well, soon this place will also begin to be ruled by Bai Zemin's words, so everything will look more organized, Kang Lan said calmly. Indeed. Without a doubt. Zhang De and Fu Zufeng nodded in agreement with Kang Lan's words. When the 4 of them were alone, there was no need to act strange, so they all referred to Bai Zemin by name, since there were no unfamiliar people among them. As the 4 of them were the first followers of Bai Zemin, their trust with him was also different from the trust he had with his other subordinates. "Jingyi, are you all right?" Kang Lan looked at Kai Jingyi with concern. Kai Jingyi had been a little weird for the past hour or 2. Not only did she not have that trademark smile of hers, but she would occasionally even mutter strange words under her breath or blush tremendously, as if she was suffering from some kind of rare disease. Therefore, Kang Lan finally could not bear this anymore and decided to ask if everything was all right. However, Kang Lan didn't get any answer as Kai Jingyi simply nodded and muttered, "I'm fine with it." "This girl, she didn't even listen to what we've been talking about all this time." Kang Lan frowned slightly. "Just let her be. Maybe she's tired. A lot has happened in the span of 24 hours after all," Zhang De said calmly as he looked at Kai Jingyi, who looked lost. Kang Lan sighed and said no more. In any case, she did not understand the reason why Bai Zemin sent the four of them to accomplish such a simple task that could easily be carried out by one. However, they would soon understand the reason why Bai Zemin did what he did. ////. The so-called Hope Square was an open area approximately 5 kilometers wide x 5 kilometers long. Hundreds of long tree trunks had been haphazardly laid out, and there were also about 40 stands with several large tables each, and a large makeshift roof to protect the workers and food from the rain in case of a storm. This was the place where relief rations were handed out to survivors who simply didn't want to work, didn't have the energy to work, or to those who had no chance of getting a job, because the government felt that jobs like digging holes or building more walls were just a stupid way to waste food on useless survivors. This place always became crowded at exactly the same time, but there were also a few survivors who, for the sake of saving energy, simply slept right there despite the ridicule they received every time another survivor passed by them. These survivors knew very well that all they were doing was waiting for death to take them, and that they would not be able to resist much longer at this rate. However, after more than 60 days of being malnourished, their bodies naturally ceased to be what they were in peak condition, so that now even if they wanted to go out and fight the zombies or beasts, they barely had the energy to walk several steps, let alone pick up a spear or a sword. In fact, there were many survivors who in the past did not want to work, let alone go out to fight, but after experiencing for several weeks how terrifying it was to feel their lives slowly fading away, they wanted to do anything in exchange for being able to have good food on a daily basis. It was just that with their current conditions that opportunity had already disappeared from their lives from the moment they began to slowly rot away. It was around 10 o'clock in the morning, and even though it was still 2 hours before it was time to deliver the relief rations, there were more than 600 survivors who had already gathered, and many more who were slowly approaching from different corners of the base. Just at that moment, a small commotion arose when under everyone's surprised eyes 5 cargo trucks slowly approached the center of Hope Square. Bang! What is that? Monster! Idiot, stop pushing and don't run anymore. It's a soul evolver. The survivors panicked, and many of them broke into a run when they saw Nangongyi using his second-order dragon transformation skill, newly evolved, and descending from one of the trucks with a mighty leap. Nangongyi frowned at the commotion and, not wanting more trouble to appear than they already had, he shouted loudly, "All of you, shut your mouths." His voice was like the true roar of a beast that spread far and wide and reached with precision each of the survivors who were still trying to flee. Although it was loud and frightening, it really was an effective method, since as if by prior agreement they all stopped until they slowly realized that their lives were not in danger, and only then did they relax enough to observe the situation in more detail. "HMPH, why the hell do I have to do this anyway?" Nangongyi complained in a low voice. Due to his skill, his voice sounded hoarser than normal, and it was really awkward to listen to. "Don't complain. Zhang De has another task to complete, and Yan too was killed by Bai Zemin because of his betrayal. Only you alone can move those beasts without moving several soul evolvers." At that moment, an extremely beautiful voice similar to silver bells ringing softly amidst the gentle spring breeze sounded from inside one of the cargo trucks. Under the dazed eyes of the survivors, the most beautiful woman they had ever seen in their lives slowly descended from the cab. Yijin was wearing a robe with good defensive properties of rank 1 that, although not as beautiful as the clothes she loved so much, had been forged by her loved one, so the value of this robe in her eyes was priceless. Furthermore, even though the robe was dull in color and lacked the decorations that the ladies loved so much, Wu Yijin's body was just too sexy, so regardless of what she wore, and in conjunction with her innocent face, she would always look beautiful. She 100% ignored everyone's stares, and with a slight smile said to Nangongyi, "Besides, this was Bai Zemin's order, so unless you want to get a beating you better get to work. I really need to contact the Organization for the Protection of Endangered Animals." Nangongyi complained quietly. Wu Yijin shook her head as she smiled bitterly. Nangongyu was old enough to be her father, but he actually liked to joke around quite often. In case anyone didn't understand, Nangongyi is currently transformed into a dragon, hence his words in the above paragraph. Under the surprised eyes of the survivors, Nangongyi, with the help of the drivers, opened the box that hid the contents of the trucks. Immediately, there was another small commotion as Nangongyi began to carry and unload from the trucks the bodies of 5 tigers whose sizes were comparable to that of 2 tigers together each. For these survivors living behind the base walls, this was probably the first time they had seen mutated beasts, since except at the beginning of the apocalypse when the zombies began to roam and kill anything that moved, they had not had the courage to go out. These 5 creatures had been hunted precisely to fulfill part of the task that Bai Zemin had given Wu Yijun. The beast's name was Sailing Tiger, and it was an agility-type beast whose levels were 15, 16, 18, 20, and 21. Once Nangongyu took down the lifeless sailing tigers from the trucks, a team of more than 100 people began to work after taking down the tools from the trucks. All they had to do was to process the meat, blood, fat, cartilage, gall bladder, liver, heart, and anything else that could somehow be consumed by the human body, since previously a different team had taken the pelts, claws, and teeth of the beasts. Approximately 3 hours later, Hope Square became more populated with around 7,000 survivors. This caused a deep frown to appear on Wu Yijun's pretty face as she realized that more than 1/3 of the total population of Baekwin Camp was actually destitute. This was certainly far more than she expected to find. 1 hour later, the mouths of all the survivors turned to water, and their stomachs began to growl, as if the beast within them had finally found a purpose for which to awaken. This was not for nothing, as from the 40 food stalls and the more than 100 tables that had been set up at each of them, an extremely delicious smell of cooked meat began to emanate. Even though it was only cooked meat, it had been 2 months since these survivors had tasted any of meat, so when they smelled that familiar yet unfamiliar scent, they all looked at each other in disbelief. None of them could even believe in the possibility that they were going to be fed with meat instead of rice water. However, when the armed man guarding each station with a light machine gun gave the signal under the consent of the beautiful woman who watched calmly from the side, and when the first survivor received a bowl filled to the brim with meat soup, these survivors finally realized that all this was really happening, and that it was not a trick played by hunger. That first survivor did not even wait to get to one of the trunks to sit down when the hunger that threatened to drive him mad forced him to take the first spoonful of meat soup into his mouth. The steps of the man froze and his eyes widened in shock. Those closest to him noticed that the 30-plus-year-old man's pupils trembled as if he had experienced some kind of shock. However, just as everyone was wondering if the meat soup was actually contaminated, and the thought of retreating was beginning to be born in the hearts of all, that first survivor suddenly went mad as he began to ferociously gulp down the bowl of broth as if it were some kind of divine delicacy. "I want more. Please give me one more bowl and I won't eat tomorrow." The man turned around and knelt down on his knees as he looked at the armed soldier with pleading eyes. The armed man frowned and was about to punch the man for getting in the way of the line when a clear voice rang out across Hope Square. "All those of you who have finished your portions, please stay a little longer as I have an important announcement to make, one which will undoubtedly be to the liking of many of you." Wu Yijun stood on the roof of one of the trucks and said slowly, "Of course, those who wish to leave are free to do so and will still receive daily rations. However, those who leave today without listening will definitely regret it for the rest of their lives." "I'll stay, of course I'll stay." The survivor who had tasted the meat soup shouted shrilly before standing up and running over to a trunk to sit down and look at the large pot greedily. If it wasn't for the sanity he still had, this man would definitely have jumped regardless of the armed soldier a few meters away. Wu Yijun nodded in satisfaction as this was the result she expected before ordering, "Continue without blocking the line or you will be punished severely. If you behave yourselves, you will all be given one more bowl later." The carrot and the stick. Wu Yijun was really the daughter of a family full of politicians after all. But the hit and then caress method actually proved effective once again, as soon the lines began to move. When the second survivor tasted the meat soup, her reaction was exactly the same as the first. The same happened with the third, with the fourth, the fifth, the sixth. Soon, more than 3,000 survivors had received green messages in their retinas. "You have received health +3. You have received strength +4. You have received stamina +3. You have received agility +4. when the words that the meat soup was actually extremely beneficial to the body, and when the other survivors noticed how the conditions of those who had tried it improved markedly in a matter of seconds, another commotion arose. Backslash 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 backslash. Chapter plus 2600 words again. Really thank you very much to all those who send gifts to the novel and support with valuable golden tickets. I hope we can all keep it up. 3. Chapter 517. Humans and rats are not so different after all. I suddenly feel stronger than before, murmured an old man in disbelief as he looked at the now empty bowl in his hands. Mom, I don't feel as bad as I did a moment ago. Can I have more of that delicious soup? A boy who had been suffering from fever for 2 days straight looked at his mother with pleading eyes. Awesome. What kind of meat is that? It's the tigers, the evolved tigers. Wu Yijin and Nangong, he calmly observed, as the 7,000-plus survivors became agitated after eating a taste of the food they had received. Not only was the soup made mainly from the meat of evolved beasts, whose levels ranged from 15 to 21, extremely delicious, but to these survivors who were only level 0 existences, it was a divine treasure sent from the heavens. The meat of the evolved tigers not only served to improve to amazing degrees the weakened bodies of these survivors, who had been going through poor nutrition for several weeks, but also served to lay the foundation and raise their natural stats to new heights once their bodies were fully recovered. How could they not be shaken after tasting such a high-quality delicacy? They all couldn't wait to try more. Give me more. I want more. Please. I'll do anything. However, as the saying goes, in a big forest there are all kinds of birds. Among the little more than 7,000 survivors, there were some who were desperate to regain their strength so they could do their best for themselves. Now that the medicine for a speedy and complete recovery had appeared before their eyes, many of them would naturally not be willing to let the opportunity slip through their fingers. Like a seemingly unstoppable tsunami, more than 200 survivors suddenly charged toward the 40 food stands as they stared at the giant pots with greed-filled eyes that seemed to glow with green light, similar to that of a wolf, that had only the meat of its prey in its eyes. The expressions on the faces of the 40 armed men changed tremendously as they saw the wave of humans running desperately toward them. They subconsciously raised their guns, but just as they were about to open fire, a soft voice caused their movements to stop automatically. I'll take care of this for now. Wu Yijin took a step forward and frowned slightly at the sight of the charging crowd. Although she had expected something similar, she hoped it wouldn't happen. However, since trouble had appeared, it was better to deal with it as soon as possible. Besides, since she already expected that something like this might happen, it wasn't as if Wu Yijin was too surprised to act on it. Whip them all, she whispered as she pointed her impeccable finger straight ahead. The few surrounding plants suddenly glowed with a faint emerald green radiance and came to life. The little over 200 survivors had only one target in mind, so they didn't even notice that over 300 branches elongated tens of meters in an instant like tentacles and crawled at lightning speed behind each of them. The first one's cry of pain was the bell that announced disaster for each of these 200-plus out-of-control survivors. Bang, 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 bang. Bang, 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 bang. The sound of flesh being torn by the fierce lashes, and flesh being mercilessly whipped resounded in sync with the cries of pain as well as the pleas and wails of those who, after being beaten, finally began to wake up. However, Wu Yijin shook her head. Continue to whip them, she said, this time without mercy and without allowing her kindness to win over her logic. The plants heard her soft voice and became even more ferocious in their attacks. Regardless of whether it was teenagers, women, men, elders, or even children, they were all whipped until their skins split and blood began to flow. Although Wu Yijin did not feel comfortable punishing so many people this mercilessly, Shangyu and Bing Zhu had made one thing clear to her before leaving towards Hope Square, something Wu Yijin could not deny. If Wu Yijin did not do her job well, then she would be causing Bai Zemin more trouble, more than he already had on his back. This was something she definitely did not want to happen. What Wu Yijin aspired to become was a woman who would be able to help him, and unfortunately for her, her combat ability would probably never be enough to stand up alongside him as an equal. Therefore, she could only do what she could to the best of her ability. Helping him build the kingdom he aspired to build was, for now, the wisest way. Moreover, Wu Yijin had also realized something else, and that was that If it had not been for her stepping forward just in time, 40 machine guns would have mercilessly opened fire on the 200 or so survivors. At this point, the place would have turned into a slaughterhouse, and it was only thanks to her that this could have been avoided. Precisely because she wanted everyone to learn the consequences of trying to make more trouble than humanity already had, Wu Yijin showed no mercy and whipped everyone to the brink of fainting. As the other survivors in Hope Square and those who were just passing by were shocked and frightened to see the terrifying behavior of the plants that previously only swayed gently in the natural wind, Wu Yijin ordered the plants to stop. Groans and cries of pain were the only sounds that could be heard before she said in a voice clear enough for all to hear. The people who just disobeyed my previous instruction are out of the system that will soon be opened. Also, as a consequence of the fault made by a few, everyone present will also not be able to have a second bowl of food today. Immediately, an even bigger wave rose up as Wu Yijin's words clicked in the minds of each of the survivors. What? Why? We haven't done anything wrong. You bastards, because of these bastards now we all have to suffer. Kill them. Kill them. Kill them. No one knew who started it, but suddenly, everyone looked at the 200 or so survivors who had created trouble with red eyes, as if they wanted to devour their flesh, and sending shivers down their spines, that served to awaken them from the pain that consumed them. However, no one stepped forward. They had all learned their lesson this time. Silence, Wu Yijin ordered in a loud voice. Once everyone calmed down, she ignored the death glares that the nearly 7,000 were giving to the little over 200 and said slowly, I have no idea how things worked before, but now that the former leaders of this base were overthrown, things will change, and since this is a base, that is, a unit, everyone here will have to function as one. If you are aware that any of you wish to commit an act that will surely be punished, then to avoid trouble yourself stop that person or warn in advance. The words of Wu Yijin were a great wake-up call that sounded the alarms of all these survivors, and even those who were just passing through the place, or who were attracted by the aroma of the cooked meat, began to pay more attention. Until yesterday, many of you might have complaints in your hearts regarding not having the energy to work or feeling resentment towards the higher-ups at the base because no one gave you a chance to prove yourselves. Wu Yijin said indifferently. However, from this very moment on, none of you will have anything to complain about. Wu Yijin looked at Nangongyi, and when the latter saw her nod toward him, he realized it was his turn. Nangongyi took a step forward, this time with his skill deactivated, and shouted loudly. Listen well because I will not repeat myself twice. Our current leader, Bai Zemin, is a kind man who is even willing to invest high-level creature meat that could easily be treated as luxury food in survivors like you who have no power whatsoever. However, every act always has a price, and even the kindness of God has its limits, let alone the kindness of a human. The corner of Wu Yijin's mouth twitched several times as she listened to Nangongyi's speech, but since his words seemed to be working, she said nothing about it and simply listened from the side in silence. As you all have already proven, this kind of meat can bring your bodies back to their respective peak conditions of the past and even lead you to become more powerful people. Now, pay close attention. All those who wish to become a soul evolver and thus gain enough power to never again be humiliated, to never again suffer hunger, to be able to fight alongside me and our brothers on the battlefield shoulder to shoulder with the leader, I want you to move to the right. Just this time, our elite team will help you all level up by completely incapacitating the zombies, so you don't have to fear them. At first, many hesitated, but when the last quarter of the speech of Nangongyi reached everyone, he immediately noticed how many people's eyes lit up brightly. Having learned from the previous case, this time everyone struggled to contain their emotions and silently began to move to the right side of the large square while keeping their eyes fixed on Nangongyi and Wu Yijin, as if they feared that both of them would suddenly run away. However, the matter at hand was that something that neither Nangongyi nor Wu Yijin expected actually did happen. This, Wu Yijin watched in astonishment as nearly half of all the starving and destitute survivors walked towards the right side of Hope Square. All of them walked with somewhat weak steps, their clothes were dirty, their bodies released foul odor, their hair was a mess, some even fell down several times due to the miserable situation they were in. However, all of them had bright eyes brimming with determination. Even those who fell to the ground struggled to stand up or simply crawled, while digging their nails into the hard earth. Nangongyi was dumbfounded before bursting out laughing and saying loudly, "Aren't I amazing? This major here managed to make the largest mass recruitment of future soul evolvers. I think I deserve a promotion and several beautiful women for myself. Wu Yijin looked at him with disdain before turning his eyes towards the 3,000 or so survivors who had decided to risk their lives to fight. Even and in the unlikely event that half of them regretted their decision when they saw the zombies again, there would still be 1,500 future soul evolvers. 1,500 soul evolvers in the worst case. This was a number that even now the transcendent faction was far from reaching. Then Wu Yijin remembered something her grandfather had once told her, but she had been unable to understand. Just as rats when cornered by cats attack, when humans are driven to the brink of insanity, they can sometimes make self-destructive decisions. However, in times of crisis, only by having the resolve to die could one have a small chance of changing one's fate. Stand still and wait for death to embrace you, or fight and let death embrace you. Or, perhaps, death will be too tired to fight you at that moment, and you can go on living longer than you were supposed to live. Wu Yijin did not expect that her assignment to improve the survivors' nutrition, explain the new rules, and finally recruit a few workers would actually end up turning into such a miracle. However, if Wu Yijin thought about it carefully, she would realize that there really wasn't much to be surprised about. It had been 65 days since everything changed. 2 long months during which all these survivors had lived a life worse than death in many ways and barely held on to a weak flame called existence. At the end of the day, humans were also a kind of animal that went through the cycle of life and death, just like all living things. Humans also grew tired. Humans could also turn into wild beasts after being beaten hard for so long. Wu Yijin took a deep breath, and at the same time as her chest lowered along with her exaltation, a beautiful smile appeared on her face. This was undoubtedly a pleasant surprise that he would surely be happy to know. She stepped forward and shouted in delight. All those with knowledge in biology, botany, electricity, mechanics, construction, medicine, chemistry, music, cooking, please step to the left. All those who have no particular knowledge about a field but have the willingness to work on building defenses for the base, such as digging a ditch around the settlement, please stay in your places. Wu Yijin announced the mass recruitment of survivors with knowledge in over 20 different fields, and soon things began to move. There were approximately 10 of the just over 3,000 who previously wanted to be soul evolvers who announced they were experts in biology or chemistry, so they were also recruited immediately. She and a new group assigned by Shangyu and Bingzhu to assist her began to record the data of the survivors. Even after hours of work, Wu Yijin did not complain, and the smile on her face did not waver. None of the survivors who arrived at Hope Square today, other than the 200 who broke the rules earlier, were out of work. All of them would soon join the system created by Bai Zemin and his trusted subordinates to give even more life to the ever larger and firmer faction. While all these changes, big or small, were taking place, the man in question was away from home while observing one of the largest bridges in all of China. /////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////// thank you very much to all those who send gifts to the novel and support with valuable golden tickets. I hope we can all keep it up. 3. Chapter 518, Eastern Dragons Back, on the eve of attack. The forests in China were already large to begin with, and many brave explorers had been lost in the deep mountains only to never hear of them again. Even to this day, it was unknown whether they had died with the passage of time or had been eaten by some feral animal. However, the arrival of the soul record on Earth changed everything, and the already vast forests of China turned into their own worlds. Trees that rose into the sky with the intention of caressing the clouds with their leaves, mutant plants that camouflaged themselves, and pretended to be only inanimate objects with the intention of catching their prey unawares, fantasy creatures that could easily become the protagonists of a horror movie or a mythological story, and who knows how many more mysteries they hid in their depths. But one of the most terrifying things was that even the cities were slowly turning into forests which at some point could be occupied by more beasts or any other vicious race. There was no doubt that mankind was losing in this battle for survival. The human body was weak, and the fact that they were emotional beings did not help much in this kind of circumstances either, compared to the beasts that possessed extremely tenacious bodies, or compared to the goblins that were war machines from the moment they were born. Mankind was like a baby that was just learning to walk. The howling wind brought with it the freezing cold of the slow but sure fall of dusk. The pure smell of nature, devoid of much of the past pollution in company with the beautiful sunset that was beginning to rise on the distant horizon, created an extremely beautiful place, similar to a vivid painting. Normally, at this time of day, the beasts would begin to roar as the descent of night was when they became especially more active. Strangely, however, there was no sound from within the woods. Swoosh! Suddenly, a particularly powerful gale blew in, and from the distance brought with it a strange iron smell, the characteristic smell of blood. A black-clad silhouette slowly approached from the northern forest. His footsteps were extremely soft, so much so that they produced practically no sound at all when the battle boots came into contact with the solid earth covered with dead leaves. In the right hand of the silhouette was a golden spear of exquisite appearance, and his appearance was simply the very description of the word charm. But the most striking thing would probably be the 4-meter tall deer that the man was dragging behind him. Of course, this person was none other than Bai Zemin, who had left the base to head for the only relatively close place through which he and his faction could cross to continue their route in a southerly direction. Bang! Bai Zemin dropped the body of the deer heavily on the ground and looked up at the sky with narrowed eyes. It really isn't easy. If it weren't for my strength, trying to cross so many kilometers of roads covered by thick grass and surrounded by all sorts of creatures would be no different from committing suicide. Bai Zemin sighed as he recalled his journey to reach the bridge known as Eastern Dragon's Back due to its extensive length. Bai Zemin had only covered approximately 200 to 300 kilometers, which was not too much in reality, and even less so considering his movement speed. However, the amount of work he had to do along the route kept him busy for more than 6 whole hours. After not being used for so long, and with the forests constantly expanding, the roads heading south were in a state that could only be called deplorable. The roots of countless trees had begun to spread underground, as they grew larger and larger after being fed by the mana of the world, which inadvertently ended up causing the road to break down. Huge trees that had been felled probably by some giant creature blocking the road. Bai Zemin even found a nest of mutant snakes that were over 10 meters long, each directly 5 meters away from the main road. To make the most of the time and to avoid wasting time waiting for others, Bai Zemin set to work by himself. To begin with, he was used to doing hard work anyway, so it was no big deal since Bai Zemin had never been a spoiled young man considering his past economic position. Since Bai Zemin could not afford to have too much manpower right now, as most of his forces were focusing on capturing firm control over Bakwin Camp, or on the large-scale move from the north to the south, so it was better to get to work on his own rather than wait for days to pass stupidly. Although it was a bit tedious, after about 5 hours of work he managed to craft a road wide enough and relatively safe through which a convoy of several sizable vehicles could pass. The number of beasts he faced and killed was several thousand. Honestly, Bai Zemin stopped counting when the numbers exceeded 3 figures. He took only 2 corpses with him. One of them was the deer lying on the ground and the other was inside his storage ring. Since the bodies of the evolved beasts were generally too large, Bai Zemin did not want to take up too much space of his spatial storage ring. So, he simply took all the soul stones he could take and stored the blood he could save in the liquid storage pearl before continuing on his way. I guess I'll have Shangyu and Bingzu to send someone to take care of those bodies. That should be a few tons of meat and plenty of resources to build equipment. Bai Zemin muttered as he waved his hand and took several things from inside his spatial storage ring. Pots, pans, a carafe with a small portable stove, a lighter, vegetables, rice, a cutting board, chopsticks, soybean oil, salt, pepper, and many more condiments. Having a space storage ring was undoubtedly a tremendous relief. Bai Zemin felt that the current him could not live a day if his ring was taken away from him now that he had tasted the forbidden fruit. Bai Zemin was not a genius in the kitchen, but at least he could fend for himself. At the very least, Bai Zemin was confident he wouldn't starve to death even if he ended up being alone for the rest of time, without a female partner to rely on and to share. Right now I'm really thankful I wasn't born into a rich family. Bai Zemin chuckled as he recalled how Chen he once burned the roast beef he tried to prepare together with other soul evolvers as a celebration after migrating all the survivors from the North Camp to the beginner village. 1 hour later, Bai Zemin managed to prepare several dishes using deer meat. Roast meat, fried meat, braised meat, steamed meat, sautéed vegetables, boiled rice, fried rice with tomato sauce, etc. Although it wasn't a great variety, Bai Zemin didn't mind. To begin with, he wasn't picky about food. As long as he could fill his stomach with something edible, Bai Zemin would be more than satisfied. His personality had been molded from the moment he decided to become independent so as not to make things difficult for his younger sister or anyone else in his family. This is good, not as good as Qing Ming's food, but good in the end, Bai Zemin muttered as he chewed on a piece of tender meat. The evolved beast meat was simply delicious. Even the worst cook in the world could prepare a delicacy with it if it existed before the apocalypse. Bai Zemin took his time to eat, and as he sat on the corpse of the giant deer, he began to think carefully about what he would do next. Eastern Dragon's Back is about 100 kilometers long and approximately 200 meters wide. It was built in the year 1959, and once every 20 years, constant inspections and improvements were made to prevent its deterioration. Considering that we are currently in the year 2022, the third inspection was only about 3 or 4 years ago, so the bridge should be in optimal condition. Even if several hundred vehicles modified with heavy body parts of different beasts were to pass over the bridge, Eastern Dragon's Back will definitely be able to withstand. However, Bai Zemin paused as he thought this far and frowned tightly. However, I doubt that the bridge could withstand the confrontation between two second-order beings. No, even the battle between two first-order beings would probably end up collapsing the bridge sooner or later. The shockwaves from the battle between first-order beings could not be underestimated at all since, if those fighting were strength-focused powerhouses, or possessed overly destructive skills, everything within a radius of between 10 and 20 meters would surely be crushed. Although the Eastern Dragon's Back Bridge had been built and modified with the best possible materials to avoid problems for obvious reasons, as considering the size of the bridge, a collapse would represent one of mankind's greatest catastrophes. Bai Zemin had no confidence that the bridge could withstand too much in the apocalypse. I'm afraid I'll have to make sure to finish every battle as fast as possible. More importantly, I have to be careful with my attacks. Bai Zemin immediately began to feel a tremendous headache even though he was only going over what he could and could not do as well as thinking up new ideas. Gravity manipulation is a big no-no. Crimson Blood Judgment is out of the equation. I can't afford to use this destructive skill even if a dangerous enemy appears, or else the bridge will undoubtedly fall. My greatsword Crimson Thunder Dragon's last words can't participate here either. As for annihilation of the falling sky, I'd better keep its spear form. This way I'll avoid the air cannons caused by the explosions of a greatsword, and at the same time I'll be able to finish off enemies without letting them get too close of me. Because the bloodthirsty wolf full body armor of Bai Zemin had been practically completely destroyed after experiencing so many battles to the death during the invasion of Oblong World, Bai Zemin naturally could not use it as it was really useless at this point. In fact, it was not just his armor. Bai Zemin's shoulder pads as well as his leg protectors had been partially or completely destroyed in Oblong World. Moreover, since all his forging tools were in the beginning village, he also could not afford to forge new armor or any piece of equipment too extravagant to him. After all, Bai Zemin had no choice but to rely on the normal hammer used by the blacksmiths that Camp Baquin had. Of course, he was still able to forge a rank 1 armor with 600 points of physical defense. However, it was far from being comparable to his past rank 2 armor with over 1,000 points of physical defense. Although the current Bai Zemin was more experienced than in the past regarding blacksmithing and working with leather, he had actually been lucky back then when his now-destroyed bloodthirsty wolf full-body armor was born. Furthermore, while he could have increased the quality of the armor by embedding some soul stone, Bai Zemin felt that it was a waste to use a soul stone in a suit of armor that would be replaced sooner rather than later. After Bai Zemin spent the entire morning using the hammer, chisel, anvil, tongs, and other tools to craft a new leather armor to fit his immediate needs, as well as a new pair of shoulder pads and leg protectors, Bai Zemin left the base but not before telling Shangyu and Bingzu about it. Now, he was only 500 meters away from his real target. Even from here, I can sense several strong auras mixed in among a huge horde of undead creatures. Bai Zemin frowned harder and harder as he realized that this task might be more difficult than he initially estimated. /////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////// valuable golden tickets. I hope we can all keep it up. 3. Chapter 519, Fighting Alone Against Millions of Enemies, Part 1. Instead of launching an attack now that the day was almost over, Bai Zemin decided to get a good night's sleep to replenish his stamina to the maximum. After all, even though he was still almost at full power, all the work he had been forced to do during part of the morning and most of the evening was really mentally exhausting. Besides, fighting zombies in the middle of the night was not something Bai Zemin preferred to do, at least not until he adapted to fighting an endless horde of creatures that felt no pain, fear, and never tired. While Bai Zemin had fought and killed countless zombies so far, this would undoubtedly be the first time he would be fighting a horde of millions of them. In fact, this would be the largest battle Bai Zemin was going to experience as far as the number of enemies was concerned. Even now, I'm not sure if my skin is able to handle the sharp claws of the zombies. Bai Zemin shook his head as he looked at the starry sky above his head with a thoughtful look on his face. While the silver skin of Bai Zemin had strengthened his outer skin tremendously to the point where even high-caliber bullets could not pierce through it, he was not 100% sure that it could withstand the claws of the zombies, since zombies, just like humans and beasts, were constantly evolving. The weakest zombie now was probably level 10, and zombies of level 12 or higher would not be uncommon either. If not for the fact that zombies were mindless and extremely slow beings that only relied on primal instincts, the zombie race would undoubtedly be the ruler of this world by now. It was only because zombies were so slow that even a normal human had some chance of victory as long as they were careful. Of course, the current zombies were creatures capable of creating holes in concrete walls with their fists, which was a big difference compared to the zombies Bai Zemin faced in college. Zombies which could barely break wooden doors with their sharp nails. Tomorrow, I will take the opportunity to test the zombies bit by bit. Even I can't do anything against mana infection. Better to be safe than sorry later. Bai Zemin made up his mind before closing his eyes preparing to sleep. He had opened a sizable hole in a thick tree trunk and crawled in there to use it as a temporary shelter. In addition, he had scattered powder from a ground-up plant that was discovered 2 weeks ago by his faction's botany team in the surrounding area of the main base. The name of this plant was sulfur orchid. Its name came from the shape of its leaves that resembled small stars, as well as the strong smell that was really repulsive. And the botany team number 3 in charge of studying the effect of this new plant that appeared on Earth after the world began to evolve, they realized that while humans were able to tolerate the strong smell of the plant without problems, the unclassified beasts really detested the smell to the point where they stayed as far away as possible, unless they were really attracted by something especially strong. While beasts of first order and up were immune, the effect of the sulfur orchid was good enough to keep dozens of soul evolvers and human teams from wandering a bit more confidently into the forests. In addition, another positive point was that during the night they could spread the powder of the plant, which was stronger than the naturally released odor, and although it lasted less than if the plant was alive, it was enough to last at least one night. The next day, I sure slept great. Bai Zemin climbed out of the hollowed-out trunk and began to stretch his body while looking at the bright sun. It was past 8 in the morning, but Bai Zemin had slept like a baby until a minute or two ago. The effect of the powder he had dispersed around the area he was staying in had worked wonderfully, as throughout the night, despite hearing fierce roars, Bai Zemin had not been disturbed by any unusual creatures. The powder of the sulfur orchid, in conjunction with the fact that Bai Zemin was only on the outer perimeter of the forest, had helped to avoid first order and above beasts that only left their territories in extremely rare cases. As for the unclassified beasts, the plant did the job. After stretching to release his slightly locked muscles, Bai Zemin put everything back into his storage ring and took up annihilation of the falling sky before looking in a southerly direction with a faint smile. "Well, let's get some morning exercise," Bai Zemin said as he slowly walked forward. ////. Boom. Bang. Boom. Bang. Booms and bangs resounded through the previously silent woodland. Bai Zemin swung his spear from left to right with masterful skill, thanks to his blood berserker job, which increased his knowledge of weapons such as spears tremendously in a passive way. Each swing was accompanied by a wind blade that cut through the trees, branches, vines, and roots that covered the path to the south. After removing these obstacles, Bai Zemin destroyed the annoying concrete road that not even an off-road truck could pass through, and opened a large channel that linked up with the road he had been building since yesterday. Of course, the noise he was making attracted the forest residents, who apparently were not pleased with the human visit. Roar! A green-colored shadow let out a strange sound that sounded like a somewhat weak roar. The beast was undoubtedly a creature whose stats were mainly focused on agility, as its movements, and the speed at which it charged forward, would only allow a level 30 first-order soul evolver to see a flash before their bodies were cut in two halves. Swoosh! The green shadow leaped towards the channel, but just as it was 5 meters away from Bai Zemin, a flash of golden light swooshed before the eyes of the beast. As if time had stopped for a second, the creature seemed to stop in mid-leap before a glint of disbelief flashed in its formerly wild eyes. Splash! A second later, the body of the beast split in half from front to back, and blood splashed everywhere along with the monster's internal organs and guts. You have received the soul power of First Order Green Claw Cat level 34. Bai Zemin pierced the head of the monster, but he did not find any soul stone. Then, he waved his spear 4 times and cut off the 4 legs of the beast before casually tossing them into his storage ring. After that, Bai Zemin continued to advance as he finished building a descent path for his troops to pass through. Of course, throughout the process, the noise and explosions continued attracting more and more beasts. However, the highest level of these creatures was 43 at the most, so they were all completely slaughtered without mercy by Bai Zemin. Approximately 40 minutes later, and after having gathered a total of 6 first-order soul stones and over 200 unclassified soul stones, Bai Zemin finally finished his task. Moreover, he finally spotted his main target. This was the same giant bridge that he had seen countless times so far for when he went to visit his loved ones during rest days or summer vacations. However, apart from its colossal size, its majestic and vivid appearance was nowhere to be seen anymore. Thousands of cars were piled up along the sides of the 200 meters wide bridge, partially covering the view. Some of these cars were wrecked. Others had simply been abandoned by their owners during the first day of the apocalypse, and others had been crushed by something that was definitely not human, since the condition they were in was not much different from what they would have looked like if a bulldozer had run over them. Broken glass, light beacons fallen to the ground, shattered billboards. Even the checkpoint blocking the entry to the bridge was not unlike a haunted house at this point. Dried blood, white bones, and even hair stuck to tough pieces of flesh could be seen on the ground as mutant flies between 5 and 10 centimeters long wandered around the area, noisily buzzing their wings. Bai Zemin even saw on the side of the bridge the scales and spines of what looked like it had once been a fish, whose size was comparable to a house nearly 3 meters high and over 6 meters long. These kinds of sights really don't help improve the mood in the morning, Bai Zemin muttered as he walked step by step forward. His black eyes flashed in a strange way as he gazed at the seemingly endless sea of heads, bobbing back and forth a little over 100 meters ahead. After 2 months, the corrupted mana inside the zombies' bodies began to corrode their systems, to the point where those that had failed to evolve had practically lost any resemblance they may have previously had to a human being, except for the fact that they walked on 2 legs. Bai Zemin did not know if as the months and years passed the zombies would die on their own. However, if someone were to ask him about it, he would bet an arm that such a thing would not happen. On the contrary, I bet the infecting power of these damn creatures just got even more terrifying now. He clicked his tongue as he slowly began to pick up the pace. When Bai Zemin was only 50 meters away from the bridge, the first head abruptly turned in his direction. 50 meters, Bai Zemin was inwardly surprised. He could still remember that not so long ago, zombies had a maximum detection range of 30 meters. How could it be possible that, in a matter of 3 or 4 days, these zombies had received such a huge upgrade? Bai Zemin felt his mind go blank before he associated this phenomenon with yesterday's phenomenon. The impending evolution of the Earth was slowly but surely affecting the zombies. Except for their numbers, zombies were undoubtedly the weakest race on Earth. However, to compensate for the lack of intelligence, their slowness and lack of a powerful physical body, these zombies were constantly getting stronger just by the mere act of absorbing mana and corrupting it into their organisms. Growl. The first zombie let out a strange growl, and as if it was some kind of alarm, all the surrounding zombies turned their faces to look in Bai Zemin's direction. The completely white eyes revealed that the creatures had no sight, but their sense of smell and hearing worked perfectly as they nonchalantly began to walk towards the approaching human. Any other soul evolver would probably turn around in fear at the sight of the terrifying appearances of hundreds of packaged zombies advancing at the same time like a well-trained army. However, Bai Zemin was anything but an ordinary soul evolver. He had slaughtered hundreds of thousands of enemies on his own, and had annihilated the entire population of a city comparable to the size of a minor country. By the time the distance between Bai Zemin and the zombies closed to 30 meters, his steps could no longer be called walking. He was jogging. At 20 meters distance, Bai Zemin's jogging speed had increased to that of a soul evolver with 30 agility points. At 10 meters away, he was running while making use of 80 agility points. And not even a second later, Bai Zemin suddenly seemed to vanish from his previous position. Bai Zemin appeared as if by magic 50 meters ahead, right behind the first wave of zombies. His body was straight and firm as a tower, while the golden spear in his right hand rested the back of it on the ground while the tip pointed skyward. The wind blew at the zombies that had suddenly stopped, and an instant later their bodies split into thousands of pieces. Blood, chunks of flesh, rotting organs, guts, brain matter, and dozens of unclassified soul stones fell to the ground at the same time. Time to get the crap out of the way. Bai Zemin's cold voice rang out amidst the growls of the zombies in front of him and around him. The only free place he had was about 4 meters around and the blood path he had opened a moment ago. However, Bai Zemin naturally wasn't interested in backing down. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. The surrounding zombies hadn't even turned around completely after sensing his soul power beside them, when Bai Zemin turned his body 360 degrees while swinging his spear in a wide golden circle. Air blades bathed in golden light spread out at lightning speed, and the bodies of dozens of zombies immediately turned into a pile of minced flesh in tiny pieces. Backslash, 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 backslash. Really thank you very much to all those who send gifts to the novel and support with valuable golden tickets. I hope we can all keep it up. 3. Chapter 520, Fighting Alone Against Millions of Enemies, Part 2. The first wave of zombies that attacked Bai Zemin was composed of approximately 200 beings whose systems had been corrupted since day 1 of the apocalypse. The second was composed of approximately 50 or so, considering that while Bai Zemin had not taken a run to take advantage of the momentum and eliminate more zombies, he had used the extension of his spear to not only finish off the nearest zombies, but the wind blades generated by the fierce circular swing helped in the process to decimate several more of them. Around 280 soul record messages indicating the acquisition of enemy soul power. Bai Zemin muttered as he observed with indifferent eyes as more zombies replaced the ones he had just killed. In short, about 280 zombies in about 2 seconds. Bai Zemin analyzed as he lunged to his right and stabbed fiercely with his spear forward. Boom! An air cannon powered by Bai Zemin's powerful strength stat, and the power of the golden spear directly annihilated a dozen zombies, turning their bodies into a pile of meat paste. The golden spear became a shimmering whirlwind under the sun's rays as Bai Zemin swung it delicately and skillfully from side to side. Every single swing took the lives of at least a few dozen, and sometimes more than 100 zombies exploded in a mist of blood. Simply by relying on physical attacks and taking into account the basic formula, in theory I should be able to annihilate 20 million zombies in about half a day. But it's impossible for me to kill that many zombies at once unless I use all my strength, which at this time is best avoided so that the bridge doesn't collapse. Bai Zemin continued analyzing his current situation and possible future situation as he kept on slaughtering the enemies that did not stop coming. However, even if it were possible, fighting for half a whole day without having even a brief moment to rest might be a bit exhausting even for me. Not to mention the fact that I can sense several more powerful auras at the bottom of the bridge, which means these zombies are nothing more than snacks or disposable soldiers. Of course, I still need to use blood manipulation. Bai Zemin kicked a zombie in front of him viciously, exploding the body of the creature. Without even letting the zombies in front of him step forward, Bai Zemin slashed with his spear, swinging it in a wide golden arc that covered 3 meters in front of him, and thus eliminating more than 24 zombies. The zombies on the left and right quickly managed to close the gap left behind by their previous comrades, while those who had no room took advantage of the fact that Bai Zemin had moved forward to cover the retreat completely. A zombie stretched its arms covered in blackish veins and slightly grayish skin forward as its mouth emitted bestial growls. However, just as the zombie was about to touch Bai Zemin's neck, it suddenly found that a crimson spear had pierced its brain along with the brains of 3 other zombies in a straight line. Blood bullets! Bai Zemin barked loudly before dashing forward like a whirlwind. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. The golden spear with 1,000 points of physical attack damage in the hands of Bai Zemin turned into the Reaper's scythe. Each swing claimed the lives of several zombies, and in the process, rotting blood began to fly everywhere. However, all this blood joined the blood that had already been spilled before, and under Bai Zemin's magical power, it flew into the sky to quickly form around 100 blood bullets. The 100 blood bullets quickly became the followers of the Reaper as they chased after Bai Zemin under his careful control. 100 zombies fell for every passing second. With 100 blood bullets, Bai Zemin could divide his attention with relative ease so that 100 bullets became something similar to guided missiles, but in a sense better because instead of stopping after hitting their target, the blood bullets continued moving on to the next one with the same ferocity as before. If it were his past self, it would be impossible to do this. However, since Bai Zemin faced the Usra race and his blood manipulation skill raised 2 levels, the amount of information and control he gained over the skill was incomparable to the past. Therefore, even though the description of the skill itself had not changed at all after leveling up twice, the real power of Bai Zemin had undoubtedly increased. In just 10 minutes of time, Bai Zemin had directly slaughtered about 8,000 zombies. While 8,000 was an insignificant number compared to 20 million, the fact that those 8,000 zombies had fallen in just 10 minutes was the point of the matter. This meant that at this rate Bai Zemin was eliminating around 800 zombies per minute. However, even though this was an impressive result, Bai Zemin frowned tightly as he slaughtered from left to right and front to back without ever backing down. 800 zombies a minute. In other words, to wipe out the lives of 20 million zombies I would need about 25,000 minutes, which would also be over 400 hours. Bai Zemin stopped dead in his tracks, and after leaping slightly and performing a 360-degree turn several times to annihilate all the zombies nearby, he focused the 100 blood bullets to slaughter every zombie that tried to get close to him. While he was temporarily focusing on defense, Bai Zemin frowned deeply as he thought deeply to himself. I can't go on like this. Even at this speed, it would take me more than 2 weeks to completely eliminate all these zombies, and that's without even considering the fact that first-order zombies appear in large numbers or second-order zombies. Otherwise, that time could easily grow several more days depending on the number of evolved enemies. 2 weeks to clear the entirety of this long bridge that separated Yanking District from Champing District. 2 weeks to wipe out 20 million zombies single-handedly. Such was a result that 2 or 3 days ago Bai Zemin would have accepted with a pleasant smile on his face. However, the current circumstances did not allow him to delay so long for such a thing. With the Earth constantly showing signs of evolution, and with the zombies becoming more and more powerful with each passing second, Bai Zemin feared that his loved ones might not really be able to handle it during the second evolutive stage. Therefore, he had no choice but to hurry and thus could not afford to lose half a month here. If Bai Zemin lost half a month's time to clean the Eastern Dragon's back, and added to that the time he would need to find his loved ones in some human base or settlement, by that time, Earth would definitely have already started or might even have finished the second evolutive stage. I guess I'll have to try that. A strange glint shone in the eyes of Bai Zemin, and silently, the second activation of the passive skill God of Wars, called God of War's partial possession, began to affect his personality again, while the title Brilliant Mind repressed the effects that could be considered as dangerous to the current him. Lightning movement. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Along with the fierce and characteristic lightning crackle, blue electric snakes began to flash around the body of Bai Zemin intermittently. However, he did not stop and instead used the second activation of the skill lightning movement to spawn 3 clones of himself. The clones had no expressions on their faces, and except for the lifeless eyes, there was no difference between them and the actual Bai Zemin. It would be extremely difficult for anyone to immediately notice which one was the real one. Bai Zemin didn't care about the fact that he would now be losing 1 stamina point per second for each clone, and waved his free hand as he coldly said, "Go." Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The 3 clones who possessed 10% of Bai Zemin's overall strength dashed forward as his words left his mouth, and immediately began slaughtering zombies with their bare fists. After all, these clones were made of 100% mana, so they did not fear zombie infection. Furthermore, 10% of Bai Zemin's total strength was comparable to a first-order beast of approximately level 30-35. In short, he had just casually created 3 first-order beings to fight for his cause. However, the consumption was not low at all. In just 1 second in exchange for summoning 3 such powerful clones, Bai Zemin lost 3 stamina points. In fact, for every second that passed his stamina stat decreased by 3 points on the fly. Still, the expression of Bai Zemin remained unperturbed, as a slight glint of disdain flashed in his black eyes. Swoosh! Bai Zemin lunged forward and like a ghost blinked through the zombies as he swung his spear masterfully. Behind him was a clone, to his left was another clone, and to his right, the last clone slaughtered the zombies with its bare fists. In addition, Bai Zemin controlled the 100 blood bullets in such a way that, when one of the clones was in danger of being destroyed after being overwhelmed by the numbers, he immediately turned that zombie into a sieve riddled with bloody holes. 5 seconds later, Bai Zemin called up his status window and looked at his current stamina stat. Stamina 1201/1216 plus 35. Regeneration. Bai Zemin whispered under his breath as he crushed a zombie's head with a punch. His eyes were ice cold, similar to those of a killing machine, as he muttered in a flat voice, resembling that of an emotionless robot. Overlap regeneration. Convert 100 mana points into 100 stamina points. Flash. A faint glow of golden light immediately surrounded the outline of Bai Zemin's body as the third-order regeneration rune etched deep into his soul became partially illuminated. The second activation, overlap regeneration, came into play in the act. Bai Zemin immediately felt his available mana decrease by 50 points, and in return, he felt more refreshed. Then, he quickly looked at his current stamina stat again. Stamina 1266/1316 plus 35. Indeed, after spending 50 stamina points for the activation of overlap regeneration, Bai Zemin had gained 50 stamina points more compared to his total peak, which meant that he had actually not only increased his maximum stamina, but also surpassed his previous peak by 10 points for a total of 5 seconds. However, this was where the real test began, as this would be the first time Bai Zemin would experiment using this skill. The 5 seconds were over very quickly, and just before another second passed and his clones consumed 3 stamina points, Bai Zemin hurriedly rechecked his stamina. Stamina 1216 plus 35. A smile immediately formed on his face as he saw that, just as he guessed, his stamina returned to its maximum when the skill overlap regeneration was activated. Then, he decided to test his next idea, which if successful would allow him to keep his 3 clones whose strength was comparable to that of first-order beings on the battlefield to help him in clearing zombies faster. Overlap regeneration. Convert 200 stamina points into 200 mana points. Bai Zemin whispered as he easily decapitated a first-order zombie that tried to sneak up behind him after mingling with other zombies with his spear after a swift swing. Flash. The golden light returned at the same time as a slight wave of exhaustion hit Bai Zemin's body. Even so, his steps did not falter at all, and his movements with the spear did not slow down in the slightest. Backslash 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 backslash. Really, thank you very much to all those who send gifts to the novel and support with valuable golden tickets. I hope we can all keep it up. 3. Chapter 521, Fighting Alone Against Millions of Enemies, Part 3, last. Bai Zemin had consumed 40 mana points to activate lightning movement, and apart from that, he had consumed about 6 more points to change the blood from its natural liquid state to a solid state powerful enough to pierce through the bodies of zombies below level 20 without any problems. Thanks to the factor that the blood manipulation skill did not consume blood to manipulate blood that existed outside an organism, and only consumed blood to change the physical state of the element or to enhance the power of the modified blood, Bai Zemin had consumed only 46 mana points in total during the entire battle that had passed. Therefore, when he converted 200 stamina points into 200 mana points, his mana stat now looked like this when he checked it. Mana 905/951 plus 65. The mana stat of Bai Zemin in his normal state was 751 points without adding the stat points obtained thanks to external treasures. So, when he converted 200 stamina points into mana, not only did his mana stat increase 200 points, but even with the consumption of 46 points above, the total mana of Bai Zemin still exceeded his base mana by a wide margin without the 200 stamina points added. Blood spears. Bai Zemin shouted out loud as he beheaded 2 level 15 zombies. 3 slightly blackish-colored spears formed from the blood of the slain zombies and under his careful control flew in different directions. One flew to his left, the other flew to his right, and the last one flew to the area behind him. The three lightning clones were unintelligent beings, but Bai Zemin could control them as long as he wanted to, and as long as he was willing to take his attention off the battlefield for a brief moment. Then, as the three black spears flew towards them, the three clones extended their arms forward in unison and caught the weapons in mid-flight. Kill! Receiving the order from the main body, the three now armed clones turned into ferocious tigers. With the skill Special Forces Soldier being one of the skills attached to the soul of Bai Zemin, and with the clones also being linked to his soul, these three clones now in possession of weapons began to slaughter zombies with even more tenacity than before. Bai Zemin was no different from his clones. In fact, he was much more ferocious. Under his golden spear and the blades of wind generated by each swing of his weapon that cut through everything in its path, the zombies promptly began to fall. 5 seconds passed in the blink of an eye, and just as the faint golden light covering Bai Zemin's body faded away, he quickly rechecked his mana stat. Mana 751 plus 65. Hasa. Bai Zemin laughed out loud as he controlled the blood bullets to pierce the brains of 100 zombies with precision, and at the same time swung his spear behind him to help the rear clone who was overwhelmed. Bai Zemin's arrogance and pride naturally shot through the roof, once his experiment proved to be a massive success. By converting mana into stamina in large amounts, and then doing the same in the opposite direction, Bai Zemin was able to overcome the 50 stamina consumption that the second activation, overlap regeneration, needed to be activated, and at the same time, he would be able to overcome the stamina consumption of his three clones. Bai Zemin was now even able to activate his skills with complete freedom. Die! Bai Zemin roared as he continued controlling overlap regeneration internally and alternated between mana and stamina once every 5 seconds. Bang! A ferocious burst of mana erupted from the body of Bai Zemin, and under the impulse of over 900 magic points, his magic power went berserk as the rune of the skill blood manipulation lit up brightly. Consuming 300 mana points directly, Bai Zemin controlled and empowered the blood around him to shape over 2,000 black spears. The black spears soared into the sky before plummeting over the bridge. Boom, 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 boom. Boom, 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 boom. The bodies of the zombies exploded after being struck by the powerful spears charged with magical power. However, even more striking than the fact that a large patch of previously occupied land suddenly became uninhabited was the fact that the blackish spears did not damage the bridge at all, as after killing the zombies, the spears changed into liquid once again. A second later, however, the same spears came out again from the huge pool of rotten blood and proceeded to slaughter more zombies. 30 minutes passed, and Bai Zemin's mana and stamina were oscillating fiercely. Every 5 seconds, one of his stats would drop powerfully only to recover completely 5 seconds later and swap places between each other. However, during those 30 minutes, neither Bai Zemin's mana nor stamina stats had actually decreased. Although one of the two was always dropping, 5 seconds later it would immediately return to its maximum. Bai Zemin had turned into a truly terrifying war machine. He had no compunction about consuming large amounts of mana to conjure weapons and annihilate his enemies while being careful not to damage the bridge. He had even consumed 500 mana points in one go to spread a black blood fog over 5 kilometers and annihilate 70% of the zombies within that area. During those 30 minutes, the number of zombies that Bai Zemin and his 3 clones had slaughtered exceeded 1 million. More than 1 million zombies in half an hour. What kind of concept was this? At this rate, he could even annihilate the 20 million zombies during the course of the morning, and by the afternoon at the most, the task that had previously seemed impossible would be finished. Armies? So what if hundreds of thousands or even millions of enemies were to come? In front of me, the numbers are nothing but insignificant pieces of paper. In front of me, Bai Zemin, the only choice is to submit or perish. Bai Zemin's arrogance soared beyond the stratosphere, and it really reached the heavens when he looked at his stats and realized that as long as he didn't cast a magic spell that overcame his stamina, he would always be able to return his mana to its peak condition. The second activation, God of War's partial possession, was truly terrifying. When the fighting instinct of Bai Zemin was triggered, his confidence would grow to the point of blindness. In fact, in his current state, were it not for the fact that the title Brilliant Mind was suppressing the effects by 10%, Bai Zemin might have lost the most important point of his personality. What was the most crucial point in Bai Zemin's personality? What was the most important characteristic and the main reason why he had survived to this day despite the seemingly impossible difficulties that had come his way? It was not his tenacity, nor was it his cruelty to himself. It was his caution. After having advanced approximately 20 kilometers of the 100 kilometers that the Eastern Dragon's Back Bridge extended over in the span of an hour, and having slaughtered over 2,500,000 zombies, Bai Zemin suddenly realized that something was wrong. His vision began to blur, his movement speed dropped even though there were no enemies able to stop his footsteps. His attack speed and swinging speed also dropped. His spear movements were no longer as lethal as before. His head began to ache, and even something deep inside him began to show signs of hurting. All these were extremely subtle changes, and so small that by themselves Bai Zemin might not have noticed them under the effect of the god of war's partial possession. However, all these negative effects attacking his system at the same time could not bypass the ever-cautious heart of Bai Zemin. What is going on? Bai Zemin's heart clenched and alarms began to sound powerfully inside his head. However, with his self-confidence and the arrogance in his heart so high, it was difficult to think clearly. Therefore, even though Bai Zemin had willingly slowed down the speed at which he slaughtered zombies, it was not easy to find the point in question. Controlling his own spear, controlling his clones partially or giving orders remotely, controlling the blood spears while keeping the blood manipulation skill active at all times, activating regeneration and overlap regeneration every 5 seconds, converting stamina to mana and mana to stamina, staying away from the zombie's claws or bites, studying the surroundings, thinking about his next move, being alert to avoid ambush by a powerful enemy, and so on. The number of simultaneous tasks Bai Zemin was performing without a break was simply too numerous at this point. Were it not for his especially powerful soul thanks to his having nurtured it with tremendously pure soul power, Bai Zemin would have collapsed long ago. In fact, any other soul evolver could not have done what he had been doing for more than 2 hours at a stretch. However, everything had limits in this world. Even the seemingly all-powerful higher existences could not do as they pleased, let alone a first-order lower existence. Regardless of how strong the soul of Bai Zemin was, it had limits to what it could handle. If he was a second-order existence and all the soul power he had been accumulating all this time had been attached and strengthened to his soul, then perhaps there would be no problems. However, the current him was overtaxing himself too much. An hour later, Bai Zemin's death count had broken 3 million zombies. Approximately 500,000 enemies in 60 minutes was undoubtedly an impressive feat, considering the fact that among those 500,000, there were even around 10 that were within the same order of power than Bai Zemin was. However, compared to killing over 1 million zombies in the same amount of time over the past 2 hours, having killed 500,000 zombies was no longer as impressive as it should be. His body slowly began to stiffen, and his face was covered in sweat. Moreover, even though all his stats were actually at their peak almost all the time, Bai Zemin's face was getting more and more sickly pale. Cough. Suddenly, Bai Zemin's movement stopped, and he could do nothing to avoid coughing up a mouthful of fresh blood. Bai Zemin's eyes twitched as he saw globules of blood among the blood that had just flowed out of his body on its own, and it was then that the alarm within him overcame his natural arrogance. Damn it, it's this damn thing. Bai Zemin cursed under his breath as his face contracted in pain. How could he not realize what the problem was when his soul seemed to writhe inside his body, and one of the most excruciating pains he had experienced so far assaulted him for a brief split second. Bai Zemin's soul was currently something similar to a gas that was all over every part of his body. However, he realized that this gas was now less potent than before, similar to when viruses attacked the immune system and weakened the body by awakening illnesses. By using overlap regeneration without caution for so long, Bai Zemin finally realized that while this new skill was powerful, it was not as if he could do whatever he wanted with it. What were stats? It was the power of the soul of an existence represented in numbers, and since the soul also affected the fleshly body, if the soul suffered, the fleshly body would naturally experience suffering. By using overlap regeneration without prejudice and constantly subtracting, and adding large numbers from one stat to another, what Bai Zemin had overlooked was that, in order to subtract X amount of stat to another stat, what he was doing was actually modifying his own soul. By adding more weight to some parts of his soul than what it should naturally have, his soul slowly began to get injured. His own body tried to warn him of this by heightening his senses and hindering his battle power, But as Bai Zemin still did not understand where the problem lay, he simply continued fighting. Now he finally realized that at this rate he could find himself in tremendously severe trouble. In fact, his current soul had been injured by 5%, and Bai Zemin was not able to use his full strength anymore. This had been the cost of him trying to rush things too much while trying not to use his full strength. Bai Zemin had done his best to restrain himself from damaging the bridge, but had consequently made use of a new power which he was not yet clearly aware of in an unrestrained manner. Bai Zemin decided that the morning was enough and that it would be better to rest for an hour or two to calm down. After resting for a while, even if his soul was slightly damaged, it was no problem since with his current strength he still didn't need to fear anything. However, Bai Zemin had barely retreated 100 meters after disconnecting the 3 clones to avoid losing stamina when his body suddenly stopped. Swoosh! A bubble of air suddenly appeared around him and covered him completely. Then, under Bai Zemin's disbelieving eyes, his body began to slowly rise into the sky. He looked down and noticed that, at some point, a female zombie had appeared behind him, looking at him with cold and indifferent red eyes. This female zombie, despite looking terrifying, did not look too bad when compared to the other zombies Bai Zemin had seen throughout the morning. However, what was more disturbing was that unlike the unclassified zombies or the first-order zombies, this female zombie not only looked much more powerful but also seemed to have some degree of intelligence. In addition, Bai Zemin also noticed a male zombie blocking the path through which he planned to retreat even though a second ago there was no one in the area. /////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////// valuable golden tickets. I hope we can all keep it up. 3. Chapter 522, A New Type of Zombie and Zombie Commander. The two zombies looked significantly stronger than any other zombie Bai Zemin had ever faced before. In fact, just judging from the aura of the two creatures that were looking down at him from the ground, as their body was lifted into the air by a strange air bubble, Bai Zemin judged accurately that based on the soul power writhing within the bodies of each of them, either the male zombie or the female zombie were creatures that had already broken through the barrier of the first order and had set their feet firmly in the second order. But these zombies were not just in the second order, they had clearly broken through some time ago, as their auras were extremely clear and firm. It was definitely not the aura of beings who had just broken through a barrier, and their bodies were adapting to the tremendous increase in soul power that had been being contained during the evolving process. Bai Zemin opened his mouth to say something, but his eyes trembled slightly when he realized that not only could he not hear his voice, but he couldn't even hear any sound coming from outside, even though the normal zombies that were slowly crawling to cover the areas he had opened had their heads raised in his direction as their mouths moved. They were clearly letting out beastly growls and snarls, but he couldn't hear them. But this was not all. Bai Zemin's biggest problem was that he couldn't even breathe. While it was possible for him to hold his breath for at least half an hour without any problem, the problem was that Bai Zemin didn't have his lungs replenished with oxygen before he was caught, as it had all happened too suddenly, and he had been caught off guard while enduring the pain in his soul and body. The female zombie looked at the male zombie next to her and seemed to say something to her, as although Bai Zemin couldn't hear her, he could see her mouth moving. And when Bai Zemin saw the female zombie's mouth moving and read her lips, he was surprised and at the same time afraid. He was surprised because the language the female zombie was using was Chinese language. This meant that from the second order onwards, the zombies regained the ability to communicate, at least to some extent. It was just that he didn't have time to be surprised, as the content he understood was enough for Bai Zemin to realize that his life was in danger. Just as the male zombie held both hands to his head and a ripple of spiritual energy spread outward, Bai Zemin called out to the little blue flame resting inside his body. "Little comrade, sorry to disturb, but I need your help." The endless blue lotus flame was weakened after using its full power one time in Oblong World and a second time inside the Cosmic Gate. Although Bai Zemin had given it 21st Order Soul Stones and 2 Second Order Soul Stones to devour, it seemed that the little blue flame would need a couple of days to be able to return to the battlefield at full power. It was precisely because of this that Bai Zemin did not want to use the little blue flame's strength for hard and long fights, but in this circumstance, he really had no choice. He could not move his body, and his magical skills were too destructive to use in a situation like this. As for blood manipulation, Bai Zemin's connection to the outside world seemed to have been partially broken, so he could not manipulate blood outside the air sphere, and the blood he kept in the storage pearl would serve no purpose other than to take up space here, as there was no room for a weapon to gain enough momentum to make a destructive attack. The little blue flame inside him danced tenderly despite the fatigue. One had to know that even though the endless blue lotus flame currently had barely basic intelligence and was in no way comparable to its past self, it was after all a living flame that could feel, and in the future, if it ever regained its former glory, it would be able to think for itself. So it was not incorrect to say that the little blue flame had a soul of its own, a soul which was tremendously exhausted and which needed rest to recover from the great battles it had undergone. After all, unlike the other living beings that could fight and absorb soul power from other beings to recover, the little blue flame could only rely on Bai Zemin's soul power to keep it from dying out and the soul stones to gradually regain its strength. However, despite everything, the little blue flame ignored its own safety, and under the impetus of Bai Zemin's soul, it burned fiercely. Bang! The blue flame spread throughout the interior of the air bubble, completely covering the inner view from the outside. Just as the strange spiritual wave released by the male zombie disappeared without a trace into the deepest parts of the horde of now 17 million zombies, the deep blue flames managed to completely intermingle with the air bubble that was containing Bai Zemin's body. What happened when the fire was surrounded by strong capes of wind? Generally, the fire would be extinguished. However, it was different if the flame possessed power equal to or greater than the wind. Boom! At a height of over 600 meters, a thunderous explosion resounded so loudly that even the bridge more than half a kilometer below rumbled lightly. Some tiny-sized rocks broke off the edges and fell into the ocean 200 meters below, splashing and creating small ripples that were soon shaken by a larger ripple created from the pressure generated by the explosion. Bai Zemin grimaced as his body was sent flying backward, right into the horde of zombies waiting below him, eager to devour him. Although the flames of the endless blue lotus flame were unable to hurt Bai Zemin thanks to the soul contract that both existences shared, the power of the explosion was another matter. Just as a thin trickle of blood slipped out of the corner of Bai Zemin's mouth, and at the same time as a bloody wound opened up on his forehead, he had no choice but to ignore the blood that partially began to fall on his left eye as every hair on his body stood on end at the impending danger. Blood shield, Bai Zemin hurriedly shouted as he invested 300 mana points. The liquid storage pearl immediately expelled large amounts of red blood, and in the blink of an eye that blood turned into a giant 6-layered shield. Boom, boom, boom. 3 explosions destroyed 4 of the 6 layers of shields, while the 5th and 6th were weakened by more than 70%, as the largest amount of blood evaporated before the power of the flames burning around the shield. Swoosh! A thin, almost invisible thread of transparent silk pierced through the blood shields that scattered in the wind, taking the flames with them into the sea. Like a hurricane of wind, Bai Zemin activated the effect of his arachnid silk ring and pulled hard on the thread once the other end connected with one of the large columns that helped to support part of the weight of the bridge. His body changed course just in time to evade what appeared to be a huge fireball, and as he spun in midair, Bai Zemin managed to see 4 big fat zombies with giant heads at the back of the horde. From one of the 4 fat zombies with balloon heads, Bai Zemin noticed how the yellow flames danced in its mouth before going out. This had probably been the last zombie that had attacked. Although he could not be so sure, Bai Zemin estimated that the 4 of them were level 49 or 50 zombies. Although they were still in the first order, the magic attack power of these 4 beasts was more than enough to hurt a second-order existence if they managed to land their attacks. These 4 zombies were completely different from the 20-plus first-order zombies that Bai Zemin had killed so far. It was clear that they were some new type of creature or something that had evolved in a special path. This type of zombie was undoubtedly the enemy of any army, as their attacks were powerful enough to turn a vehicle into a pile of scrap metal. In fact, Bai Zemin estimated after feeling the power of those huge fireballs that even the kings of the earth, the war tanks, would not be able to survive a hit from those. However, if there was one thing that greatly relieved Bai Zemin, it was that once his body came into contact with the bridge, the fat zombies immediately stopped their attacks as they closed their mouths and stared at him as they tried to pass through the thousands of zombies that separated them without success. At least, it was clear that the zombies in charge were not letting the other zombies damage the bridge. After all, if the bridge fell, the zombies in charge would also fall into the water, and there they would be devoured sooner or later by the sea beasts no matter how strong they were. Bai Zemin's ice-cold gaze met the eyes brimming with murderous intent of the female zombie and the male zombie. Without stopping on ceremony, Bai Zemin forcefully kicked the giant pillar, causing thin cracks to extend several meters as he flew straight towards the front of the bridge, where the 2 second-order zombies were waiting for him. The female zombie took a step forward as she saw the human before her aim at her battle partner. She held out both hands and quickly conjured a dozen wind globes, each over 5 meters in diameter and with fierce wind blades around them. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. About 20 large globes charged with destructive wind energy flew at lightning speed towards Bai Zemin, who was falling down and unable to avoid the attack. However, he did not panic at all, and instead used blood manipulation to form over 400 bloody whips. His body in attack position with the golden spear pointing at the 2 zombies was partially covered by several hundred blackish-colored whips that swung under his command and began to strike the 20 wind spheres. Bang, 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 bang. Bang, 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 bang. The whips formed from the rotting blood of the slain zombies hit more than 5 times each in the span of 2 seconds. The practically overlapping blasts served to destroy with great difficulty the elemental attack weapons the female zombie had used. However, Bai Zemin's leather armor received several cuts in the process, as more than 24 wind blades lashed his body once the wind spheres were crushed. Suddenly, the black blood whip swayed in such a way that for a split second, Bai Zemin disappeared from the line of sight of both second-order zombies. The surprise of both zombies, the black blood whips soon seemed to lose all their power as they transformed into 400 cascades of blood that, when attracted by the planet's natural gravity, fell back onto the bridge, creating splashing sounds. Where? The hoarse and extremely annoying voice of the male zombie sounded from behind the female zombie. The female zombie did not respond and instead tried to find the human who had disappeared. She felt a bad premonition in her heart, and just as she turned around to look back, she saw a flash of golden light flashing behind her zombie partner. The male zombie's eyes widened, and a glint of disbelief shone in his golden pupils. The proud beast in command of 5 million zombies didn't even have time to make full use of his skills as his head flew through the air, while brown blood flew uncontrollably from his neck. You have received the soul power of second-order zombie commander, Mokeo level 67. The fierce gaze of the female zombie met Bai Zemin's deadly gaze. The blood that covered his face earlier was nowhere to be seen anymore, and the wound on his head had healed without a trace. His hair was slightly tousled by the wind, as the dark blood dripped, creating light clinking sounds as it fell to the ground from the blade of the golden spear in his right hand. Undoubtedly, even though his upper armor had received 3 cuts, and his lower armor a couple more cuts in conjunction with his slightly cracked shoulder pads after being hit by the weakened magical attack of a second-order existence, Bai Zemin looked like a true warrior who had fought and killed enemies all his life, and not like someone who 2 months ago studied to become a life-saving medic. /////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////// valuable golden tickets. I hope we can all keep it up 3.